this tornado warning. So over towards Morewood, eventually down towards Hammond, and we'll see how much further this thing goes. It's a very tight area of circulation right now. Tom Pastrano, I know you're getting into better position right now. Tom, this is going to be to your southeast by about 4 miles the way it looks. What do you see, Tom?
Yeah, a few minutes ago, I saw some really rapid motion as Val was reporting that tornado, but it was definitely rain wrapped from my vantage point. I am getting some huge hail. I did see some baseballs earlier where I was at, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Right now, it's just completely rain wrapped, and you kind of just have to be right there to see anything. So I will let you know when I get better position or if I see anything crazy. Back to you.
Tom, so Tom and Val right there, and we're watching the hail core on this too. Cassie's updating the track. We'll go back to links 1. I'll show you the circulation. It is a little bit more broad at the moment. Is this out of Frederick? This is out of Frederick. Out of Frederick. Okay, so you can see the circulation. It's a little more broad. You're not seeing a really tight couplet at the moment. Now that can change. You saw how quickly that changed with Val just a couple of minutes ago. Let's turn back on reflectivity and look at it, because the spin, you can see it in reflectivity. It is spun kind of all the way up around on itself. Had an inflow notch just a little bit ago, and now it may be trying to weaken just a little bit. Let's go to the hail core and take a look. Tom said I think he said he had it up to baseball at one point. I was trying to hear him over the heavy rain.
I did get an email from a viewer coming in out of Roll, and it was just about golf ball size hail.
So
I did see one picture of that.
So yes. At least golf ball, we know, now east of Roll, and this is drifting off towards Morewood. The hail core is with this. We had radar indication of baseballs just a bit ago over Durham. So the storm has weakened significantly, and then it strengthens and it kind of weakens again. And this is the strongest storm in the state. Is that now showing some tennis ball? Is that what?
Yeah, I went to the Vance radar instead.
Okay, so this may be a little bit higher up, maybe a little overdone, but very large hail along Highway 47 right now. And the most threatening thing with this storm is the damaging winds and the tornado threat at the moment. So we've had winds, we know, with Val anywhere from 60 to 75 miles per hour, and that was being pulled into the storm, pulling into the mesocyclone, and then he did have that brief tornado. So Val's still right there in the thick of it. Val, I know you had that area where we had a brief tornado. You saw the tornado damage in his shot. Val, your winds look wild right now. How strong would you estimate your winds are being pulled into that on the backside?
Yeah, so right now our winds are probably 50 to 55. They're not nearly as bad as they were when we were right under the meso. But we're starting to get hail with it also. The hail so far has not been any bigger than ping pong ball size, and I'm really hoping it doesn't get any bigger than that as we drive through it. But I tell you, we were on the just barely on the north side of the raft when that tornado formed, and it formed about a mile south of us. It had a tight spin on the ground, and I guarantee you it went right. That house took a direct hit. So we're tracking it. We're watching it. Lacey, back to you.
Okay, great update there. Val's blasting to the east now, and we'll see. Hopefully he's going to be just to the south of the biggest hail, because you can see his windshield right now. He's already lost it from hail previously. Let's go back to radar. I'll show you kind of again where this is. And Cassie, you got that storm track ready?
I do.
We'll do that and then a broad view. Let's go to links 2, and let me show you the tornado warned storm and where it's headed. So she's put the track to the east-southeast. Again, it's moving 35 to 40 miles per hour. This could slow down, but this gives you lots of lead time, and we'll see how long it continues on this track. Sometimes these things start to move more easterly, and latest data still suggests eventually this gets more of a northeasterly shove, but this would put it in Morewood coming up in about 15 minutes. Hammond at 6:41, Butler at 6:55, Foss Reservoir at 6:56, Arapahoe at 7:15, and the Lucky Star Casino there in Clinton. If it makes it down to I-40 by 7:20, that's an hour away at its current speed. And you can kind of see it's almost wobbling. If you look at it, it's kind of moving southeast, and then it kind of lifts a little bit more to the east. So we'll see. All indications are it'll probably continue more through Morewood and then to Butler. But just to give folks a heads up, further down the line, stay alert, keep watching it. The immediate threat is still in Roger Mills County, that tornado warning. If you're in the eastern portion of the county, you need to be in your safe spot right now. If you have a storm shelter, get there, or the lowest level of your home and the centermost portion of your home is where you need to be. It would likely be a brief tornado if it touches down, but right now it's rain wrapped with what we're seeing currently. So that's this particular storm. We've got several storms that we're watching. This one is the strongest by far, and has been all day since it developed. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and Cassie's kind of got the broad view for you. Here's Oklahoma City. There's rain going on to the northwest, thunderstorm over Woodward, severe storm now over Visay, farther north of this supercell, farther north of the tornadic storm, with possibly some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is going to move up to the north. Eventually, northwestern Oklahoma, you've got that severe thunderstorm watch. You're going to have severe weather well into the evening with not just these storms, but the storms that are up into Kansas. And Marty Logan is on those storms further to the north. Let's go a little bit further to the south. We've got an additional severe storm. We were telling you about this a bit ago. Jeremy Carter is just north of Granite. That storm flared up quickly just southwest of Hollis. Now it's already made it to Willow and Brinkman, just north of Mangum. Let's get an update from Jeremy really quick, and we'll go back to the tornado warning. But Jeremy, you've been watching that storm. You can see the base of it there. You're near Granite. What are you seeing, Jeremy?
Val.
Jeremy.
Hey, Lacey, I'm sorry. Anyways, you can see the mezzo off to my west. Over the last little bit we've had, it's really not picked up really good. But there's a pretty persistent hail core now taking inside of this storm. We're watching it, Lacey. This storm is a high based. Really, I can see all the way underneath it. Not too crazy, but definitely some hail. Back to you.
Okay, Jeremy's going to stick with this storm. So right now, not tornadic, wind and a hail threat, but the environment gets a little bit more favorable for faster spinning storms, and the tornado threat does increase some as these storms move further into the state. So Cass is working on a track, getting that for southwestern Oklahoma. Is that good?
That's ready on 2.
Okay, on Lynx 2 for this storm, because this is the one we're watching, that if something were to come up towards the metro, this is one that would threaten the metro. All indications are it will weaken. That may not happen, though. This will be coming into Sentinel by 6:47, Cordell coming up by 7:10, and the Corn Colony area by about 7:30, 7:35. That would put it by about 8 o'clock. 8:30 there into the western sides of the metro. So we're watching that one, a wind and a hail threat there south of Carter, between really right over Brinkman, heading up towards Sentinel. So that's the latest track and timing on that. Hinton about 8:03 would be the timing. So that one's still an hour and a half away, but it's a supercell, it's a spinning storm, and right now could have some pretty big hail up to the size of quarters, maybe golf balls with it. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, back to the tornado warning.
And going back to that Morewood storm, that southeast movement has stopped moving east, and it does look like that circulation is trying to tighten back up.
It is moving more easterly now?
Yes.
Okay.
So Morewood, get to your storm shelter.
Okay,
Safe
still
spot.
under the gun is Morewood, moving more to the easterly position now, kind of motion. Tom is on the north side of it, and Val is coming in now on the back side. And Val, you know you had a brief tornado just a little bit ago. We're switching through radar here, but you can see the circulation is now east of Val's location. How far is that from Morewood, Cassie? She's working on it.
From where Val is right now.
Or just how far is the circulation right here? Yeah.
It's less than 10 miles.
Less than 10 miles. Okay. Less than 10 miles. Oh, there you go. You can see it. Let's zoom in here, Cassie. You can see the circulation. There's more of a couplet now. There's an area where it's more pronounced, where you've got winds going one direction away from the radar and then towards the radar, just on the nose of Val's car. Val, just to your east. Let's go back out to Val. Val, your shot's wild in the wind. If we have a tornado, that's what it would be. Go ahead, Val.
Yes, we have rotation, and there's definitely a funnel straight east of us. It kind of comes up, it comes down. It's hard to see because there's so much rain, but right now we just turned east. So it's going to be maybe quarters of a mile straight east of us and maybe a little south. And the wind direction, and by the way, we're getting ping pong ball size hail. That's why it's so loud. But the wind direction would confirm that there's definite rotation right there. We ought to be able to see better because when you get closer to it, the rain will always slack off a little bit when you get right in the bear's cage. There's tree damage. We're coming across tree damage. You know, I would say that it's possible that this thing might be touching down periodically as it goes southeast here, but I can't confirm it because there's so much rain that I can't really see it. But I'll tell you what, it was rotating enough to where it could have been, briefly touching down. So we're going east, and we're on some back roads right now, and I'm going to try to navigate through the rain and the down trees. We just hit a down tree a while ago. and then see if we can figure this out and maybe give you a shot of it and let you know if it's on the ground. Back to you.
Okay, great update there. Be safe. We know you will, Val. Val's coming in basically from the west, and he's going to come in right behind that area of circulation. We'll go back to radar, and you can see the couplet we were talking about just to the south of Highway 47. This is Roger Mills County. There's Leedy, here's Rhea, here's Morewood, and you can see that tight couplet right, basically, like he said, just a quarter of a mile or so to the east of Val. So let's zoom in and see if we can get some of these county roads on here. I know it's kind of a hodgepodge through the area, but that's going to be East 870 Road and North 1950 Road is the circulation right now, and it is right in the core of the storm. Now let's turn on reflectivity, and you can see the hail core, and you can see the rain. It's blinding rain. This is not a tornado that's going to be hanging out where you're going to see it. This would be a rain-wrapped tornado in western Oklahoma. We know the storm did produce a brief tornado just about 10 minutes ago. Can't tell if this is on the ground or not right now, and Val is right there very near the circulation, and he can't see just in front of him. So you're not going to see it, folks, in western Oklahoma and in Roger Mills County right now. Let's zoom back out, and we'll kind of show you the broad view and look at max rotation. Man, the hail core. What is hail indicating, Cassie?
Still showing right now it's a golf
Golf ball size hail at least. With that, which came through the north side of Roll, and that's going to come to maybe the north side of Morewood, may come right over Morewood, and eventually off to the east even further, north of Butler. It looks the way that it'll go north of Butler, back over possibly to Custer City. We'll see how much to the south this continues to jog, but the tornado warning still continuing, and rightfully so, because the circulation is tight. Tom Pastrano is on the north side, and Tom is rushing off to the east to get ahead of this. Still moving at about 40.
It looks like it may have slowed down maybe a little bit, but it's moving more east.
35 to 40 and more of kind of an easterly direction. Now put it back on reflectivity, and you can see how, man, look at the hail core. That is either a whole lot of golf ball size hail or maybe some tennis ball size hail with this storm, which tells you just how strong that updraft is, how strong the supercell is. It's just a very nasty storm that moved in from Texas, and this thing's going to go most likely for several hours into the evening, moving to the east, and then eventually it should take a little bit more of a northerly shove. But I would be prepared in Webb, in Putnam, possibly even Tologa for a damaging hailstorm out of this system, and you have time for sure to protect your vehicle or whatever it is that you can from very large hail, because that's kind of the current path of this storm. Let's go back now into reflectivity or into velocity, because you can still see the circulation, the area of spin in the reflectivity there in the hail and the rain. And oh, it did take a dive to the south just a little bit. You can see the circulation kind of went to the south, and now it's a little bit more stretched out, a little bit more broad, which is good. Nothing on debris detector.
I can go back and check real quick.
I saw you looking at it just a second ago. I don't see anything standing out.
Right.
That may be some debris being picked up just to the east of Val, probably 7 miles or so to the west of Morewood, and that may be from the strong winds blowing in. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that's an area where that may be debris. What does velocity look like? That may be debris just to the east of Val. What does it look like on shear rate and kind of maximum rotation? Is it all in that same area? It's hard to tell. Okay, is that Val?
Yeah, he thinks he sees a lowering just to his east.
Okay, Val, we're still looking, and we may see some debris being lofted. It's not completely clear, Val. What do you think as you look to the east now?
So we're seeing rotation, and this is east-southeast. And it was east when you were talking about it. Now it's moved a little south of the road, but it's a lowering here, and there is rotation in it. I don't see, there's tighter rotation. I'm going to turn and see if we can get a shot here. I don't know what just hit us, but it was a branch or something. All right. Now we're getting that strong north winds again, feeding right into the tight rotation. Tight rotation is kind of almost due southeast of us. Pull back on a wide shot. Okay, that's the wide as it gets. We're getting 70-mile-an-hour winds again, and there's pretty tight rotation straight south of us, but I don't see anything on the ground. I see a lowering. I know it's hard to see because there's a whole lot of rain. There's a lowering there, and I can see rotation going on, but I can't see anything on the ground. It's like I said, it's poor visibility at the moment. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, it's really tough to see in your shot, but Val can see a lot better than what we're seeing with the camera there, and him and Amy are looking very, very hard within that area, and they're seeing what looks to be a lowering and also just some very, very strong winds. And of course, if this thing is on the ground, it would be further to the east of Val, but we're not seeing indication that a tornado is on the ground. This is going to come very close to Morewood, coming closer and closer now, and big time hail on Highway 34 between Morewood basically and Highway 47. If you live Highway 34 north of Morewood up to Highway 47, that could easily be golf ball to tennis ball size hail crossing over, a damaging hailstorm there, and that may go just south of Ray, but it's going to be very close heading off to the east. So that's the hail. The wind within this storm has been tremendous, 60, 70, possibly some 80-mile-an-hour winds feeding in around it. The circulation is still pretty broad. You're seeing the reds there, which are winds going away from the radar, and the green is coming toward. The whole thing is spinning, and every now and again it tries to localize, and that's when we had that brief tornado just a little bit ago, just to the east of Roll. So not seeing it on the ground, but the tornado warning, it does continue. Now, further to the north, Tom is coming along the highway there, Highway 47. Let's look at Tom's shot. I know he's trying to get out just a little bit further to the east. Let's go to Tom, though, even though we can't see it in his shot. Tom, you're looking down to your south. I know it's just a wall of water at the moment, but give us an update of what you're seeing.
Yeah, in my area, I've seen a lot of hail. It's been a lot of golf balls, a lot of quarter-size hail, and we've also had like 70, maybe a little bit higher than that wind feeding into that circulation, and that was probably about 15 minutes ago. I'm kind of breaking out of it right now. I'm trying to get ahead of it. That way I can drop south and kind of get you a better shot, because this storm, the circulation has been rain-wrapped almost the entire time. So you really kind of have to be in it. I did see some really, really strong motion in it when it was producing that tornado. So we're going to get back ahead of it and get you a better shot. Back to you.
Okay, great update there. Lots of golf ball size hail. Golf ball size hail in a 70-mile-an-hour wind, that could do significant damage to your home, to your vehicle. That could blow out your west windows. So we know we have the tornado threat kind of on the southern side of the storm, but the northern side of the storm also very threatening right now. We'll take you back to Links 1 and turn on reflectivity and show you this storm and the tornado warning Justin was just saying being extended, rightfully so, over into, this is Custer County now, and we'll stay, if we kind of push it a little bit further, radar back a little bit further, zoom out some. This is going to stay possibly just north of Clinton. It looks like the circulation move more of an easterly track will bring it possibly north of Clinton. So we're watching very closely for folks along I-40, but the tornado warning does include Butler, areas north of Butler in northern Custer County, and that's going to go possibly to the Foss Reservoir. So we've been talking about these storms. The severe thunderstorm watch, of course, has been out, but if you know anyone on the lake, around the lake, camping at the lake, it's a Sunday, let them know. This storm has winds 75, possibly 80 miles per hour. We know at least golf ball size hail, a lot of hail, and could have a tornado with it. We're not seeing the tornado on the ground at the moment, but the circulation is tight enough that one could develop at any time. So now for folks in Custer County, especially the northern and the western sides, please go to your safe spot. Go to their storm shelter if you have it. Now's the time. Also, the lowest level of your home, if you don't have a shelter, that's fine. This would likely be a brief tornado if it develops, or a weaker tornado. We'll see. We haven't seen indications of anything strong yet, but a tornado that could do damage. We know we had a brief tornado earlier that did do damage. So you want to get away from the windows, away from those outside walls, a center part of your home, if that's a closet or a bathroom, get on the lowest level and just hunker down and let this thing just pass on by. And it will. It's moving 35 to 40 miles per hour. It may have slowed even more, Cassie. What do you think?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's been slowing a little bit more. I do have a new track on Links 2 when you want to go to that.
Go for it, Cass.
So we can definitely show the track on this, and then I'm going to point out something else, some good news. But doing that track on that tornado warning that we still have, that is, again, just going to be just west and southwest of Morewood. I still have it moving east to southeast at about 35 miles an hour, keeping Clinton out of it for now. If anything were to change, if it starts to move a little bit farther south, then we will eventually put Clinton back in that warning. But for now, we're going to go with Butler at 656. 6:36. We're at 6:39 right now, so we still have a little bit more time. But Weatherford, we're talking about 7:43, 7:44, so somewhere around there. Weatherford High School at 7:45. Eventually, Fay 7:46 and Hydro at 7:55. And let's go back to Lynx 1, and I just wanted to point out something to you, Lacey.
Sure.
We were talking about that thunderstorm that Jeremy was on, that severe storm in southwest Oklahoma, right around Granite. This storm actually continues to weaken as it moves to the north and east, and we've been watching that storm because this is one of the storms that could actually make it to the metro here eventually, and this could pulse back up. That is still very much a possibility, but for now, the severe thunderstorm warning on Jeremy's storm has been dropped, but it still has some very heavy rainfall. There's quite a bit of lightning with this, and as far as hail is concerned, right now we're still seeing potentially up to quarter-size hail with that storm.
Okay, that's great news. This storm has pulsed up and down a couple of times. Jeremy's going to stay right there with it. If the storm starts to strengthen, of course, we will let you know. But some nickel-dime size hail, winds to 55 miles per hour up towards Sentinel, Cordell, Rocky. It's not gone away. It is still there, still heavy rain, lightning with it. So Jeremy, he will stick with it still. Let's zoom out, Cassie, and let's kind of do the broad view here of what's going on. We've got another storm going up south of the Red River, too. Did you see that further south?
Yeah,
we'll see. We still got to watch this area down south. We are new cell going up south of Childress, and then thunderstorms have taken off further up the line. We've got the tornado warning for western portions of Custer County and the severe storm from Camargo to Vici. Let's go to this hail core and take a look up towards Mutual and eventually up towards Bouse Junction. She's kind of changing radars. Marty Logan is right there watching. So for folks that are south of Woodward, you could have some nickel and dime size hail, and mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds would be a concern from Sharon to Mutual to Camargo, eventually over towards Chester and Sealing, Bouse Junction, back up towards Orienta. And then let's go further north, because also watching northwestern Oklahoma for these thunderstorms that are in Kansas. Right now, they're still moving to the east-northeast, so they're still kind of hauling away from Oklahoma, but all indications are due to a larger complex in central Kansas and the way the jet stream winds will change, this complex and the jet stream winds will push those storms down into northwestern Oklahoma, and those storms will likely be severe with a significant wind threat. 80-mile-an-hour winds will be possible later this evening, along with some quarter and golf ball size hail. So we're watching that, and please know for folks in northwestern Oklahoma, it will probably be a long evening due to those storms once they eventually start to build further down to the south. Right now, the strongest storm is the tornado warning. It's the storm that we know produced a brief tornado just east of Roll. We did have some damage there. Val and Amy came across that, and the hail core with the storm. What does the hail track look like, Cassie? Because we know this thing as it came across Durham, it had hail maybe up to the size of baseballs. We know we've had a lot of golf ball size hail, and it was moving kind of to the east-southeast, and it started to go more of an easterly trek coming right over Morewood. Now if we turn back on reflectivity and take a look at the hail core south of Leedy, Morewood just getting hammered with hail, very large hail. Tom had golf balls on the outside fringes of this core, so we think tennis ball, maybe some baseball size hail with winds 75 to 80. That could be a very damaging hailstorm coming over Morewood, and that will try possibly to go to Butler, but basically the northern portions of Custer County over to Custer City is where that's headed. Now let's look at velocity. Let's look at the chance for a tornado here, and we're still seeing broad circulation. I haven't seen anything too awfully localized, which is good, because if it's broad, there may not be a tornado on the ground, but it would be rain-wrapped if it is. It would be a rain-wrapped tornado, and the circulation now is just south of Morewood on Highway 34. Let's just zoom in a little bit closer. What's this? Just right over Morewood. Watching this area, yeah, there's area of circulation just south of Morewood and then just north of Hammond, and it's all kind of broad. It's all a very broad area. What does shear rate look like? Kind of high up here. Yeah, showing the same. Everything's a little stretched out, crossing over the county line and coming into Custer County. And there's Val. He's on Highway 33. He's now south of the circulation. Let's go back to velocity and take a closer look. If anything, is it still going kind of southerly? Let's see. Yeah, it is a little bit. So south of Morewood is where the circulation is going, and a little bit more of a southerly track down towards Butler. Folks in Butler, I know the sirens are sounding. They should be, but you should also be getting those alerts and be in your safe spot for the threat for a tornado. Not seeing the indication that this is on the ground, but the tornado warning is there to let you know this has had a history of producing at least one brief tornado that Val had live, and as that heads down to the south, could easily produce another one. So the Foss Reservoir, that's an area we're watching. Justin, do you have an update?
I was just saying, Val's on the south end of the wrap there, and he's had a couple gustnadoes in his shot with 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. So a lot of wind, but right now, not a tight circulation, does not see a funnel. Okay, let's go to Val. Val, tell us about the gustnadoes. Explain what you were seeing.
All right, so we had one of those very, very tight wraps again. RFD was wrapping in at 75 plus, and I'm not even, that's no exaggeration. It could have been more than that, but there's a gustnado right there in the shot. As soon as we bust out of these trees, you'll be able to see it. I think it's still there. We were getting tree branches just coming off all over the place. Right there, you see that dust being picked up? That's kind of what's left of the gustnado in that area right there. It's hard to see if there's rotation in that gustnado, but just to the north of that, that RFD, which is 75 plus, wraps straight into the mezzo, which is straight north of that. So this is, I tell you what, this is a wrapped-up storm. This is an extremely strong storm. It would not surprise me if this thing drops another tornado at any time. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Val. And what he's talking about, you can see the red Oklahoma dirt being pulled up into that storm. And when he talks about the wrap, that's the strong winds coming around the mesocyclone being pulled back up into it. Sometimes that can weaken a storm if it wraps all the way up, but usually what that means is it'll cycle and it could be stronger on the other side of that cycle. So he's going to stick with it. He's watching it. When it did that earlier, did produce at least a brief tornado, and he's had a couple of gustnadoes. So that's not a true tornado, but that's wind 75 miles per hour. That can still do a lot of damage to outbuildings, still can do damage to your roof. It can knock down some tree limbs, and with golf ball size hail, that's still a very damaging storm. And Justin was pointing out the circulation's going just south of Morewood, crossing Highway 34. So we saw it tighter earlier. Right now, it doesn't look all that impressive as far as a tornado imminent, but that could change in the next minute. It really could. So Tom's on the north side, and he's going to be dropping south once he gets a little bit further off to the east. And Val is coming into Hammond right now, and the circulation is going to be to the north of Val, to the north and kind of to the east of Val. What does shear rate look like now, Cassie, as this is crossing over? Okay. Still stretched out. I mean, it's still a big, very wide circulation, which means the wind with this storm is just very, very strong. What does velocity look like as far as some of these numbers? Is this out of Frederick?
I'm still using Frederick.
Okay. What are some of these values? Some of those hotter colors there, because look at the circulation. I mean, it's literally, the winds are out of two different directions on either side of Highway 34. So 65, 70, could have gusts to 80 miles per hour within this, and this will knock out your power. If it moves right over your area, we'll likely see those numbers start to go up with power outages, and again, could do damage just with the wind alone without a tight circulation. All right, and then the hail. The hail with this storm has just been huge. This is this kind of maroon color that you see, crimson on either side of Morewood. That is tennis ball size hail that radar is indicating, and we haven't had reports of tennis balls with this storm, but that is very possible. So 80-mile-an-hour wind and tennis balls, that would be a devastating storm moving over Morewood. So we hope you're away from windows in Morewood. We hope you're in your safe spot at Butler. You're next down the line. You may not get the hail core moving right over Butler, but it's going to be close. And then eventually, if this keeps going, down to Custer City, but it may start to make that jog to the north. So Putnam, watch this very closely. Tom is about to come into Putnam as we speak, and that is where the tornado warning is going to continue and not showing any signs of this thing weakening. What does the VEAL look like on it? Because I know it strengthened rapidly. Yeah,
it's still maxed out.
Okay, so basically when you see this, this is our storm strength. The storms for today, they've been kind of in the greens, the yellows, the reds. This particular storm has completely pegged the meter for wind, for hail, and just with the overall strength of this storm. That is a very, very strong storm that you do not want to mess around with. You can't be just out running around. If you know folks that aren't plugged in or paying attention down the line further to the east, please contact them and let them know this could be a deadly storm if folks are just completely caught off guard as it moves by. As far as the tornado threat, tornado not confirmed on the ground with this storm, but it's the wind and the hail for sure that is even more broad and widespread than what a brief tornado would or could be. It looks like it may be becoming localized just north of Val. Let's zoom back in. Now, this will be north of Hammond. Looks like it may be a little bit tighter now, just a couple miles to the north of Val. Right before Highway 34 kind of makes the jog back to the east. What does shear rate look like in that location? We'll see. It is strong. Yeah, shear rate is starting to max out. So Val is just about to make the turn. We'll check back in with him here in just a second. Let's go back to links 2. Cassie still has the storm track on this tornado warning. So I'm going to step out of the way and kind of show you. There's El Reno and the western sides of the Oklahoma City metro. All indications are this is going to continue to move to the east and then lift to the north. So we'll see, but we're watching it. And storm trackers, of course, are right there on it. There's the latest time. Arapahoe at 6:26. This will be coming into basically the Clinton area. If it makes it that far south, that would be by 7:30. It may not make it down to I-40, but that's the time if it makes it, that it will be there. The Lucky Star Casino in Clinton by 7:32. Again, if it makes it that far south, and then further down the line to SWOSU by about 7:53. Now Thomas, 7:46. This will most likely be coming to town, Thomas, so you've got time. You've got about 30 minutes now before it comes into town because it's making much more of an easterly trek, Custer City, by about 7:30. And the tornado warning, it does continue. Val is coming through Hammond. I'm looking at his shot right now. He's passing through Hammond, looking at this storm, and eventually he's going to be able to come on the other side of town and get a better shot of it. Let's go back to links 1, and I'll show you shear rate that's now crossed Highway 34. Told you the circulation was just becoming a little bit tighter. This is going to be north of Highway 33 and just crossed Highway 34. So Val, you're making the turn now. You're in Hammond. Give us an update. I know you're getting that better view. You'll probably see it better than what we can see in the camera. Go ahead and give us an update.
Yeah, so the mezzo looks to me like it is either straight north of Hammond or maybe northeast of Hammond. It almost looks like to me it's not quite as well organized as it was a little bit earlier. Maybe it's kind of elongated a little bit from east to west. All the dust, we had a wall of dust. I don't know if you saw that shot or not, but that RFD gusting over 80 just picked up. I mean, it looked like a wildfire of dust out there everywhere, and it was being pulled right into the mezzo. So right now, we could see just to our northeast, if you could see turn the camera right there. I know looking through the cracks, but right there above that white van, that area right there, there's a little bit of rotation going on in that. I'm thinking that the main mezzo is going to be right in there and maybe just a little bit to the north of that. So there's all kinds of chaotic motion going on, but it's not quite as organized as it was earlier. Lacey?
That's good news. That's great news from Val and Amy's perspective of what they're seeing. Not as organized, does look to be much more stretched out than compact like it was a little bit ago. And a stretched out storm will still have damaging winds and large hail, the blowing dust. Look at it going with the red dirt out in western Oklahoma. You can see it, and you can see the kind of the edge of this storm being pulled in off towards the east, and then eventually kind of being pulled back on the north side. So this thing definitely has a circulation with it, and the hail core is just gigantic at this point. Let's go back to links 1 and look at the hail core, maxing out the color table there for the intensity of this storm. And if we get a second, Cassie, we can look at the 3D version of this and kind of tilt it to see that hail core, because that is impressive and also horrible to see if you're going to be down in the path of this storm with anywhere from tennis ball, there may be some baseball size hail within that. We'll be looking for reports out of Morewood because we know this came very near the town of Morewood, if not right through town as far as the hail goes, and the circulation is south of town. We're starting to see a little bit more of an inflow notch being pulled up. That's where the air is kind of feeding up into the storm, and it could become a little bit more organized. You can see kind of that half moon shape over Custer County. That's in the hail core. That's the circulation. The storm is actually spinning
Lacey,
right
I'm
there.
looking at that storm in 3D on links 2.
Okay, we can go to links 2 and just kind of show you how high up this storm is going. So it's just a massive storm when you look at all the real estate that it's taking up. So easily going up to 40,000 feet. And then if we take off kind of some of the yellows and the reds and get down to the hail core on it, the hail is lofted. What is that, 40,000 feet up? Yeah, up into the storm. So we'll kind of zoom around here. There's Hammond, there's Butler, there's Morewood, and this is just a gigantic storm that is now pushing off towards Putnam, over towards Webb, and that's the updraft on it coming up and folding over with that very, very large hail. So this is a storm to not take lightly. The tornado warning continues with the storm because of the area of circulation. And you can see where Val is. You saw Val's shot, that he's looking right up into that area of circulation that's going up and coming around Morewood now. So the air is feeding into it and then spinning around, coming back on this, kind of giving him a northwest wind, most likely. And he's going to continue blasting off towards the east. So that's what it looks like in 3D. If we go back to links 1, you can see what it looks like. Zoom out just a little bit to show the folks in western Oklahoma just the sheer size of this one storm from Morewood, basically now getting the precip in Thomas and Custer City, and it does look like the most threatening part of the storm is going to try to go north of Clinton, making its trek off to the east at about 35. So let's go back into it now. The storm that Jeremy's on now near Rocky, not severe, but he's watching it. That's lifting up to the north, going to try to make its way up towards the western sides of the metro. If it doesn't completely fall apart, but it's not tornadic, it hasn't been tornadic. Doesn't mean things can't change with it, but that's the trend right now, from Sentinel to Rocky and most likely up towards Cordell and Dill City. May have some nickel-size hail and winds 45 to 50 miles per hour, lifting up towards Highway 52. So I'm looking at Jeremy's shot. Jeremy's underneath that storm right now, and if he has anything too threatening or anything changes with it, we'll let you know. But we are watching that one very closely. Let's zoom out and kind of take a look further to the south, and we'll hop back to the north. You can see the shower. Okay, that storm weakened near Childress, so that's still struggling as it makes its way back up into southwestern Oklahoma. We'll see. We're at almost 7 p.m. as we head into the evening hours. The low-level jet, the winds above our head at a few thousand feet start to crank up a little stronger, and that can increase the tornado risk. So that's why our trackers are out. Let's go further to the north now. There's the storm from Morewood, hail just south of Leedy, actually back to the west of Leedy, about to come to town. And the storms further north, they don't look severe. No longer severe, right?
Yeah, they've continued to weaken.
Okay, from Mutual over towards Sealing, you may get some quarter-size hail within that, but it looks like the hail cores have come down with those storms. So the strongest storm, by all indication, oh wow, the hail core just bopped up. Is that softball?
Well, I'm out of Vance. I was trying to show the hail up to the north storm, but I'm going to go back to Frederick and then look back at that storm. I mean, it's still, yes, it's also showing baseball-size hail now.
Okay, so this, the hail core we showed you, and all indication by looking at that 3D level, when you get the hail core up to 35 to 40 to 50,000 feet, that updraft, the winds going straight from the ground up, are so very strong. They can hold up hail the size of baseballs, and that is possible with the storm that's over Morewood now, coming into Custer County. And Val is right there. If you're just joining us, this storm did produce a brief tornado east of Roll. Val had it live on the air. It was weak, but it did do damage to a home and an outbuilding there, some significant damage, especially to the outbuilding. And Val didn't have time to stick around, but he had to get out of there and get back on this storm. Tom is now to the east of it, looking back to his west. And Val, you're looking right out your window to the north. Let's go back out to Val. Val, we're looking for circulation. What are you seeing as you look out your north window there?
Okay, so I know we're looking north. You can probably see me, but so I think I see just to my northwest. There's some rotation there and a lowering, but I really think that that's the weakening or occluding meso. To my northeast, there's a developing lowering. Maybe Amy could pan it over to that. Let me just pull off the road here for a second so you can see what we're looking at. I think that that's the new. Right over there. I think that that's the new lowering, the new meso forming. It's going to be straight northeast of us. The old one is weakening, although it's still rotating. But this new one looks like it's getting stronger. Okay, give me a second here. I'm going to pull off, and she's going to give you a straight-on shot of it. Okay, here we go. pulling off on a turn-off spot. So right there in our shot, that's what Justin was telling me about just a second ago, where the new mezzo looks like it's forming, and I think he's right. I think that's it right there. I think the gust front pulls into that. Everything wraps into it right there, and I can see movement going on in rotation. Nothing is on the ground at the moment, but the RFD dust that's blowing in from the west is starting to increase again. We've seen that whenever this thing gets going and really gets spinning, that's what happens. And that's starting to happen now. So it almost, to me, looks like maybe the storm has kind of turned and moving straight east now. We'll keep watching it to see what happens. Back to you.
Okay, great update. So that's Val's shot looking straight to the north. You can see the dust being pulled up into the storm, and it is spinning back around. And he's talking about the RFD. It's the rear flank downdraft. It's an area on the back side or the west side of the storm that gets pulled in. Those northwest winds get pulled up into the storm. Now that's what it looks like. Let me show you on radar on Lynx 1 what it looks like. That's what Val is looking at. Do you see the kink there and the hook that is developed on the backside over Morewood? The hook looks a little more pronounced now. Val, I know you're listening, and you can see that where you've got a little bit of the greens and the weakness there, that is winds being pulled up into the storm, which tries to strengthen it, and it is just a monster of a supercell. The hook is becoming more pronounced. So what Val was seeing, it looked like it may be weakening in his shot. We'll see what it looks like here in just the next few minutes, because radar indicating the circulation may be tightening up just a little bit. It looks like it's going to go north of Butler, doesn't it, Cass? Let's zoom in just a little bit. So here's Putnam, here's Highway 183, Custer City, I-40, down to the south. This is going north of I-40, and right now going north of Highway 33. Val was looking out his window, out his left window, north at that supercell, at the area of spin right here, which is now east of Morewood, north of Butler. Yeah, let's look at this radar presentation. Let's do it on shear rate and see if it shows the circulation, which is going to be just north of Val, which is not far from Foss Reservoir and Butler. Going to go north of Butler. What is max draw? There you go. You can see that as well. So Morewood, I hope you didn't just get completely hammered with hail, but it sure looked like you did. We're looking for reports from Morewood for sure. Radar was indicating baseball-size hail with that storm, and the hail core still strengthened for sure. Let's go back to velocity.
And Lacey, just whenever you get a chance, obviously, so we still have that severe storm, and we also have that one tornado warning.
Right.
And that tornado warning continues, but I went ahead and did a track on Lynx 2
for the
hail, because at this point, that's the more immediate threat.
It absolutely is, yes, up to baseball-size hail. Great track there. You can see for folks down the line that the hail core holds together and keeps going to the east. Thomas, eventually at 729. There may be baseballs within that, which would just completely go ahead.
I was just saying, speaking of baseballs, we had a baseball-sized hail report on 34 about 5 minutes ago near the Morewood area.
Okay, so we know we had some baseballs. That's awful, awful for folks in Morewood, in the area. The hail core went right over town. The north side of town probably had more damage than the south side, but that's Highway 34 that runs from Hammond to Morewood. That's what Justin was talking about, that baseball-size hail report. And there's the core, and that's going to be coming basically north of Tom, crossing Highway 183 up to Putnam. Putnam coming into town, if it holds together, in just the next probably 20 minutes, and then down the line, Thomas at 729, Fay at 738, Watonga 804, and Greenfield coming up at about 804 as well, at 806 to be precise. Now, this can still start to lift to the north, so pay attention in Oakwood. Right now it's not, but it should eventually get more of a northerly shove. So Oakwood, Hitchcock, Hennessy, Dover, also pay attention. And Cassie's brought the track all the way over to Kingfisher, just in case, folks in Kingfisher, if that comes in, that's about 8:51. Again, this monster storm has produced baseball-size hail and at least one brief tornado earlier today, and it is still churning on. Tom is further to the east now. Tom's getting back up to the north. Don't get in the hail, Tom. You don't want those baseballs, but let's go out to Tom. Tom, I know this storm is back to the west. Can you get a visual? I know in your camera you can't, but can you see kind of that southwestern side of the storm? Give us an update.
Yeah, that southwestern part is kind of shrouded in rain, but it has peaked out at times, and I can't see a pronounced lowering. It is a stack of plates. It's a monster storm. Very, very strong HP. But yeah, that lowering is actually getting more pronounced. I'm going to pull over and get you a shot here in a second, but Yeah, it is well structured, this storm. Back to you.
Great. Tom is getting better into position. He's almost there. We'll go back to Tom in just a minute. Let's go back to links. Let me show you how much the storm has evolved in just the last couple of minutes. This is the hook right here coming in and around now east of Morewood, getting inflow now from Foss Reservoir. The winds are probably howling out of the south, pulling up into the storm. The hail core is now east of Morewood, south of Ray, south of the highway, and that could have baseballs in it, and it is a massive hailstorm. It's not one of those that just moves in and moves out. It's not moving all that quickly, which means damaging hail. There's probably a lot of it with this storm that'll go possibly up to Putnam. We'll see. It's going to be close, Putnam, and then we've got to watch the inflow and watch the area of circulation. There's a new storm that's going up now with more hail to the southwest of Leedy. That storm is severe. We'll see if that storm interacts with this one. Sometimes you can get kind of cell mergers that'll disrupt things or strengthen things. That momentum kind of changes and things can ramp up quickly. So we're watching that. It looks like the hail core might have come down in the last scan. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to weaken completely and continue to do that, but we want that to go away. Baseball size hail is, I mean, that can be catastrophic for folks if this moves over your house. We're not seeing that now, so maybe it weakens some. We can still kind of have hail that big lofted for quite some time, and it looks a little more disorganized. Storm strength continues to come down slightly. That's a good thing. We're on a good trend here for folks in Custer County for sure. And that's what Val was saying as he was looking to the north. He was looking right up into the inflow of that storm, or the circulation of the storm. Val was looking right there and seeing possibly a weakening trend. So that's good. So this storm, the tornado warning continues with it. We're not seeing anything on the ground. Val's looking up into it. North of Butler would be the circulation. Right there in the northern portion of Custer County. And let's go with kind of a broad view here, Cassie, and see. That's our strongest storm by far. We got some showers ongoing near Ringling, back up to Enid with the anvil of these storms, and then some thunderstorms from Visay, basically now to the east of Woodward, and a big complex of storms that is further to the north in Kansas. So that's why the severe thunderstorm watch is out for northwestern Oklahoma. It's for the storms that are to the north that are going to come crashing to the south later this evening. So far, that has not happened, so that is not an issue. Yet you're still in the clear, and this may end up moving and not affecting Harper County. We'll see how that plays out when this starts to back build down to the south. And then the severe storm that Jeremy's on had weakened a lot, and now it's pulsing back up. That storm developed basically over Hollis. It's now over Sentinel, and we'll move off Sentinel now. It's headed up towards Cordell. That storm is severe, and Jeremy, you're looking right at it. You're in Rocky. Let's get an update from Jeremy with this storm as it lifts to the north. We'll see. This thing may come up and merge eventually with that big complex further north. Jeremy, you're in Rocky. Give us an update.
Yeah, so far now, I've been watching the Ville core kind of creep up. It's getting a little bit of hell core. I'm going to wait probably in Rocky to see just how large any of the hell is, but it's like it'll go up, it pulses up, the hell falls out, then it's kind of almost done. But I'm going to keep following this, Lacey. Back to you.
Okay, great update there. Jeremy's letting what he's talking about is the core of the storm where the hail is. It's going to move right over him so he can sample the hail and let you know how big it is. I'll tell you the strongest hail is probably, well, just north of Jeremy, but radar indications are at least quarters, if not golf ball size hail within portions of the storm, not the entire thing producing golf balls, but you can see it kind of passing by. And now on the western side, Jeremy is seeing sunshine. So we can go back to links. You got that track, Cassie?
Yes.
Okay, on links 2, Cassie's got the track on Jeremy's storm, which is now coming into Ouachita County, up towards Rocky, and she's kind of manipulating the path here because it's changing. It's moving kind of to the northeast, and it may start to make more of a northerly trek. So Cordell coming into town at 7:10. Colony, this will be coming in at 7:28. Hinton and Hydro coming in about 7:45 to 7:50, and Geary a little bit later at close to 8 p.m. So we're watching this one. It does look like it's going to go to the west of Oklahoma City.
And that one's moving very quickly. I've got it moving at 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, that one's hauling. That storm is hauling. So Jeremy is sticking with it, but he's having to move at a pretty good clip to do so. And that storm, not tornadic, hail maybe up to the size of golf balls and 65-mile-an-hour winds. The threat with that one. The strongest storm is still the one that Val is on, the one that Tom Pastrano is on. Further to the north, it's north of Clinton. It looks like it's still going to go well north of Clinton and I-40, doesn't it, Cassie? We'll go to links 1. If we can.
Yes, it still looks like it's kind of going more east, and it should be staying north of Clinton for now.
Okay, for now. The hail core is going to go north of Clinton, no matter what. And we'll see if this thing pivots. The storm over Leedy that we were talking about, severe, and it is. They're merging. We talked about this just a minute ago. Those storms can go up and they can merge, and sometimes that gives everything. It kind of disrupts that spin, that circulation. Everything kind of falls apart. Sometimes it falls apart briefly and then re-intensifies as one larger storm. So we'll see. We don't know how that's going to go, but all indications right now, the storm is on a downward trend. You can see the whites and the blacks really starting to kind of diminish and kind of wash out, which is good. I bet if we look at velocity here, we're seeing a little bit more of that same trend. Everything's kind of stretched out. Val is right near the circulation. Val is in Butler, and he's looking to the north. And yeah, he's sampling some of that wind. We'll check in with Val here in just a second. The winds are easily, though, 70 miles per hour north of Butler, coming into Butler and making their trek off towards Custer City. And then Tom has kind of the shot here. Check this out on the western side of that supercell, and you can see the layers of the storm, and that's Tom's shot, Custer City, right there on the bottom of your screen. And not seeing anything on the ground as far as the tornado goes.
And Val just mentioned they do have the siren sounding in Butler.
Okay, Butler, yes. We've been talking about Butler under that tornado warning, and the circulation looks like it's just north of town. Let's go out to Val. Val, I know you're looking to the north. You're looking right into the heart of that storm. You can see the shot there. That was Tom's shot, and this is Val coming right through town now in Butler. What are you seeing, Val, just to your north? Can you hear me, Val?
Yeah, straight north of us, Lacey, there's a lowering. I'm gonna turn north right now. If you can hear me talking, look at our shot right now. We just turned north, and this is going to be maybe 3, maybe 4 miles straight north. And that's going to be where the mezzo is, right up in that area, and even just a little bit west of there also. It all wraps in right there. We're going to get out of town here. The sirens are going off in Butler, by the way, the tornado sirens. So now we are going north, straight north, out of Butler. We're going to try to go up here and take a look at is there any rotation or not any rotation to see what's going on. So anyway, that's looking north, and now it's probably 2, maybe 3 miles straight north of us. Back to you.
Okay, Val is right there looking right at the storm, and it looks very disorganized at the moment, but that can change. Val's going to get up and sample some of the wind and see what that's doing, but nothing too organized. Got a little scud mixing down in a few areas, but nothing that's even circulating very tight at the moment. And as he gets closer, he'll be able to tell if any of these areas have some spin to them. Right now, does not look that way, but definitely a lot of wind. When he gets further into this, the wind will be howling, 70, possibly 80 miles per hour. And let's go back to Lynx 1. And is this Frederick, Cassie?
This is still Frederick.
Still Frederick. What does Vance look like? We're just talking about switching radars and kind of try to get a better idea if we've got all one direction or if it's their circulation. Because I don't see anything tight as far as circulation. I see a lot of wind going one direction for sure.
So I'm just going to measure it right now.
Sure,
so this is about 8,000 feet.
Okay.
And Frederick would be 7,200.
Okay, so pretty similar as far as where the radar beams are hitting. And everything right now looks to be kind of in one direction, which is good. One direction doesn't mean a tornado. And let's go back to, let's look at shear rate and see, kind of confirming what we were seeing in Val's shot. And Val's still looking right at it. Jeremy also looking at his shot of his storm, maybe a little more organized now. The circulation, if it's there, is going to be north of Butler. How many miles is that? Let's see. We'll kind of zoom in and get a little bit closer. So about 4 miles. So just a couple miles, like Val said, north of Butler. That's where the circulation is. It's a broad circulation. It's not awfully tight, but the tornado warning does continue. We know there's sound of the sirens in Butler. This is north of town, and it's going to be right there. It's going to be right where everything is feeding up from the south and pulling back in, and the storm still is alive. It's still pulling in the air that it needs to stay alive as it makes its way to the east. It is moving so very slow. Is that a 15-minute lapse?
This is 15 minutes, yes.
So in 15 minutes, that storm is crawling. That is so much torrential rain, blinding rain, and big-time hail. And that's what storms typically do. They grow so very tall, and they do what we call anchor. It's just like you're in a boat and you throw your anchor out, and they just don't move very quickly. Sometimes that means they're really strengthening rapidly. Sometimes they do that and they're a little disorganized. This one is a little disorganized at the moment, but it may be in kind of a phase where it's cycling. So we'll see what happens on the other side of it. But I don't see, Val doesn't see anything on the ground. Val's looking very clearly underneath. This is Val's shot right here on the top. He's looking underneath it from what he can see. Nothing is on the ground with it. But it has so much wind and hail. The hail core is spiking back up now. Folks in Putnam, this may go just south of town, but if you live on the highway basically between Arapahoe and Putnam, easily could have golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail. We're not seeing hail detector have that anymore. It's weakened. It's definitely weakened a little bit. But we're looking for circulation. We're looking for anything that would indicate a tornado. Check out the shot. Tom is showing you kind of the structure of the shot. He's kind of a little bit further away from the storm. Let's go to Tom Pastrano now. Tom, you've been watching the storm since it moved in from Texas, tracking it mile by mile. You can see underneath it. Give us an update.
So right now, the storm, as far as the severe storm goes, it's very organized. It's a big storm to reckon with, but I don't see any circulation like everybody's been saying. There's nothing tight. It's all going from one direction to another. I don't see anything tightening up, and at times, it's coming out of the rain, so you get a pretty good shot at it. But yeah, I don't see anything right now that says tornado at the moment. Back to you.
Tom's shot is so impressive. What you can see right here is the big tilt. That's the updraft of the storm going up and circulating around. You can see the layers of what we call the striations where it's spinning, and you can see the back side of it, and he can literally see underneath it. And a lot of times this is classified as a big bell, and if you have a ringer in the middle of the bell, that would be a tornado. We're not seeing that. Tom would let us know for sure if he sees that. Val, of course, right there as well would let us know. But that's a very scary looking storm, an ominous looking storm as it's approaching you. And it's coming right at Tom from the west. He's east of the storm on the highway and it's coming right at him. But he's got just an awesome view of it for sure. The wind within this storm, again, possibly to 80 miles per hour. It had tennis balls with it earlier. We're not seeing tennis balls and we're not seeing the circulation as tight. Let's go back to the radar view. We're going to keep Tom's shot up. You can see that. Just a very impressive storm that is moving, maybe 15 miles an hour?
Yeah, the storm's moving at about 15 now.
Okay, 15 miles per hour, just crawling. So you're going to get some flooding also in this area when you start to get that much rain. And it's going to eventually come just south of Putnam. And then we're looking for circulation. The whole storm is spinning for sure, but nothing localized that says this is producing a tornado. What does hail detector have now? Or hail product, because it looks like the core is still holding its own. Yeah, golf ball, right?
Yeah, still looking at golf balls right now.
Okay. And let's go back to Val. Val's gotten right up underneath the storm now. Val's moved further north of Butler, and we were showing you the location on radar right there. Let's go to Val and take his shot full. Val, you're right underneath it. We were showing you from Tom's shot further to the east what it looked like, but you're under it. Do you see anything spinning right now?
We do notice a little bit of rotation, but it's not going to be organized rotation is what's going on. So I'm gonna turn the vehicle here. We're gonna look. That's looking south. We're kind of right under this area, and there is circulation, but it's not super organized at the moment. So if she can point it right over there, that's going to be the very front of what we're looking at here. That's pointed to the northeast. The mezzo ought to be right over top, maybe just a little north and northeast of us as it looks right now. So all in all, Lacey, what it looks like to me is that it's become a little less organized. I mean, these things change so fast. But right now it's become a little less organized. And part of the reason might be that we have, it looks like to me it's almost been undercut with north winds. Where we're at right now, the meso's north of us, but we have north winds. So that's outflow, and that tends to undercut mesos and weaken them a little bit. So right now, it's kind of got an outflow problem. Back to you.
Okay, great. We love when we're talking about supercells and we talk about an outflow problem, because a north wind coming in and undercutting a storm, it cools it, it stabilizes things, it stops that updraft from just growing so rapidly and really can limit the circulation. Just because a storm goes outflow dominant doesn't mean it stays that way. That can change. It can kind of reorganize, it can occlude, and that circulation can find another area where it can get that warm, humid air feeding into it. And it sure is trying. Let's go back to Tom shot now. I want to show you what Tom has zoomed in on. Tom, the inflow on this storm, it looks like it's on the ground. To an untrained person in your shot, that looks like a tornado on the ground. Not at all what we're seeing, but look at the motion there feeding up into this storm as it's feeding up into the updraft. Go ahead, Tom, give us an update.
Yeah, that's right. So this is on the northeast side of the storm. It's getting some significant inflow. And yeah, to the untrained eye, that definitely looks like a tornado. The motion, everything looks crazy about it, but that's not a tornado. That's all inflow. But the main part of the storm that would produce anything significant would be on the southwest side. And yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. And that whole storm, it's just absolutely incredible. The whole thing is just rotating there. And I am starting to see some hail at my location. So it's not big. It's about dime size. I'm sure that's going to get bigger here in a little bit. Back to you.
Yeah, the hail core, with all luck at all, Tom, is going to go north of you. We'll see. But Tom is getting some nickel-size hail at his location from the anvil of the storm. But this feature right here where this is pulling up in, this is the inflow coming up into the storm, and you can see the motion. It's doing everything it can to get air, to keep it alive. Meanwhile, where Val was getting outflow. He was kind of getting that cooler air coming in on the north side. But that's what these storms will do. They will cycle. They will go nuts, and there are storm chasers right now that our trackers are seeing from all over the country in Oklahoma right now. And you may see this feature and say, oh, tornado. That is not a tornado. It's not even close to a tornado. It's not even circulating, but it is just violent winds coming in right off the ground. There's probably a ton of blowing dust just to the west of Tom. He's looking off to the west, and the storm being pulled up right now up into it, trying to keep it alive. Let's go back now. Flash flood advisory in effect with the same system. We're going to keep that shot up. It is so impressive from Tom looking back at the storm. The hail core has pulsed back up.
It's definitely come up, and we're noticing up
Okay.
baseball's on.
Baseball size hail is what hail detector is showing. So we told you it goes through weakening phase and it kind of cycles, and that's what this storm is doing, moving at just a snail's pace. At like 15 miles per hour maximum. It's just really dropped anchor and is just spinning and trying to do everything it can to stay alive. And it's doing a pretty good job of it right now. The hail in northern Custer County. Let's zoom in and show some of these county roads, Cassie, because this is going to be Highway 47. And the hail core, basically from Highway 47 down to East 880 Road. If you live north of East 880 and all the way back up to Highway 47, this is damaging hail through this area up to the size of baseballs. Not every hailstone will be baseball size, but lots of quarters, lots of golf balls, and maybe some baseballs. So we're watching for pictures for sure from this area. And hopefully we don't get a lot of damage, but it is definitely possible, not to mention the wind in this storm. So we can zoom it back out and take a look at the circulation. The tornado warning continues. The circulation is now east of Butler, and it's going to be coming in, if it moves further to the east, which eventually it should, closer to Custer City, likely north of Custer City, and eventually down towards Thomas. Thomas is down the line. Cassie's got the storm track there. You slowed this one down, right?
I did slow it down.
Okay.
I do have the storm track on links too, and we can talk about that storm track.
Yeah, go for it.
Also, on links 3 have the last few hour rainfall totals. We'll talk about that after. But again, this storm, it's only moving east at about 50 miles an hour, which is a problem on its own because obviously with the hail core coming up, you're going to get a lot of hail and it's probably going to fall for a while. So right now it's going to Custer City at 7:30, 7:22. So you have less than 10 minutes before eventually it makes it there. there. But the good news, at least for Custer City, it looks like that hail core at this point would stay more north of that. For Thomas right now, you're definitely down the line. That would be at 8 o'clock though. So we still have plenty of time for this storm to even go the other direction, and maybe it could weaken. But for right now, we're just going to play it safe and keep this storm going towards Thomas east at 15 miles an hour and eventually down the road at Fay. Now on Lynx 3, we do have the 3-hour rainfall totals. Of course, we had that flood advisory that just came out here recently, but just here in the last few hours, and probably even less than this really, again, it's dropping a lot of rain, a lot of hail, but you can see all the amounts anywhere from 2 to nearly 3 inches of rain. That's right around Morewood.
That's a lot of water. I mean, that's in the last hour, right? So flash flooding possible. We know we've got a lot of little valleys and creeks and low-lying areas. Be sure to pay attention. Don't travel or drive into standing water, especially south of Leedy, near Ray, down to Morewood. That area back to the wildlife management area has had some tremendous amount of water with this massive storm. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And Cassie, let's just zoom out and do a broad view here and show folks maybe just joining us what we're dealing with. So Oklahoma City, quiet, in the clear, looking good. We've been watching for storms further to the south. We don't have them right now. Our furthest southmost storm, our southernmost storm, is the storm that Jeremy's on, and that's in Ouachita County, heading up to the northeast. That one may clip the west side of the metro. We've got the thunderstorms that are just north of I-40 up to Tologa. Those are going to make their way up to the east-northeast. Right now, looks like they go north of the Oklahoma City metro. We'll see. Right now, they're moving so very slowly. Some data has them weakened pretty quickly as we get through the next couple of hours. We'll see. And then further to the north, we're still watching this complex. The data still brings us in, I believe, bringing these storms into our northern counties this evening. They're still moving to the east, but eventually there's a huge complex of storms in north central Kansas that is going to push these storms to the south. The jet stream winds should favor that, and that's what we'll monitor basically from about 8 o'clock through about midnight for northern Oklahoma. Not there yet. Northern Oklahoma, you don't have much going on. The strongest storm, if we turn on our storm strength, is definitely the storm that has the tornado warning on it. That storm produced a brief tornado about an hour ago to the east of Roll. It was weak, but it did damage. And for the folks that we know that it hit there along the county road that Val was showing you, did do significant damage to their outbuilding and possibly to their roof. There was quite a bit of debris in the area from that. Looked like possibly low-end EF1 damage, EF0, but that did have winds very strong that came through there. It was a brief tornado. Val saw it. It went away pretty quickly. The storm strength with this, it was all the way up here in the whites about 30 minutes ago, or maybe a tick down, not falling apart at all.
Val's in some high winds right now.
Okay, let's go back to Val. Val's got the wind now with this storm. He's northeast of Butler now. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, so we're getting 70 to 80 mile an hour north winds, northwest winds again, and that happened the last 2 times. Actually, right before the tornado happened, this same very thing, the very same thing happened. And looking above us right now, there's a whole lot of movement in the clouds. There's rotation just to our south. Look at that right there. Point right there. Rotation right in front of us, maybe a quarter of a mile southeast of us. We're getting winds right now gusting over 80. I hope this tree doesn't decide to fall on top of us. Yeah, I'm gonna move. I don't want to be under this tree.
Yeah.
So
what you gotta do, Val.
It's that strong. Yeah, it's that strong. So look at the clouds right above us. Good night. It's doing the same thing it did a while ago. It looks like to me it's trying to spin something up. Okay, back behind us there's debris, straight line wind debris. I'm going to turn around, see if we can get a shot of that. A lot of turning around and storm chasing.
Okay, that's Amy telling Val because she can see debris behind her.
All right, we're not gonna worry about the debris behind us. We're gonna look for the tornado, and now we're getting 80 plus winds. I mean, it's screaming. It's horizontal rain.
Let's zoom in. Let's see exactly.
And whatever's trying to spin up, it's going to try and spin up right to our southeast. We think there's a tree down in the road. Look at that tree. That just happened. There's another tree up ahead that just happened. Yeah, watch for power lines. I'm going to have to navigate this tree and so I don't get a flat tire. Oh, good grief.
Okay, zoom in just one more, Cassie. I'm going to say exactly where Val is. He's east 930 Road just north of State Highway 33, and he just passed the north-south. It's 2180 road. Okay, and he is now to the northeast of Butler, and those are the winds now in Custer County that are coming through, headed towards Custer City. Okay, Val has a funnel. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, okay, this way, but it was a white funnel, not even close to touching down, but it was straight east of us. So it's going to be anything spin up.
Okay, Val's he's in a bad cell area. Okay, he's got at least 80-mile-an-hour winds is what he's saying. Let's go over to radar. We'll keep Val's shot up. If he has anything, just holler, Val. We're listening to you, and we can see your shot, but I want to show radar here. Just to the east of Val's location, we do have an area of circulation that's tightening up, which is going to be basically North County Road 2205 and East 930 in Custer County. Let's zoom out now, and we'll kind of give folks down the line an update. Everything was so broad. Now we're getting the greens touching the reds. It's a couplet. That's an area where the winds are towards the radar. Val's got a tornado. Go ahead, Val.
Look at our shot. Tornado right there on the ground, all the way on the ground. Look at our shot.
Take Val full.
It's in the tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground.
Here.
You see it right there.
Yep, right there.
And the funnel is, even though it dissipated, okay, even though it dissipated above, it's still there.
Okay.
Get the shot. It's rain is really wrapping around it real fast. The condensation came all the way to the ground briefly. It was fast. This thing is moving fast. And I guarantee you the straight line winds are just as bad as the tornado. There it is again. See the funnel in front of us?
See it. You can see it, Val.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. There's the tornado. Oh, Val, your shot is freezing.
Just right in front of us. Wow.
How close is that to you, Val?
It's a quarter mile.
Quarter mile.
It's moving southeast. Moving southeast.
Cassie, will you tell me how far that is from Custer City? This is going to be due west of Custer City. Brief or weak tornado, but it is on the ground right now in Val Castor's shot. You're seeing it live. Val is between Butler and Custer City. This is 10 miles now to the west of Custer City. Go ahead, Val.
All right, so the funnel is still there. The condensation is about halfway down. It's kind of looking like it's trying to rope out, but it did that once already and then really came back. So I have a feeling there's still probably a circulation happening on the ground. It's hard to tell because there's a whole lot of rain now. It came right over the area where it happened. Look at this tree. Look at the tree right here. Large tree down.
That's right where it went through.
Road. Yeah, that's probably right where it went through. I'm going to see if I can once again go through this without getting flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Be careful,
good grief.
Val. He's got problems to his windshield from his previous chase just a couple days ago. Okay, Tom has it. Let's go back to Tom. We'll keep Val's shot too, but let's go, Tom. Give us an update.
Yeah, Lacey, there's a multiple vortex tornado. It's on the ground sporadically. God, the motion in there is incredible. This actually reminds me of the big tornado I saw in Elk City. I think it was 2016, right before it produced the big one. This is exactly what it's doing right now. If you can see that motion, it's just absolutely incredible. There are multiple vortices on the ground. I don't know if you can see it in my shot, but they are on the ground.
Okay, we're looking, Tom, at the moment. I can't see in that shot. Doesn't mean I believe exactly what you're saying, but he's seeing at least multiple areas where circulation is coming down to the ground that may be right here and watching for power flashes, anything like that. This is going to be just a couple of miles now to the west of Tom. Tom is on Highway 183. This is going to be north of Highway 33 in Custer County. Tom has seen multiple vortices with the circulation. And Tom, what do you see now?
There's
I see a lot of rotating rain curtains, but
yeah, I can't see anything at the moment, but the motion in there would definitely be one you would see a tornado, and it's all the way to the ground right there. So there's definitely got to be something in there.
Are you looking to your west or are you looking to your south, Tom?
I am looking to my west right now.
Okay, so Tom's looking back at Val. Val's looking towards Tom, and I'm seeing a circulation also to your south, Tom. It may be a different area, but another area of circulation north of Arapahoe. North of Arapahoe. So we know we just had that brief tornado. It was a weak one in Val's shot, and he did come across some of the damage, but these are rain curtains wrapping around, moving very, very rapidly around that circulation. Okay, let's keep these shots up. If anyone sees anything else, holler. Val, go ahead, Val. 100-mile-an-hour winds, go ahead.
We're getting 100-mile-an-hour winds were on the west side of the raft. We got straight west winds, and it looks like if there's something on the ground, and there probably is, it's going to be straight east of us, maybe east-northeast just a little bit. I guarantee you this is 100 miles an hour gust that we're getting right here. There's tree branches just flying everywhere. There's got to be something on the ground in that range just to our east. I'm going to keep going east. We're going to watch it. Man, this is crazy storm going on here.
Okay, so what folks need to know, this is now going to be coming towards Custer City. Custer City, you're not officially in the tornado warning. You need to be. Val has 100-mile-an-hour winds out of the west. The circulation is to his east, and that could be a stronger circulation. It's rain-wrapped. Val is right there. He's coming behind the debris of that tornado. We know he could see it in a shot just a little bit ago. Bigger tree down. Hope Val can keep chasing here with the tree debris. Tom is now to the east of that location. Tom saw multi-vortex tornado also just to his west, which is going to be west of Highway 183, north of Highway 33. Right now, it looks like the damage would be on the weaker side, but we'll see. 100-mile-an-hour winds, at least feeding into it. That could be a stronger tornado developing. Let's go back to radar, and we're going to keep the shots up here. Val, if you start to notice any changes, let us know. There's radar. Here's Custer City. Here's Thomas. Here's Weatherford. Clinton, this is north of you. We're watching for debris between Val and Tom. We're not seeing that, but we know we have some, at least on the ground. May have not got lofted up by the tornado. And on velocity, you can see definitely stronger winds. Let's zoom in and query some of this, Cassie, some of the towards and away here. Okay, so right now the circulation is going to be directly in between Tom and Val. We'll zoom in and get some city or some county streets in just a second, but at least 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds on either side of that circulation. And Val had about 100-mile-an-hour winds feeding into that storm, being pulled up into it. So the circulation is on north 2240 Road and basically east 940.
Val, go to Val.
Go to Val. Val, go ahead.
Be a big tornado on the ground. That's the only thing I can say. There's got to be. Look, I mean.
Val, your shot's frozen at the moment. We're listening to you.
All right,
okay, Tom's got it. Let's go to Tom.
It's on the ground. I guarantee you there's a large tornado on the ground.
There's a
large tornado on the ground.
Okay, right here.
Large tornado.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I can see a big tornado.
There it is, right there. Go ahead, Tom.
It looks very big. Big tornado. It is on the ground. Gosh, the motion in there is crazy. It almost looks like a wedge tornado.
Custer City.
It is a big tornado. Take shelter.
Okay, Custer City, you have got to go to your safe spot now. Tornado warning. There is not a tornado warning for Custer City. This is coming right down the highway. It may go north of town, but this is south of Sunset. We can see it in Tom's shot. We can see it in Val's shot. A large tornado right now. Look at the motion right here on the left side of that tornado. This is a very dangerous situation in Custer County, north of Highway 33. I'm going to get you your streets, and we're going to go right back to our storm trackers. North 240 Road and east 930 are the county roads. Go ahead, Val. Give us an update.
All right, this thing is turning into a wedge tornado. I guarantee you we're starting to see the edge of it. We can see the south edge of it. It's on the ground. This is I guarantee you, this is a strong tornado. There's probably more to it than we are even seeing right now, but it's almost like the whole wall cloud's on the ground. It looks a lot like I've seen in some big F4 rain-wrapped tornadoes. I guarantee you it's on the ground. This is crazy stuff here. This is very dangerous. I mean, we're getting winds at the surface right now of 100 plus miles an hour.
Okay, this is a deadly tornado, folks. For folks ahead of this storm, it is moving to the east at about 15 miles per hour. Look at the motion that you're seeing live from Val and Amy Castor. We're also seeing that same shot from Tom Pastrano as well. Just want to keep their shot up to let folks know what this looks like, but we got to show you radar also of where this is. State Highway 183, U.S. Highway 183 is going to be crossed, okay? At about 930 Road will be the north the east-west. Let's query some of this data, Cassie, because this is a strong tornado now. This will be a deadly tornado. If you are not in the path of this storm, it's a great thing. If you are, you've got to be in the lowest level of your home. You've got to be in your safe spot, okay? If you are in a mobile home down the line, you cannot stay in a mobile home and take a hit from this tornado. A mobile home could be torn into just very small pieces in this type of a storm. It may have weakened slightly, but just a bit ago, let's lapse it, Cassie. You could see those colors pegging the meter here just to the north of Val, and now it looks like it's going to the north, Val, crossing Highway 183 as we speak, south of Sunset. It's going to go up towards State Highway 47 on its current track. Val, what do you see? Okay, we just dropped Val. Let's go back to Tom. Tom is right there looking at it. Val, it looks like it's, or Tom, it looks like it's to your north. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, it's actually still almost in the same spot.
Okay.
I can't see it on the ground anymore, but God, the motion in there, it's all rain wrapped. There's got to be something still big in there.
What is CC?
It is on the ground. I can't see it, but it's definitely on the ground with the motion I'm seeing right now. Back to you.
Okay, for sure. You can see the motion there in his shot. It's rain wrapped at the moment. This may be the edge of it there, the left side of it, and it's moving so very slowly. It looks like it is going to cross to the north. We'll see of Val and Tom's location, but it's now been completely surrounded in rain. All indications based on velocity, this is still a strong tornado on the ground in Custer County, and it is going to go very near the community of Custer City and eventually Thomas. It may go as far north as Thomas and Fay. So you're in that tornado warning right now. Confirmed tornado. You saw it live from Val. You saw it live from Tom Pastrano. That was a large, very threatening tornado. Is Val back on? Okay, Val's back on. Let's go back to Val. Val, what direction are you seeing that right now? Has it moved further north?
No. It almost looks like it's slowly moving east or east-southeast.
Okay.
If you could hear me, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but we lost it in the rain. So much rain is wrapped around it, but I guarantee you it's most likely still on the ground. Back to you.
Okay, most likely still on the ground. We know we had a wedge tornado in their shots. That is a tornado emergency for the community of Custer City. If you have friends or family in Custer City, this thing is getting close now. Let's go back to velocity data on links and let's take a look at the distance here for folks in Custer City, and we'll get the storm track. It is coming to town. Custer City, State Highway 33. It is actually coming right across State Highway or U.S. Highway 183 and going to be coming towards Custer City.
Tom has the shot again.
Okay, let's go back to Tom. You can see it in a shot. Oh, Tom, that's awful. Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update.
All right. I got to go, but there's a large tornado. You can see the edge right there. It's still, I mean, it's moved kind of north. Oh, wow, 100-mile-an-hour winds. Oh, boy, I got to go.
Safe, Tom. Wow. He will. You saw it, though. He's going to reposition. That is getting very close to the highway. Tom is sitting on Highway 183, and this is coming to Custer City with a tornado emergency. This is a life-threatening tornado. A mobile home will not work, okay? It will not work in this type of a situation with a tornado like what we're seeing right now. You have to get to a safe place, and that's not one of them. Go ahead, Cass.
Val does have power lines down,
okay.
But on links, too, we also have the storm track. I
want
to go ahead and update people.
Do it. Yeah.
This storm is starting to move a little bit more quickly. It's moving at about 30 miles an hour. So again, Custer City and that tornado emergency, you've got less than 5 minutes until this storm is potentially on top of you. So down the road, we're talking Thomas at 8:01, Bridgeport 8:43, the Sugar Creek Casino at 8:48, Geary at 8:48 also, and eventually the Cherokee Trading Post at about 9 o'clock. We'll see what happens by the time it gets there. But this storm is continuing to move east to southeast at about 30 miles an hour.
Okay, thanks for that update there. There's your time of arrival. The most threatening part of the storm is coming towards Custer City. If you have a tornado shelter, get there and get there now. You've got about 4 minutes before it comes to town, the lowest level of your home, and you've got to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have helmets, Okay, we talk about your tornado kit. This is when you use it. You put those on the kiddos, you get the mattresses, you put them on top of you, whatever it is you can do to protect you from flying debris, because all indication this is on the ground and it is a very large tornado. Not saying that it's violent, but it sure looked that way. Okay, it really did as it was making its trek in Val and Tom's shot. Let's go back now to Val Castor. Val, where is the circulation in relation to you? Give us an update.
It's going to be east of us and east-southeast of us. I'm going to say about 1.5 miles, maybe possibly 2 miles. But I tell you this, Lacey, we had some large power lines that were crossing the road. We almost ran into them. We saw them at the last minute, managed to come to a stop. We had to turn around. Now we're having to backtrack back to the west and then back to the south. So we're going to have to catch back up to it. But that road is blocked by a large set of power lines that are completely across that road. So that's one of the when you see that, you know it's a big tornado doing that kind of stuff. Back to you.
Yeah, it looked like a violent tornado. It really did. That's what we were seeing by the motion in Val's shot. We could see it also in Tom Pastrano's shot. Tom had to change locations because it was moving directly at him. And as Cassie mentioned, it did start to increase in speed. Let's go back to Lynx 1 and let me show you where this is. Let's zoom out so folks can get a really good idea of exactly where we're talking about. Here's Oklahoma City. Here's El Reno, Canadian County. This is back over western Oklahoma. This is Dewey, and then this is Custer County, okay? I-40 is just to the south. This is north of Clinton on Highway 183, and this is going to be to the north and to the east of Weatherford. Jeremy storm, not tornadic. The strongest and really the only storm that's very threatening in the state of Oklahoma right now is this one. So let's zoom back into it and get a tighter look. The hail course going south of Putnam. We know this storm had baseball-sized hail with it earlier and a brief tornado, and then the large wedge tornado, when by looking at velocity data, it still looks like it could be on the ground coming just near Custer City as we speak. Have we seen anything on debris, Cassie? And we can even look at TLX and see.
On debris? I was just listening to Val, and he said he had debris on the road.
Okay. Yeah, we can see Val's shot. Okay. That's what you're seeing here. Val is north of Arapahoe. This isn't in Arapahoe. It's north of Arapahoe, but that's where Val is, and he's seeing some of that tree debris in the area, and we're just looking for the debris being lofted. We're not seeing a lot. This is a rural area, so hoping no homes took a direct hit from this. I'll be shocked if not, but hopefully not, okay? Not seeing anything on that particular view. Let's go back to velocity data and really get a good idea, because the circulation looks to be north to me, to the north. Val, to your north, we see the very tight circulation on Highway.
Val's not on right now.
Okay, Val's not on.
And it definitely looks like it's taking a northeast.
Okay. Northeast jog now, which may put it north of Custer City, but that's heading towards Sunset, the small community of Sunset. Let's zoom in and query some of this, Cassie. 80 to 50, 80 to at least 50, 90 even. So you've got 140 mile per hour, what we call gate-to-gate shear. That is a very strong tornado, very strong tornado. Could be an EF3 tornado. With that type of wind that we're seeing on radar, and that if it keeps moving at that track, it just took a jog to the north, right up the highway, right up State Highway 183. There are trackers from all over the country in Oklahoma right now, and I hope no one is in the path of this out in a vehicle, because that will be a deadly situation.
Just let you know, your mic's up.
This is going to the north. And this is what these strong tornadoes do. They don't just move at one current track. Justin, your mic is on. They don't just move to one current track. They also can go to the north and down to the south. That happens. That's why we put our track so very broad. Custer City, this may be going to the north of you. Sometimes when these tornadoes lift to the north, they can weaken. This one has not done that. Let's turn on shear rate, Cassie, and see what this looks like. And yeah, it's definitely gone further to the north, further to the north. It can still make a jog back to the south. It can do that. Let's look out of Frederick also. I know you're switching around and finding the best view of it.
Frederick is still coming in stronger.
Okay, so you can see it. It was right here and it lifted to the north. It lifted to the north so very quickly, and it still looks like it is on the ground. What does CC look like, or debris detector now, as this comes up towards Sunset? We'll see what we can see. I don't see a lot.
That's Frederick. I'm just going to look at TLX real fast just to be safe, and still not really noticing anything.
Not showing any big debris ball, and not seeing that at all out of this, but we know we had a large tornado on the ground, and it looks like it is still on the ground as we speak. All right, let's go back to reflectivity and lapse this and get a good idea for the area of circulation. and what it's doing. So we've got an area to the north. It's in such an odd spot for where the storm is. And then the circulation that came over Val and Tom, further to the north of Foley now, and north of Custer City. Thomas, you've got to be in the lowest part of your home and in your safe spot, in your shelter for sure, and down the line from there, back to Watonga and Greenfield. Pay very close attention. You are in the tornado warning. You have time to get to a safe spot. If you live in a mobile home, this is not the type of storm you can ride out in a mobile home. You just can't do it. All right, let's go back now and zoom in closer and we'll take a look at the circulation. Tom, let's go to Tom. Tom, I know you're still driving further to the east. The circulation looks to be to your north. It is. Tom, the circulation is to your northwest now by several miles back over Highway 183 to the north. What are your winds doing feeding into that, Tom?
Yeah, so right now, surprising, my winds are really calm. We were a little bit away from that tornado, and that wind was strong, damaging several miles away from the tornado. So even if that tornado doesn't come over you, you will still see some damaging winds, just as strong as maybe EF1 tornadoes. So right around that circulation, you really got to take shelter. I don't see anything at the moment. I'm looking all over. Whatever it is probably in the rain, but I don't see any power flashes. I don't see anything at the moment. So it might be reorganizing, kind of like it did earlier. But right now, I don't see anything. It's in the rain, so I'm going to get a better vantage point. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for that update. We're watching two areas of circulation right now. Let's go back to radar. There's one that is south of Custer City, and it's a weak area of circulation. Okay, and then the strongest circulation, which is still likely a tornado on the ground, has lifted to the north very quickly over Highway 183, and it is now moving to the north, kind of the northeast. So we'll zoom it back in. Let's take a look here on shear rate. Let's take a look at that product because it really pinpoints it, and you can see it. There's Val. This is to the north, coming up towards Sunset. And that is where the tornado is likely still on the ground. If you have friends or family in this area, let's get some of these kind of east-west county roads turned on here. Independence, Oklahoma, small community there. Folks know these areas. Back up to Sunset. It looks like it may have weakened slightly. Now we'll zoom out because I know we've got two areas we're watching. The area to the north. Let's turn back on our velocity product where we can see the wind field of what that looks like.
Okay.
Circulation.
This is out now at Advance, so it looks a little better.
Okay, it's a little more refined. You can see the circulation is still south of Sunset. Going to be basically, what's the east-west road here? We'll kind of zoom in and get a closer look. East 900, is it? Yeah, to 880. Between 900 and 880 Road and State Highway, I keep saying that, U.S. Highway 183. That is the circulation, and that would be the tornado. It does look like it may have weakened a little bit, but it could still very easily be on the ground. What does CC look like out of this product, Cassie, in the same area where the circulation is? Watching for any indication that it's still on the ground. We're not seeing any a ton of debris, and that's great. That is so wonderful. Out of this does not mean it hasn't hit things. I believe it has, but we're not seeing that. Okay, and then what's the other circulation look like south of Custer City?
You want to stay on debris detector?
Let's go to reflectivity now that we've seen that, and then we'll go to velocity. Okay, so we have this other area of circulation, Custer City. You're getting wind, you're getting hail, and we've got another area that's going to be to the south of Tom. We'll go back to velocity data and see what that looks like. The storm is disorganized at the moment, and we've got these two areas. The one to the south is not as strong, could produce a tornado, and for sure, the large tornado is definitely spinning down. Does not mean it's done, does not mean it's over, and it can't come back, but it is definitely looking weaker as it lifts up to the north to eventually Highway 47. Cassie's looking at just the overall storm strength. You see it pegged the meter there for a while. This is our storm strength. It pegged the meter when it was producing that large wedge tornado, and then it started to weaken. Oh, I hope it keeps doing that. That would be wonderful. And it is. It's still weakening some. Still, a tornado warning continues. Folks in Custer City, that was making a beeline right at town, and I believe it lifted some to the north, but we have that other area of circulation that came right over town. Right over town. Okay, let's put it back on reflectivity and zoom out here and get a look at what this whole complex is doing, because the storm kind of merged with several storms back to the west. And when we've got the video from that tornado from earlier, just let me know and we'll show some of that for folks and let them know what we were tracking so folks down the line know what the storm is capable of. It's very slowly drifting off to the east and maybe the southeast. It was making kind of a northeasterly jog, but the whole storm itself is moving to the southeast. But that's what can happen. The storm can do that, and overall the tornado lifted north. That's what these storms do. That's why they are so dangerous to chase, and they're so dangerous for folks out in the field. It just worries me when we have all these video coming from our trackers of storm trackers just lining the county roads like a traffic jam. So hopefully no one has lost their life in this storm today, because what a strong tornado that was. All right, let's go back into it. Let's take a look. The storms to the north, we're watching them coming in from Kansas, but the tornado warning continues and it goes all the way out to Greenfield, to Bridgeport. We'll see. It may not make it that far south. It looks disorganized on radar at the moment. It really does. I'm looking at Jeremy's shot. Jeremy's looking to the north up at this storm, and that's what you're seeing here. That's the storm from Jeremy Carter. He's looking at the supercell. There's Jeremy's location south of I-40. He's looking up at it, and you can see Tom Pastrano's in Thomas, and the circulation is going to be back to the south and to the west of Thomas.
And just an update on that tornado warning that was over Custer City, that tornado emergency. So the tornado warning continues, but the tornado emergency itself has been canceled.
Yes. Yes, and rightfully so. We were just telling you that Custer City, it looked like the strongest tornado lifted to the north, and there was a circulation that came over town that was much weaker. Hopefully that one did not produce a tornado, but I'm afraid we've got some significant damage to the west of Highway 183 in Custer City and north of Highway 33. Val has come across some significant tree damage. And Val, I just want to go back out to you. I know you're behind this storm now. We're looking at the circulation. It's weakened significantly from what it was, but you've been coming across damage from trees and outbuildings. Talk about what you're seeing in the wake of this storm, Val. Can you hear me, Val?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay.
What was that?
I was asking you, I know you're in the wake of this storm. You're coming in behind it, but I can see the debris. What type of debris and damage are you seeing following this storm?
Okay, so right now we're seeing some power lines down, and as far as structure damage, we're seeing mostly barns that have been destroyed. Barns and outbuildings right now is the most of it, of what we've seen destroyed. Now, I don't know how much of this was caused by just ferociously strong RFD. I mean, we had it over 100 miles an hour, but it's a pretty good wide path as I go south down this road. Oh, okay, look at this. Look at this. Here we go, right in front of us. This is another pretty good-sized barn. Look at that. Y'all see that?
Yeah, we can see it, Val.
It completely swept off the foundation. Looks like to me a steel frame. Yeah, it came from, let me point to where it came from.
Okay.
We're going to point to where it came from, right there. Point at the slab up there. Yeah, it got completely swept off of the slab, and it's a steel frame building, too.
Okay.
Steel girders.
We can see an RV there. I hope no one's in there. But this is definitely damage from that storm. It's either, like Val said, from the wind damage wrapping into it or from the tornado itself. That was a wedge tornado, a very large. There was violent motion in that tornado from our storm trackers. Val, be careful. I know you are coming through there. There are power lines down all around, as you can imagine. And Val's going to catch back up to this storm. So let's go back to radar. Let me show you where it is and where it's headed. There's Val. He came through the path. This storm is now north of Custer City. It's moving again, isn't it, Cass?
Yeah, it's definitely picking up a little bit more speed. I'd say easily about 25 to 30 now.
Okay, Tom is in Thomas right now. We've been talking about Thomas for over an hour. I hope folks in Thomas have been paying attention. Tom should be getting some pretty big hail soon. If Tom starts to get hail, just let us know. I
think he's getting at least, it looks like peas falling on his windshield, but nothing big.
Pea-sized hail at the moment, and there's probably a whole lot of it that'll start to fall. Hopefully it doesn't get any larger. Let's go back to velocity, Cass. I know you've been looking at that. I'm not seeing any tight circulation with that what was the large tornado. It really looks like it has weakened. It may have spun down. It may not be on the ground. I think we could say that for the first time. It may not be on the ground, but the tornado warning continues. Don't let your guard up yet. Your Sunset, this is going to be to the southeast of Sunset. And then other circulation is now to the east of Custer City. And that's a tight circulation. It really is. Jeremy Carter is south of there, looking up to the north. Let's zoom in, Cass, and get a better idea of the streets here. I was watching that circulation on the last, the scan right there. It may still be on the ground. Let's look at this one. Sorry, I know you're switching here. But the circulation, that's what was with that very large tornado just about 5 minutes ago. The circulation is now north of Independence, coming up towards State Highway 47, but it's a mile south of State Highway 47, and it's now along County Road 2290. 2290 is going to be the county road north-south of that area of circulation, and this still could be a tornado on the ground. All indications from radar, it's a weaker tornado, not as strong, definitely not as strong as what we saw earlier, but that can still do damage, and you do have to be in your safe spot as this is approaching. So let's lapse it and kind of show you what it went to with all the bright colors, okay, where we were pegging 130 mile per hour gate to gate shear. And let's take it back, Cassie. Is that 15 minutes? Can we go back to 30 and just take a look here and give folks an idea of where this has gone? So you can see the track. It was moving to the east, and went boom, up to the north. And now it's all the way over here. It started over here, okay? And went up to the north and over, and may still be on the ground to the east of Sunset. That's north of Custer City. And then we've had another area, kind of a broad area of circulation with damaging winds now to the east of Custer City. And that is going to be approaching Highway 54, and that's going to be north of Jeremy. Jeremy is looking at the base. Wow, look at Jeremy's shot as Jeremy looks to the north. Justin, we're going to go to Jeremy here. Jeremy is in the town of Weatherford. This is the view from Weatherford looking at that tornadic circulation. That is Jeremy's shot. Jeremy, you can see the structure there. You can see the wall cloud from your shot. You can see the rotation as you're coming through Weatherford. Go ahead and give us a quick update, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey, really, it's really quite an ominous sight to see this storm here off to my north and west. Take a look at this structure as we zoom in here. Right in there, I believe, is where that's wrapping around, and the wall cloud sits right back in here. If you're getting the image clear, you should see right where the wall cloud's sitting. I do not have a visual on the wall cloud. However, there are plenty of areas with scud tags, things like that hanging under this. I'm really hoping to get a view of it here pretty quick, Lacey. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. Jeremy is kind of getting the broad view of the structure of that storm. What an ominous looking storm that is for sure. It has been such a large storm in height. It's going all the way up into the next level of the atmosphere. We call it the stratosphere. It's a very strong storm. And with that, the circulation has been so very tight. I don't see the winds as strong in the circulation that brought us that large tornado, but it may still be on the ground. So let's go back to radar. Let me show you on Lynx 1. The original circulation came north of Val there, across the highway, and it's now coming up to Highway 47, and this is going to be to the south and to the east of Putnam, to the north of Custer City. And then we've got a broad area of circulation, and Justin was just talking to me mentioning this is likely outflow from the storm coming in, but it is still circulating. Doesn't mean it's going to produce a tornado. It might not, but the tornado warning continues because one could spin up quickly. And I'm worried about the circulation south of Thomas. It's not showing anything as far as a violent tornado. That's not showing up, but circulation that could produce a brief tornado is possible. So let's zoom in. Let's get some of the streets here for this circulation. It's not incredibly tight, but that's that darker area that we were seeing in Jeremy's shot, and it's rain wrapped is the problem. So this area south of Thomas now is an area of circulation. It came over Custer City, and it's going to be, let's see, north 2370 is going to be the north-south road, and then it's going to be east 920 is going to be the east-west road, and eventually, let's lapse it and see where this is headed. It's been moving kind of an easterly trek. Kind of an east-northeasterly trek, okay, coming up towards State Highway 54, and will likely go south of Thomas. We'll see. It could lunge to the north, but this is Thomas. Let's just pull the screen down just a little bit, Cass. There we go. South of Thomas, and that's going to be going up to the northeast. and eventually may cross the highway to the east of Thomas. But that is a tornado warning that continues, and for folks in Thomas, it's too close to call. So please remain in your safe spot, the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to be maybe a bathroom or a closet and a low, small room. Get there and just hunker down and let this pass on by. Right now, the tornado, if it's on the ground, will be south, and there's another area of circulation to your west, Thomas, that we're also concerned about that is going to be coming up towards State Highway 47. Now, it's moving more to the north. So more to the north, it may go to the west of Thomas, but if you live between Sunset and Thomas on Highway 47, you've got to be in your safe spot. That is a circulation that's left over from what was a very strong tornado just about 20 minutes ago. And when we get that video, I'll show it to you of what that looked like as it was lifting to the east and then eventually made a quick jog up to the north very quickly and still could be on the ground. So let's zoom out and kind of give folks around the area an update on what this is doing. This is north of Weatherford. Look at that storm. It is just in size. It is such a large storm. So down the line, we're watching for folks at Canton Lake, Canton, back to Hitchcock, Watonga, Greenfield, Geary, and then the southwest sides of the Oklahoma City Metro from Hinton to Lakiba to Binger. That's a severe storm that's weakening, not tornadic. The storm has had a history of producing some quarter-size hail, and it may have some nickel and dime-size hail coming into Lakiba, and that is making its trek into the West Metro. This may come in possibly to the west sides of Oklahoma City. I think it'll come up towards El Reno. We'll get a storm track on all this here in just a little bit, but this is the storm that produced the tornado, the very threatening tornado, may have been a life-threatening tornado for folks. Hopefully, we have not had any injuries out of this. We're checking, I know. Go ahead. Val has an update. Val, give us an update.
Okay, you see that there's a tornado on the ground. It's not big, it's small.
Okay.
You see that in our shot right there?
You can see it, Val. Go ahead.
Okay. And that is looking northeast, looking straight northeast, probably very near the highway. Is it still there? Yep. The funnel is still there. I don't see the condensation all the way down like we did before. That almost looks like, to me, a weakening meso, just maybe a roping out tornado. Maybe it's in the process of roping out. But you know what? As fast as this thing cranked up a while ago, good night. I don't think I've ever seen a storm go from not much to crazy in a short amount of time. So anyway, tornado has lifted. It was on the ground, the condensation fully all the way down, and this is going to be, we're making the turn right now towards Custer City, Highway 33, towards Thomas, and it would have been north of Highway 33, probably straight west of Thomas. I don't know, I'm just going to guess 7 or 8 miles straight west of Thomas. So I'm looking at it now, and I don't see it. But there's definitely still rotation in that area. Back to you.
Okay, let me show you where Val is talking about. Thank you so much, Val. So as we were just saying, if it was a tornado on the ground, it was still weak. And good news is Val watched it rope out. So that is going to be the original circulation from the original mesocyclone that came just to the east of Butler, went north of Arapahoe. That was making a beeline at Custer City. And then it lifted to the north, and it has weakened. But I think that thing went up Highway 183 for just a little bit. Let's zoom in. This thing has gotten a shove to the east. It's definitely moving now. It stalled out when it was producing that tornado, and the circulation that Val was looking at was to the northeast. So he was looking up here at that original circulation. If we turn on velocity, it's going to be rain wrap now, and this is the circulation. It went right here. We were tracking it. Got up to Highway 47, and you saw it live in Val's shot. It just roped out that small white funnel, and then it went away. So that storm has lifted. That tornado has lifted, but we're still watching the circulation further to the south, the one that's south of Thomas, and you can see that there. It's a broad circulation, but that tornado warning, it continues because that circulation, it's actually becoming better organized, and I believe Jeremy Carter is looking at it. Okay, Jeremy has that circulation. Jeremy's looking to the north, and this thing is lifting to the northeast. Stay in your safe spot, Thomas. This may go south of town, but it's too close to say. Faye, you need to be in your safe spot as well. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey, definitely I can tell since I've been here that it's fairly organized. Not necessarily a tornado is very imminent right now, but definitely a decent wall cloud. It's kind of getting wrapped around with the RFD right here. So I'm going to be losing my visual on them before too long. The RFD is pushing really into the north edges of Weatherford now. And let me pan here and kind of show you around here. If you look back here to these poles, look back to the right, we got really hard winds blowing from the west, and it's probably wrapping up. It's probably trying to wrap up right now. Actually, the wind is blowing extremely hard within a half mile of my north, probably as much as maybe even 60 to 70 miles an hour. I can see it in the dirt. Back to you, Lacey.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. So strong winds right now, strong winds feeding into the storm. And as he mentioned, the RFD came and wrapped around it, which limits visibility. And so let me show you radar on links 1 of that circulation. Jeremy is going to be north of Dead Women Crossing. You know where that is, and he's going to be on Highway 54, and it is lifting up to the north. That circulation is doing what the previous circulation did, that was going to the east, and now it's getting that shoved to the north. It's very common when thunderstorms, what we call occlude. They go to the north, they weaken, and sometimes that circulation begins further down the line, and we're going to be watching for that. This could produce a tornado. It could produce a tornado. Let's see how far south of Thomas that is, Cassie, if we zoom in just a little bit and get a better look. South of Thomas by about, what is that, 3 miles, 4 miles, something like that. South of town, 6 miles. 5.6. Okay, 5.6 miles south of Thomas is the circulation, and it's going to be riding up just to the south and possibly just to the east of town. We'll see. It could make a jog back over Thomas. So Thomas, you got to be in your safe spot, and on its current track, that's coming to Fay. Okay, it's coming to Fay. It could be a tornado that would be rain wrapped. It looks like a weaker tornado at the moment, but you saw how fast that other weak tornado spread out and the motion became violent, and we had a wedge on the ground for about, 5-10 minutes with that storm. And we'll show it to you coming up in just a minute. But that storm is, if it is on the ground, a weaker tornado and lifting up to the north. So that's the circulation we're watching. Now let's zoom out, and we're going to go to links 2. And what Cassie's done is put a track on this for storms coming towards the Oklahoma City metro. So we've got a severe storm that is north of Woodward that's going to go south of Freedom with wind and hail. The tornado threat with that's not zero. We're watching it closely. And then this complex of storms that is merging with that massive supercell and the storm to the south, kind of becoming a line of storms moving off to the east and eventually the northeast. So we'll see how this plays out. The storm has slowed down to about 10 miles per hour, and then it speeds up to 30, and it's changed direction from time to time. But the overall jet stream steering wind should take this to the east-northeast, about how Cassie has it right here. So just to give folks an idea, this may end up going further north.
And Lacey, the latest data I just wanted to point out,
Sure.
it does actually continue to weaken it as it moves closer to the metro, and it also actually lifts it even north of Oklahoma City. But you know how data is, it can go back and forth. So I just went ahead and included Oklahoma City to be safe.
I think that's a great idea. I think that's a wonderful idea. The south end of this has not been tornadic. That's the part that if it makes it to Oklahoma City, would come to Oklahoma City, and that would be about 9 p.m. Now I'll tell you, as the sun sets this evening and the low-level winds crank up, we could see some of these storms see even an uptick. May not happen, but sometimes it does, and the data has suggested throughout the day we may see that. Now, if these storms, we hope they just spin on down. They'll be spinning as they come into central Oklahoma, but they may not be severe. We'll see. They are very severe right now. Go ahead, Justin.
I think southeast of Thomas, we have a new tornado genesis happening right now on radar. It's showing, and just looking at Jeremy's shot, the RFD wrapping around.
Okay, we'll go to Jeremy here in just a second. That's that circulation we were talking about, headed up towards Fay. I'll show you in just a second. To get you your times here, El Reno, 828. Yukon 843, Hennessy 858, downtown Oklahoma City 903 if it makes it, Arcadia 918, Edmond 906, and Luther by about 930. So let's go back now to links 1. That's if these storms hold together, and right now they are very intense, and we may have a new tornado forming. We've been talking about this area of, there you go. It's getting tighter north of Jeremy now, crossing Highway 54. Jeremy, you're looking off to your north. Go ahead and give us an update. You're in the trees right now. We can see it, but I know you got a better visual. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey. I can say to my north, it really, you can't hardly see under this thing. There's a lot of dirt and debris around. So just looking under the wall cloud, it's pretty ferocious. And let me just slow down here and kind of give you a look here at some of the tree action going on. We probably got a west wind where I'm at, but not very much further north of me. I think it's trying to wrap up. I think a tornado may be imminent here. Lacey, back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. I know you're looking right at it. Let's go back to links 1 to reflectivity and take a look here for folks at home of this storm. And you can see that circulation that is tightening up. There's the hook on the storm, and there's the inflow. You can see the hook becoming broader now, like a fist coming on in. As it does that, that storm can strengthen for sure, and the tornado and the circulation would be right here where Jeremy's looking. That is now actually lunged. It's lunged to the east. We've been talking about Faye. Faye, this may not be coming to town. This was occluding, it was lifting to the north, and now it is trekking to the east. It is going to the east, and if it stays at that path, you need to be paying attention for folks in Greenfield, folks in Geary, further down the line, okay? We'll see what it looks like by the time it gets there, but that is the current path with this storm. Tom is getting into position now, and let's take a look back on velocity. You can see with our live radar, that's what you're looking at minute by minute, coming on across now. It's crossed Highway 54. We've lost that northern movement, that circulation weakened, and the new circulation now is going off towards the east. So let's zoom in if we can and take a look here. And this is going to be kind of broad. It's a little broad. I don't see any area at the moment that is extremely tight, but it's a broad area that could localize, and if it does that, it could produce a tornado. So you've got to be in your safe spot along East 950 Road, and basically Highway 54 over to County Line, which is North 2450, okay? That's the area of circulation. That's several miles, but all it takes for one of these little areas to tighten up and for us to get another tornado. Is there anything left with the circulation that lifted to the north, just for folks in Thomas? Oh, that's gotta be some big hail, too. There may still be. That circulation came up to the north and still south of Thomas. We'll see if that's real, but it looks like possibly an area of circulation or spin coming over Thomas. Most likely it's just damaging winds, but don't want to be letting your guard down in Thomas as this is coming by. We're checking our products, looking at shear rate, and looking for anything extremely tight or ominous. Maximum rotation, just showing the broad area of rotation, which is what we're telling you. What's that to the north of Jeremy now? Right here, back to the northwest of Jeremy is another area that looks a little tighter to me, just out Jeremy's window, to his northwest. Now, maybe another area of circulation. That's all it takes when you get a storm like this. What does it look like on reflectivity? Is that in the right spot? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's trying to get a little bit of an inflow notch there. Probably not. Definitely the main circulation is right here. You can figure that out real easily and find that very, very easily. All right, that is going to be coming off to the east, and eventually, let's zoom out, Cassie, because this is definitely making a beeline now towards Canadian County and possibly Geary and Calumet over towards El Reno. Let's go out to Jeremy now. Jeremy, I know you're looking off to your north. The circulation is going to be to your north and to your east. Give us an update, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey, really, I can see the organization in the clouds, and but anyway, there's a ton of blowing dust. I really don't have good visual. I can see a bit of a color cloud looks to be near the edge of the wall cloud. It's moving a lot, Lacey. There's a lot of movement going on, but not a lot I can see. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. Thank you so much. He's getting into better position there. He's getting off towards the east. I'll tell you, the storms that are in the Oklahoma City metro now, look at the west metro, near Cedar Lake, near Cogar, coming into Canadian County, they are weakening some, but they may have some wind and hail with them. Let's go back to Next Gen Live, and we'll kind of zoom out a little bit, Cassie, and show Oklahoma City getting some showers to the north. I'll tell you the overall size of the storm has come down, and we still have the storm that was severe over Hinton that's now moving to the east up towards El Reno. That storm is no longer severe. It has weakened, and but could have a little wind and hail with it coming up towards El Reno. The tornadic circulation is right here to the north. It's going to be north of Hydro and south and east of Thomas, and that storm produced a violent, what looked to be a violent tornado just about 45 minutes ago. Let me show you some of the video for folks. This was earlier, and this is why we were talking about a tornado emergency emergency for Custer City, but that storm has lifted. That is the tornado earlier today. That is a shot from Tom Pastrano. You can see the motion there. This is going to be the left side of the tornado, the right side. This may be the right side of the tornado, or it may have been a little bit further in. Hard to tell because part of it was wrapped in rain, but the motion within that was extremely, extremely dangerous. Then it looks like that's the tornado. You can see it right there. That is the tornado on the ground in Tom Pastrano's shot from earlier today. Not happening right now. Let me show you another piece of video if we have it from Val Castor's perspective. So Tom was looking back to his west. You can see the sunlight behind him. That tornado was getting wider and wider. Okay, this is just Tom's video. You can see that is the tornado right there. Look at that shot. That is the right side and that is the left side of the tornado that was coming through Custer County about, 45 minutes ago. So that is why we're still covering this storm. We hope we don't have injuries from this. We hope for sure we don't have fatalities. Val came through the path of it. Val had it as well. We'll show you some of his video in just a little bit. But he definitely had some large trees that were snapped off and some outbuildings that were heavily damaged. Didn't see homes damaged. Doesn't mean that didn't happen. Val's been getting back into position with that storm. So let's zoom back into it. Let me show you the ongoing tornado warning that is happening right now north of Jeremy's spot. This is going to be to the south and to the west of Watonga. And this thing is moving to the east. And it is moving to the east at a pretty good clip now. Looks like it may be moving past
35.
30?
I've got it 35, and I do have a track whenever you need it on too.
Okay, let's go to the storm track of this, and we'll get back into the velocity data, but to give folks a heads up down the line, Greenfield, if it jogs north, which it might, 8:41. Geary coming in at 8:44 p.m., and the Cherokee Trading Post, I-40, if it takes a southerly jog, coming in, where is it? I don't have it there, just kidding. Let's go to El Reno, that'll work. 9:21, and Calumet by about 9:04. So basically, you've got about 30 minutes to 45 minutes as this is moving into Canadian County if it doesn't weaken. Right now, the circulation shows me that could easily be producing a tornado. So let's go back to Lynx 1, and let's talk about this and zoom in here. If we can, and we'll get on our velocity data. North of Jeremy, Val is looking at the circulation. He's back to the west. He's looking off to the east, and we'll zoom in and get these county roads on here as this is moving in and about to cross county line now. It's been in Custer County for, an hour and a half, it seems like. But it is moving easterly now, and it's moving quickly. So 950 Road and 2440 Road are going to be the intersections there where that circulation is located. What does it look like on shear rate? Because it is tight. That could easily be on the ground. This could be an ongoing tornado about to cross off towards the east. And basically that is East 940 Road. East 940 Road and maybe a mile south. And let's lapse it and zoom out just a little bit and show kind of what it's been doing. Okay, shear rate, is that the latest?
That is the latest.
Okay, it's very broad on there, but it's right over the river, isn't it? It's crossing the river as we speak right now. Let's zoom out just a little bit, heading up towards Greenfield. This stays on the ground. It is crossing the river right now, coming into potentially Greenfield and Geary. Greenfield and Geary, you have got to be in your safe spot, and we're watching the storm very closely. This storm produced a tornado that was very large about 45 minutes ago now, I believe, and this could be on the ground. What does correlation coefficient look like? We're looking for anything indicating that this has debris with it. Jeremy's just seeing a wall of water from his position. Let's see, right there. Let's look at velocity, and we'll kind of pause it and take a look. Okay, it is where the circulation is a little bit more, a little out of position.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at a different radar. So,
okay.
So this is TLX.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go back to CC using TLX.
Okay. Not seeing a lot of debris. But just how tight the circulation is on radar, what some of our other products are showing us, the way that our trackers are talking about the speed of the wind feeding into it. This could be a tornado on the ground right now, basically crossing the river, north of Hydro. This is going to be north of Hydro and moving off to the east. All right, let's go back to Jeremy Carter. Jeremy, you still just see a wall of water to your north. What are your winds doing feeding up into that storm? Go ahead.
Yeah, Lacey, I'm in the RFD push where it's pushing around, probably 45-mile-an-hour gusts, but a blinding rain, and it's out on my hills too. I can click it back in there and maybe make out a little bit of structure, but I certainly can't see any tornado on the ground at this point. But I'm going to continue to get out ahead of this where I can get another good vantage of it. Try to get my eyes on this thing. Lacey, back to you.
Okay, you're doing a great job, Jeremy. This thing has picked up speed for sure. It was barely moving when it was producing the larger tornado. Now it is moving faster. It is definitely increased in speed, and Jeremy is catching up with it for sure. And Tom is coming in from the north. Tom is coming in from the north with this storm coming down Highway 270 south of Watonga, and Tom will be able to see this circulation here in just a little bit. Let's go back to reflectivity and look at it. You can see the hook. This thing has had the same presentation off and on all evening long. There's our live radar with it. So the tornado warning continues for Blaine County now. The circulation's definitely crossed out of Custer County into Blaine County, and the circulation is north of I-40, headed towards most likely Geary. Unless it lifts to the north, it could head towards Greenfield. Let's look at these storms too that are further to the south. Anything threatening with this coming into Coger or Cedar Lake, nickel-size hail, maybe some pea-size hail.
Have been coming down.
Have they? Okay, great. Okay, yeah, very small hail with that. That storm is weakening. What's the core doing with this one, Justin? Have you noticed? Because it looks smaller in size as far as just how expansive the storm is.
And with it drifting a little bit more southeast and picking up speed, it might be becoming a little bit less surface-based.
Okay.
And maybe a weakening phase. That's sort of the telltale signs. But again, it's still a very strong, powerful storm with very large hail.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting some spots. Hail detectors still cranking out possibly some baseball-sized hail. Did we get any reports from Thomas? I know the hail core went right over.
Let me look on that.
Thomas. Okay. We'll see, but we know the core went right over Thomas. The circulation came just south of town before that circulation weakened, and then we got the one we're dealing with right now. Let's go back to reflectivity and show you the look on the presentation there of the circulation and the big hook of the supercell coming on in. It's pulling these storms up to the north. These storms were completely disconnected from it, and they may get fed up into it and cause it to continue to weaken or spin down. Not saying it's going to happen 100%, but that can happen with these storms. Kind of wishful thinking here, but it may not. Just sometimes this can give us kind of rain-cooled air and disrupt the circulation. So let's zoom out here and get a little bit more of a broad look, because here's Oklahoma City. There's El Reno. These storms are lifting in, and the circulation in Blaine County, north of I-40, headed towards Geary. And then we've got the storm to the northwest as well, and storms are taking off in northwestern Oklahoma. This will likely become more expansive. We'll come back to the tornado warning in just a second, but I want to give folks a heads up near Winoka, headed up towards Alva, Avard, eventually Tacoma, and maybe Cherokee, and the storm that's to the south and east of Woodward. Not severe, any circulation within that. It doesn't look like it.
And Lacey, like you've been talking about, the Byron, Capron, Alva, you can see the outflow boundary coming from those storms
there
up
you
in
go.
Kansas, like we've been talking about.
Okay, so what he's saying is there's that big complex of storms in Kansas, and the cooler air from that is coming on down to the south. We'll see. Sometimes that can fire new storms. If that comes on through, that could weaken these storms as they cross that. So we'll see what it does, but we're watching it. Could have quarter-size hail and 65-mile-an-hour winds coming up towards Alva. Now let's go back to the circulation that we've got going on, and our severe storm, which is now, that storm has just shrank in size. It really has shrank in size, but the hail core still very impressive. Greenfield about to get a damaging hailstorm, and that's where we find Tom Pastrano, who's looking down to his south. Tom, you're about to get far enough to the south that you'll be able to see the base of this. Right now, he's kind of looking through the rain and the hail. I can see his shot there. That's Tom's shot that you're seeing in the bottom. And that storm easily could have golf balls, if not some baseball-size hail. Jeremy Carter is on I-40, looking up to the north. Let's talk about the circulation now, and we'll kind of pause this and get velocity data. And oh man, that could be on the ground. Zoom in, Cassie. Let's zoom into that and take a look, query some of this data. That could be another large tornado developing now. Large tornado easily developing here. This is going to be, wow, that is going to be definitely a tornado that is on the ground by all radar indications. Let's go to correlation coefficient. That could easily be 130-mile-an-hour winds blowing right now in Blaine County. Okay, not seeing the debris detector lining up in the right spot, but let's go to shear rate and see what shear rate looks like. Because wow, that velocity just ramped up in one scan. You saw how fast, yeah, shear rate has maxed out. This is crossing the river now in Blaine County, southern portions of Blaine County, and this is going to be making its way off to the east. Let's lapse that, Cassie, and see what this is doing. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, this is going to be crossing up and going to be going possibly south of Greenfield, maybe south of Greenfield, but between Greenfield and Geary, you have got to be in your safe spot now. You have got to be in your safe spot. Storm shelter, lowest level, center portion of the home. This looks like a large tornado on the ground once again. Velocity data just went to overdrive mode once again. We don't see this all that often. We've seen it twice tonight now, and we know the last time it looked like this and it was clear cut, this was a large wedge tornado, and it could be doing it again. Let's zoom in and give our streets here once again, Cassie. For folks, thank you very much. This is going to be just to the north will be east 940 road, to the south 960 road, and that is going to be to the north-south north 2480 road. Those are the county streets where we could have another large, possibly violent tornado on the ground once again, tracking to the east. All right, let's lapse it and we'll get a storm track here for folks. This is moving every bit of 25, if not 30 miles per hour. It could slow down, and it's moving east, maybe southeasterly. East, maybe southeasterly. That is on the ground. Let's zoom out and take a broader look here, Cass. This is going to be heading towards Geary. This is going to be heading towards Geary, and Tom is closing in from the north. Tom, looks like we have another large tornado on the ground to your southwest. Tom, I want to get an update from you. I know you're racing to the south on 270. Give us an update.
Yeah, Lacey, I'm looking. If it is on the ground, it's going to be wrapped in rain. I'm looking for any power flashes. I don't see anything right now. It's got some strong inflow. It looks a lot like it did as far as structure-wise, the storm itself. It's a big storm. It's well-structured, but I can't see anything on the ground right now. But I'm going to get a little bit farther south and then kind of point towards the northwest. And I'll get back to you. Thanks
for that update. Tom is kind of racing to the south right now on 270 to intercept this storm, but the velocity data, it went from being very stretched out to all of a sudden this was a very tight circulation, and the wind speeds went well over 100 miles per hour, if not up to 130 miles per hour. So that could be an EF2, maybe low-end EF3 if it's on the ground, and radar indicates that it is. Jeremy Carter is looking up to the north. Jeremy, I see a lot of water in your shot as well. Let's go back to Jeremy if we can. This is Tom's shot. Jeremy, looking at your shot, there's a lot of fast motion up to your north. What are you seeing looking out your window? He's on I-40 now, coming up towards Bridgeport. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey, I'm looking back probably about not quite north, but I'm looking under this trying to see if I can make out the wall cloud. There are some clouds hanging down, but I think right about that angle there, back behind that rain, there's probably a tornado on the ground. I'm trying to get a little bit further north where I can get up and get back in there and take a look at it. I want to make sure that my roads are clear where I can get around. But there's just a ton of rain, and taking a big look at this, you can actually see here the inflow pulling in where it's wrapping around the wind. You can see it going right in there. And honestly, Lacey, I really can't see a whole lot. It's just a ton of rain. Back to you.
Okay, Jeremy, thank you for that. Rain-wrapped tornado, it's so very dangerous. You're not going to see it. Let me take you back to velocity. We saw velocity kind of peg the meter there for just a minute, and then it looks a little more stretched out. So you could see right there, it started to really tighten up. We were getting more of those 100 to 80 towards and away mile per hour winds. It's a little more stretched out, but it's still tight, and this could very easily still be on the ground, and it's making a southeasterly trek at the moment. This thing could start looking to the north in the next scan. It really could, but this is making its trek down to the southeast now, and eventually this may go towards Geary, or it may go down towards Bridgeport, or in between the two down towards the Cherokee Trading Post, the spur there at I-40, where I-40 turns into 280 going to the north, kind of of that northerly kind of jog. That's where it's headed right now. Go ahead, Cass.
There is a track ready on 2.
Okay, let's go to links 2. She's put the updated track on this, and we're changing it every time the motion starts to shift. So here's the very latest with the storm track as this tornado warning storm comes in. Now, the warning does not include Canadian County because this could weaken, but it has not yet. So I want folks in this area to be paying attention. Great job, Cassie, of course, to give folks this update. The Cherokee Trading Post at 8:54. That's 20 minutes or so. Let's see. Calumet at 9:02. This is coming into Concho at 9:14. Lake El Reno at 9:15. The El Reno Airport at 9:17. If it holds together, Lucky Star Casino by 9:18. And basically coming into downtown El Reno at 9:19 p.m. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, and there could be one on the ground right now. Jeremy and Tom and Val are all swarming it, and it is rain wrapped at the moment. You cannot see it from their locations, and this is the trajectory and the path that it is currently on. Now, this could start to lift to the north as it occludes. The storm has done that several times where it'll occlude and then a new circulation forms down the line. The overall storm has shrunk in size some, but this thing was spinning so very tightly that this is going to continue for quite some time before this thing is completely done. So there's the very latest on the track. Let's go back to radar now. I want to go back to links and show you. Go ahead, Cass.
I just wanted to update you on a storm report that I'm just seeing coming. An overturned semi just past the hydro exit on I-40, mile marker 89.5.
Okay, that would likely be into damaging winds, Cassie, right? Coming in. So overturned semi with winds probably feeding into that storm. So the circulation now, wow, that was tight for one to two scans, just a couple of minutes, and now it is stretched out, but it could still be on the ground. If it is, it's not as large of a tornado as it was, but I'm telling you, this is a very serious storm that is headed towards Geary, and it's headed towards Bridgeport. Let's put back on velocity or radar or reflectivity here, Cass, and let's see the hook. It's a little disorganized from what it was, not as pronounced. Hoping some of these showers being pulled into it kind of weaken things. It's not weaken it quick enough, I can tell you that. As it's headed towards Bridgeport. Jeremy Carter is going to have a shot of it here in just a minute. Wow, you can see the shot there, and that is from Jeremy Carter. Jeremy's near Bridgeport now, and that is his shot. We've showed you that same shot so many times of the circulation with this storm that you can see the layers of it coming up. There's Geary, there's Tom Pastrano as this thing makes its trek to the east. And I'm looking at Val's shot as well. Val is closing in behind it. So this is the storm. Let's turn on TLX and take a look at it. The hail core. Oh my goodness, the hail coming into Greenfield. Does it still indicate baseballs or has it come down some? Tennis balls. Still a damaging hailstorm. Damaging hailstorm with this coming into Greenfield on the north side. Geary may get damaging hail, and this is going to be coming into the northern sections of Canadian County on its current track. It is still blasting to the east and kind of to the southeast. I'm looking at Jeremy's shot. I'm looking at Tom's shot. They're getting closer. You can see what looks like the mothership there of that big old supercell in both their shots. For sure. And Tom, you're looking at it. Can you see it? Let's go out to Tom now. Let's go on reflectivity really quick. I want to show you what Tom is seeing. That's his shot. Tom, can you see the base? Go ahead and give us an update.
Okay, Lacey. Yeah, I can see everything's out of the rain right now. I don't see a tornado. I'm looking for any kind of circulation right now, and I don't see anything. But, man, this is a monster storm right now. It's coming into Geary. It's probably going to produce a lot of hail, but gosh, it's been a long time since I've seen a structure like this. It's absolutely incredible. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Tom. So again, we have this tornado warning, and obviously you can see where Tom is. He's in Geary, and this particular tornado, if it is still on the ground, and again, if it is, it could be rain wrapped, and that just makes it that much more dangerous. But it is moving off to the east, and it's kind of picked up speed here over the past several minutes. It's moving at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to zoom in. We're going to talk about exactly where this hook is and where the tornado would be if there was a tornado on the ground. You can see that definitely there is a little bit of a couplet. It's not as tight as some of the couplets we were seeing earlier today, but it's definitely there. And just kind of looking at shear rate, it's kind of pointing the strongest part of the storm. It's going to be just north and west of Bridgeport. And again, the storm is moving off to the east, and now just got an update, and it's still going to stay just more north of where Bridgeport is. But you can see that it's not a tight circulation by any means. That does not necessarily mean that the tornado is not on the ground. It very much could still be, but it would be more of a weaker tornado right now. So what I'm going to do is see how many miles it is from Geary. And so it's about 9 miles from where Tom is, and that's going to be in the town of Geary. So again, it's moving very quickly. So if you are in the town of Geary, I would go ahead and be in your safe spot right now. Going back to NextGen Live, I'm just going to put this in motion, kind of show you what this storm is doing. Again, it's been moving very quickly off to the east. I'm looking at our storm tracker shots, and they look very ominous, but we're not seeing any tornado on the ground right now, and that's very much a good thing. But we have to go ahead and take those tornado precautions, because this is, again, it's going to be very rain wrapped. There's going to be a lot of hail, and that's going to be dangerous on its own. We're talking about a lot of wind, a lot of hail, and we could still see up to, it was showing up to baseball size hail. I'm going to put our Barron button on. It's showing tennis ball size hail right now, and that's going to be in the town of Greenfield, just kind of north of Geary. So Geary, you're definitely in the path of where this tornado could eventually become, but right now your big threat is going to be the hail until that tornado does go a little bit closer to you. But Lacey, again, we're still watching that circulation. It hasn't necessarily tightened up a whole lot, but it is still there.
Yeah, we're seeing, the lowering from our shots from our storm trackers. You can see the velocity data, as Cassie was mentioning, a little more stretched out. This is still a storm that could produce a tornado, and it could still have a circulation on the ground right now. You've got to take this seriously to the north and to the west of Bridgeport, and this is going to be coming back towards Geary, and it's going to be along I-40 to the north, and this is still holding its own as it makes its trek down towards Canadian County. So let's zoom out and just show you kind of the broad view. It is the only storm right now with circulation, and here's where it's located. There's the hook with this supercell. Definitely the overall storm has weakened some in the last hour, but it will spin for another couple of hours potentially before it's completely gone, and it is still trekking to the east or southeast. So here's Oklahoma City. We're watching the storm right now from Union City up to El Reno. Now let's zoom in and take a look at that really quick, and we'll go back. This storm is strengthening some, could have some nickel and dime size hail coming up over El Reno, and so we're watching that for you folks. There's no circulation in that. The tornadic storm is this one, and the hook is so very pronounced, just north of I-40, just north of Bridgeport, crossing the river and making its trek off towards the east. So let's see if Jeremy's got to be seeing this very, very soon back to his northwest, because that's NextGen Live, and it's coming across another bend in the river, and it's going to be exiting Blaine County, coming into Canadian County here in just the next 3 or 4 miles, And it's moving to the east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour is the current trek of it. And Val is closing in on I-40 as well. Let's go back to velocity and take a look. It's still tight. That is still a tight circulation now to the north of Bridgeport. There's actually 2 areas there that are trying to kind of localize to the northwest of Bridgeport, coming down towards Geary, moving to the east. And we'll see, sometimes this one will become the stronger one and lift north, sometimes the one back to the west also. So that's what we're seeing. Let's look at shear rate and see what we've got going on there. This still could be producing a tornado. You're still seeing shear rate, not as intense as it was for sure, but this would likely be wrapped in rain. So Jeremy Carter, I know you're getting in position to get a shot of that. We really need to see what the base of that looks like. Back to the west, and it looks like it might have just lunged a little further down to the south. Let's go back to velocity data. And folks in Bridgeport, you've got to be in your safe spot with this tornado-warned storm. The tornado, we'll see how far to the northwest it is. Cassie, let's zoom in and count the miles here, because Bridgeport, this is coming your direction at its current path. The storm has gone so many different directions today. But it is, there you go, about 5 miles now, 5 miles to the northwest of Bridgeport, drifting to the southeast. And it looks like that circulation is going to go just on or just north of Bridgeport as it continues. And it's very tight now. It was very broad. It looks like it would be a weak tornado. What is correlation coefficient? What does shear the debris look like, Cassie, with that area of spin? It doesn't line up. So we've not seen a ton of debris in the air today, which is great. That is wonderful. We're not seeing those holes. If we start to see these colors go to the really dark blue that lines up where that circulation is, that would indicate that tornado is picking up a lot of debris, and we're not seeing that. So that is great. Doesn't mean it won't down the line, but that's what we're seeing right now. And we know this thing has had a confirmed tornado with it just a little bit ago. All right, let's go back to reflectivity and take a look at the hail core, because there's two parts to this. You've got the tornadic circulation to the south, and then you've got the hail. And when we talk about hail, this could be golf ball, maybe some tennis ball size hail that's going to be coming in the northern sides of Canadian County. And if this doesn't weaken, this is coming into the northern sides of Oklahoma County. And right now, it is not weakening to the point to we can say it's not going to make the metro. It's coming into the West Metro as we speak with damaging hail. Very damaging hail. Could have winds also 60 to 70 miles per hour driving that. We had 80-mile-an-hour winds with the storm not too long ago, and that's not out of the question. So right along the Canadian County border up into Kingfisher County, that's going to be the hail core. Wow, radar pit spitting out baseballs again?
Yes.
Baseball-sized hail north of Tom, which is north of Geary. Okay, a damaging hailstorm coming in, unfortunately, to the wheat crop and to the homes and to the businesses in northern Canadian County. Wow, look at the hail track that she's putting on there. You can see the kind of the path this is taken down to the south, and if that holds together, that is coming into the northern sides of the Oklahoma City metro. It may weaken by the time it gets there, but Edmond, the village, up to Guthrie could be in the line of fire as this makes its way in with the hail. And as far as the tornado threat, let's get to it and show you the velocity data. It keeps tightening up and weakening, and there's kind of two areas of circulation. Let's just zoom in and get some of the county streets on here.
And the new tornado warning will include Canadian County.
Okay, down the line, as you would expect, and that's where Tom and Jeremy are to intercept this as it makes its way on in. You can see basically east 970 road to north 2560. There's a circulation there, and a kind of another weaker area of circulation just to the east that's going to be on East 980 and 2610. Those are the two areas of circulation. They're not incredibly strong as far as wind speed goes, so it would be a weaker tornado if they're producing a tornado. Our trackers right now saying this is rain wrapped. Okay, it is completely shrouded in rain. Let's go to reflectivity, seeing it kind of pulse back up again on the northern side. The circulation, I'm telling you, the hook is a little disorganized from what it was. Let's turn on a TLX and take a look there. The hook itself, which has just been almost like a fist coming on in, is not nearly as pronounced as what it was. Does not mean you have to let your guard down. That's why the tornado warning is going to continue down the line. But I'm telling you, the entire storm, as far as the circulation goes, at the moment, is on a weakening trend. That can pulse back up. And what concerns me is that the hail core is not coming down, which means the overall storm strength is likely not coming down at the moment. It's likely not coming down at the moment. Jeremy, I want to go out to you. You're looking directly back to your west at the storm, and next we'll go to Tom. Next we'll go to Tom. But Jeremy, you're looking back at it. We can see the rain right now. What is it looking like to you as you're looking back into the heart of this storm?
Yeah, Lacey, I'm really trying to identify some structure. I got a little bit of a lowering kind of right in front of me here, but I believe that's an RFD cut. I'm not for sure, but I can't see anything that makes me think that a tornado was on the ground here visually. Not saying that one's not back behind in the rain, but really, it's definitely came down a whole lot. We're going to continue to watch this, track it back as it rolls back in the metro, Lacey.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. Right now, the visual of this is just so tough because we're losing daylight right now, and it's just so much water that is coming down with this storm, and the circulation is there. You've got to take it seriously. Let me show you Canadian County now for folks as this is approaching Canadian County from the west. Let's go back to Link, sorry, control room, and then we'll go out to Tom, but I want to show radar right now because the new tornado warning, of course, down the line causing phones to go off. You've got your new News 9 app. You're hearing that sound, sirens likely sounding in the west side of the Oklahoma City metro. Let's zoom out and take a look at this storm. It's just now closing in on the corner there of Blaine and Canadian County, even portions of northern Caddo County. That's where the circulation, right at the spur at I-40 and 280. Or 281, which turns to 270. That's where it is, right at the Cherokee Trading Post, and that circulation is coming into the West Metro. So siren sounding, tornado warning now for El Reno, but the circulation is way back here to the west. We'll see what it looks like by the time it gets to El Reno. This storm has produced a large, potentially violent tornado. Earlier today near Custer City, there was a tornado emergency for Custer City due to that tornado. That tornado lifted before it got to Custer City. It moved to the north and weakened, but this storm has a history of doing that. And that's why we're on, that's why our trackers are out, because this storm has been very significant tonight, and it is now moving into the western sides of Canadian County. So for El Reno, right now, you got to go to the lowest level of your home. Let this thing pass on by. If you live in a mobile home, you got to find somewhere else to go. Just get to a friend's house, but make sure you do it safely. Make sure you do it with enough time that you're not out on the roadways as this is moving. This is moving at about 35 miles per hour. Cassie's getting a storm track right now with that.
Lacey, I actually have it moving right now. I've got it moving at about 40 miles
an
hour.
That's faster.
A little bit of lead time, and it's
sure.
Picked up a little bit of speed.
Let's go to links 2.
Yes, it's ready on links 2.
Okay, let's go to that real quick, and I'll tell you, you got to go to the lowest level of your home. You've got to go to your safe spot. Make sure you get there. It's going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So if that's a closet or an interior bathroom or under a stairwell, if that's your home and that's what you need to do, that's what you've got to do. If you live in an apartment building, you got to get down to the first floor. Cannot be up above the first floor. If it's a tornado on the ground, it would be a weaker one right now, and our storm trackers are looking at it. We're showing you their shots. It is rain wrapped, coming basically just north of I-40, drifting off towards the east. Now, what Cassie's done has included downtown Oklahoma City to give folks a heads up down the line. This may not be tornadic by the time it comes into Oklahoma County, but you can't call it safe right now. Not the way this thing has been. So Lucky Star Casino coming up at 9:15, Okarche at 9:17, Piedmont at 9:34, outlet shops on I-40 at 9:44. If it holds together, downtown Oklahoma City at 9:55, and Edmond at 9:57. That's the current track. She sped it up just a little bit to give you a little bit more lead time, but please go to your safe spot, especially folks in Canadian County. All right, let's go back to links 1, and let me show you the circulation. You can see, oh, it's kind of stretched out a little bit more. The winds are still within this for sure. That could be straight line damaging winds, but I'm not seeing the tight circulation. Are you seeing that, Cass?
No,
here?
I'm definitely seeing it kind of a little bit more broad, but it's definitely still there, and it kind of changes position from time to time as well.
And that's what we've seen this storm do so many times, that it cycles, okay? So you get the big area of spin, and then all of a sudden you get these localized areas that go kind of nuts for a few minutes, and then it weakens. So brief tornadoes, briefer side, but could be stronger for sure. And we're not seeing that at the moment. We're not. The circulation that we were tracking very closely, definitely, you see how all of a sudden you got the tight area where the greens and the blues were close to the reds, and then boom, it's a little stretched out. Let's go back to reflectivity and see what's going on there. The hail. This is definitely a damaging hailstorm for Canadian County. So the circulation is going to be north of Bridgeport, but weakening. Maybe a new area trying to form north of Jeremy, just to the west of Tom, west of Calumet. New inflow notch forming there. That's what's been happening with the storm. You get a new circulation down the line. Let's go back to velocity really quick and see what that is doing, Cassie. So you've got this area, and then we're trying to get a new area. It's not doing much at the moment, west of Tom. We're keeping an eye on it. We definitely are. Looks like the circulation may be a little tighter. There it is. Let's zoom in. That will be the tornado just north of Val now, and still in Blaine County. New area of circulation. That could be a brief tornado. Look how quickly that happened. It all of a sudden tightened up and stretched out just a little bit. Let's zoom in, Cassie, and get some streets on here. North of Bridgeport, north of I-40. This is going to be to the west of Geary. Watch that. Is that not wild? That could have been a brief tornado, boom, and then it starts to weaken. Right over County Road 2560 and east-west 970, moving to the east. The broad area of circulation could go to the south of Geary, but if you live between Geary and I-40, you need to be in your safe spot. This has a history of just producing these brief spin-up tornadoes that can still do damage. And this is going to be making its way into Canadian County and maybe off towards El Reno. That's the circulation. That's the tornado threat. Now we got to talk about the hail, because the hail is impacting more folks for sure, and it is damaging hail. Could be baseball-size hail in spots with this hail core. Let's turn on reflectivity, and then what we'll do is kind of zoom in and give some of these streets in Canadian County where this is riding along. So Highway 270, Geary, Carnes, and then back up to Okarche, grain and feed. We have talked about you so many times this spring for sure, but basically that is going to be Pump Station Road, which I believe is County Road, all the way back to about Cedar Road. Hail in here could be anywhere from golf ball to baseball at times, and then all the way to the north, back up along Cedar Road, all the way up into portions of Kingfisher County. That could be damaging hail, I believe it is, and could have winds 70, maybe 80 miles per hour within that, and that is moving to the east, 35 to 40 miles per hour. So let's zoom out and kind of get a broad view of folks in El Reno, where this is going to be moving. Let's lapse it and take a look at the hail coming into the western sides of the metro now. A damaging hailstorm right now moving into Canadian County down towards Okarche. It's going to may go north of El Reno. We'll see. It's kind of had a southerly track at times, and this, if it doesn't weaken, and it's not at the moment as far as the hail goes, this is going to be a damaging hailstorm for the north sides of Oklahoma City, possibly up to Edmond if it doesn't fall apart. So if you've got your vehicle outside, you have a way to protect your property, do it with this storm as it makes its way in. The trek for Edmond brings it into town. I'm reading, oh, Cassie's clicking it there.
Here,
it's okay.
I'm adjusting it
because
I'm going to do a track just on the hail part of this storm.
Okay.
Because obviously this could impact a lot more people.
Right.
So hold on, I'm going to adjust the time real quick. Okay. I'm going to put it moving at about 40. Again, a little bit of lead time here.
Okay. And while you're doing that, the circulation, it has weakened significantly across I-40 and just to the north. We're watching that area, not seeing anything as tight as what it was. We're watching for any brief spin up. The tornado warning continues. You still need to be in your safe spot along I-40 back to El Reno. Jeremy Carter's looking back at the rain-wrapped area. I'm watching his shot.
And that track for the hail core is on 2.
Okay, and there's Tom. Tom is in Calumet. He's going to let this come up to him. We'll check in with both of our trackers in just a minute. Let me get you the update here on the storm track. Let's go to links 2 with this hail core that just kind of changes shapes and sizes and meanders along, but just a monster hailstorm heading off to the east. So this is just for the hail portion. Lucky Star Casino at 9:11. You've got about 20 minutes. Four Corners area 9:31. Mitch Park in Edmond 9:45, Oak Tree 9:45, Waterloo Road basically coming up towards I-35 9:47, Edmond at 9:48, and Pops over in Arcadia at about 10 o'clock. If this doesn't weaken, this is golf ball to baseball size hail and possibly 70-mile-an-hour winds coming across the north sides of the Oklahoma City metro. All right, let's go back to the tornado threat. Let's go back to links 2 or links 1. Yeah, let's zoom in and let's go back out to Jeremy Carter. Jeremy, I can see your shot. You've got your roof cam. We've got those 2 areas of circulation. They're not as tight, but the tornado warning continues because they could produce a brief tornado. What are you seeing as you're looking back into the storm, Jeremy?
Yeah, Lacey, I can see some rain. I can see underneath the one more to my west, the one back to my north. It's hard to see. I see no real pronounced lowering, if you know what I mean. I do see a little bit of lowering, but nothing really just hanging down, making me think anything would be about to form. We're going to continue to watch this, Lacey, and believe it or not, where I'm sitting, I got a few hailstones that were a quarter or bigger. So the hail is coming into the metro at this point, Lacey. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. He's watching it. You can see in his shot, it's mainly rain wrapped at the moment, but I'm telling you, there are the 2 areas of weak circulation. Weak meaning that if it's a tornado, it's on the weaker side, but not saying the tornado's not on the ground. Cannot confirm that right now because of the amount of precip this storm is putting out. Let's go back to links now, and I'll show you on velocity data as far as the circulation. So here's El Reno. Let me step out of the way. Here's El Reno. Here's I-40. Here's the Cherokee Trading Post. There's a Sugar Creek Casino and Bridgeport. There's 2 areas of circulation. The original one is right here. This is north of Bridgeport. There you see it. It's broad, but it's still there, and that's going to come south of I-40. Another area that's very stretched out, likely not producing a tornado, coming over the spur and the Cherokee Trading Post. Those are the 2 areas we're watching. In the control room, when we can, if we can put earlier on that video, I would like to show the video of what this storm did as it was coming towards Custer City to give folks an idea of what this storm has a history of producing. Right now, not confirming that a tornado is on the ground, but the tornado warning continues because of what this storm has done and how quickly it goes from not doing anything at all to quickly producing a tornado. And it went to just hyper overdrive mode just about an hour and a half ago. So when we can, we'll show that tornado video from earlier for folks, especially folks down the line. This was the left side of the tornado, the violent motion there from Tom Pastrano. Valcaster was on it as well. At first, it was a multi-vortex tornado, and then it became very large, and it's going to come out of the rain. There you see it. Right there. There's the right side of the tornado. You can see it, and it just gets larger and larger and larger. This was earlier in Canadian County, and we had it live with Tom Pastrano and Valcaster as it became a wedge tornado. That's why the tornado emergency was issued for Custer City. It did not make it into Custer City. It lifted north, but we know we have damage. Valcaster saw several outbuildings. It's a rural area. We really hope we did not lose any homes. We haven't heard of injuries or fatalities. I know our news crews are checking on this.
And Lacey.
And there's how wide it got. And this was earlier today. Justin, go ahead.
I actually have an update that I was talking to Sylvia Corkhill, our anchor reporter. She called the Sheriff's Department out in Custer County. The deputies are out searching homes. So far, no reports of injuries.
Okay,
but
wonderful.
There are several mobile homes and outdoor structures, barns that we showed on air that have been destroyed.
Okay.
But as of right now, no reports of injuries.
Okay.
So that's some good news.
Lacey, if you want
Andrew.
to take links 4, there was some damage in Custer City itself. Obviously, the tornado made that really sharp turn north out of town. Links 4.
Okay.
But clearly, at the minimum, some pretty significant wind damage.
Right.
Perhaps even just straight line winds on the RFD of this storm as
Okay.
it came through. But we've got that from
Facade
right in
fell off
downtown. You
there.
can see the brick wall that was knocked down
Okay.
there. And then this looks like kind of a front porch awning on that building, perhaps.
Sure.
Kind of snapped down.
Okay.
So just got a couple of
Roof
videos in
damage.
from
Okay.
Custer City.
And that's Andrew Adams. He's checking social media and getting updates there. We know Custer City, that tornado moved north and weakened, and we'll keep checking for injuries and we'll keep checking for structural damage and bring you that. We want to get back to the tornado warning now. The storm is stretched out. The circulation is now coming right down I-40. It's just behind Jeremy Carter. The circulation is basically right over the Cherokee Trading Post, and the circulation that was the original mezzo that produced that tornado that I showed you that video of is this circulation right here that is now stretched out and very broad. Likely not a tornado on the ground in Blaine County that's going to cross over into Canadian County. Valcaster is right there looking to his north. Val, if you start to see anything, I know you'll let us know what you got going on there. That's with the circulation that is coming on through and coming down I-40. Here's Fort Reno, and there is downtown El Reno, and you can see where this is kind of making its trek. It's moving to the east. It's almost moving a little bit more southerly. It may end up crossing I-40, honestly, and going south. We'll have to see, because the path of this has gone from southeast to east to almost due north at times with these areas of circulation. That's what we're seeing currently. I'm looking at Jeremy Carter's shot. Jeremy, you can see the feeder band. Let's go to Jeremy Carter and look at his shot. Jeremy's got his night vision turned on. You can see the inflow coming up into the circulation. If you look right here, kind of comes to a point when he gets a lightning flash. He's tracking by lightning, and he'll get another one here in a second. But you could see it feeding up into it. You could see the base of the storm as well. He's looking back to the west, just a couple of miles. There we go. There you can see the shot. Jeremy, I don't see anything on the ground coming down I-40. What do you see looking back to your west?
I don't neither, Lacey, and I don't even see a whole lot of tags. There's really one tag that I can see, and I don't see any real motion in it. But them lights are the Cherokee Travel Plaza when you get off at the Gary exit on I-40. So it'll give you a perspective of where I'm at. I'm back to the north and east of that, and I can see clearly underneath that mezzo, nothing at the present time. It appears to be a tornado to me. Definitely, if you notice, you can see curtains of rain in there. You know, in the daytime you can see if the things are moving.
Yeah, you can see
but
it
not right
coming
now,
strong.
Lacey. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy, and that's a wonderful shot. Jeremy's right there where he needs to be, looking back at that storm that has produced at least a couple, if not 3 or 4 tornadoes tonight, one large tornado, and we're not seeing it on the ground as this is coming along. I-40, Jeremy is on I-40. He's just north of there. We've also got Tom Pastrano on 270 where it meets I-40. Tom is looking at this. Valcaster is right there looking at it as well, and it's definitely got a broad area of spin. It's got the mesocyclone, the area of circulation from earlier, and you can see it. It's broad. There is spin there. There's damaging winds within that for sure, coming over the Cherokee Trading Post, coming across I-40, and it's still trying to make a trek down to the south a little bit. But this is going to be coming into the west side, if not the south side of El Reno. Some of the radar indicated winds, 45. What does the TDWR look like when you get a chance? And I'm watching Jeremy's shot. You're going to see it right there live if it does anything, because that is Jeremy's shot of the base of that storm. And so we're getting probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds coming out right now, crossing I-40. Turn on some of these streets when you can, Cass. I know you're querying that and doing about 10 different things, but that's Smith Road and Cedar Road again. Kind of your intersection, and back to the west is going to be where the damaging winds are, and that's making its way off to the east. So we'll see kind of the east-southeast. The strongest winds may go just south of El Reno. Justin?
Yeah, just talking to the trackers,
okay.
It's pretty flat base, no immediate threat as it looks like. And even on radar, it's a little broad circulation. This threat of this storm is, yes, the tornadic threat, but on the north side, there is some damaging hail right now. That is life-threatening type of hail that's going through Calumet right now. Likely tennis ball to baseball size hail, as I've been going through the levels of the radar, and there is some large hail even well up into the storm. So this is going to continue to produce hail downstream. So Lucky Star Casino, Highway 81, even down towards El Reno, as this is tried, like you mentioned, Lacey, tried to push off to the east-southeast. And so anywhere up and down Highway 81, this is a damaging hailstorm moving to the east.
Yeah, easily baseball size hail in spots, golf ball to baseball size hail, okay? It's going to be a range. Not everyone gets baseballs, but with winds within this 70, maybe some gusts to 80 miles per hour, that'll take out your windows very easily on the west side. You've got to move away from those windows as this is coming into town. This will damage your vehicle. This will total a vehicle if it hits you. This will also do significant damage to your roof. If it's baseball or larger hail, that can even come through a roof. We sure hope that doesn't happen. We hope that it's a whole lot of golf balls and not a whole lot of baseballs, but that is going to be very possible. We're also very clearly able to see the hook with this storm right now, and that's what you're seeing in your shot right here from Jeremy Carter. And also we've got shots from Tom Pastrano and Valcaster looking back to the west. That's the hook. Actually, the hook is becoming a little bit more defined. You can see the finger there that is crossing I-40. And well, it's right on I-40 and trying to come down to the south. So let's zoom in on the hail core, and we'll kind of go into some of these street level from basically, just like Justin mentioned, Okarche, and I'll go on the east side here of it. That's going to be Airport Road. Airport Road all the way down to 122nd, right over Calumet, all the way back along 122nd, all the way back to Carnes, and basically north-south 270 Road. That area is damaging hail, and that is drifting to the east-southeast. So let's zoom out and lapse this just a little bit if we can, and we'll give you the kind of the direction of it, because it was moving due easterly. It may weaken slightly. I keep saying that. I keep hoping that it's going to weaken slightly, but it's not weakening quick enough, I can tell you that. It is drifting to the east-southeast now. Southeast, I will say. We'll see if it comes to El Reno. It's going to be close. It's going to be close to El Reno property. If you can protect it, if you've got means to protect your vehicle, do it. El Reno, up Highway 81, up to Okarche, damaging hail event happening. And the hook with this storm is still becoming pronounced. Valcaster is right there, nearly in the hook. Let's turn back on our live for a second, Cass, and we'll lapse that to really show you the well-defined hook. And let's zoom in, if we can, to the hook crossing I-40 and the area of circulation. The little there's Maple Elementary School. There's the circulation. The tornado warning continues because of this. Going right over the Mayberry Reservoir in Canadian County, and this is Cedar Road, is the circulation now all the way up to Jones Road. And it's kind of hugging I-40. It looked like it was going southeast, and it may be going more easterly now, kind of turned right a little bit. And that happens. That's common with this storm. It is right. If you know anyone traveling along I-40, by the way, basically from the Cherokee Trading Post to Oklahoma City, call them. Let them know they have got to seek shelter. They cannot be in a vehicle as this is coming on through. Now let's turn on the velocity data and take a look here at the circulation. And there it is. There's the circulation. It is a little bit tighter now. Val Castor is right on it. The circulation basically closing in on Cedar Road and right along, if not just south of I-40. Let's go out to Val. Val, the circulation is just ahead of you, just to your east. The Hook is trying to cross I-40. There's traffic on I-40. I see it in your shot. What are you seeing as you're looking just ahead of you, Val?
So right now, Lacey, we are not seeing a thing cloud structure-wise. We knew that we're going to be passing through the rain and the Hook here. There's a lot of rain, probably hail as well, that we're getting ready to hit. But I think as soon as we get out of the rain, we're going to be able to see cloud structure and to be able to see if there's any kind of a lowering right here. But it should be maybe 1.5 miles straight east of us. Right now, our wind is not crazy like it was before the big tornado came down and before the other tornadoes came down. But we are getting, it's hard to really tell driving down the road, but I think we're getting north winds right here. There's somebody off the road right there. North winds, maybe 40. That's what I'm going to estimate. So not near as crazy as it was before. So, Lacey, we're starting to get a little bit out of the rain. I'm starting to see cloud structure ahead of us. The more we get out of the rain, okay, there we are. No more rain. We just passed through the Hook. So now we're looking, and it looks like a broad lowering, pretty much due east of us, maybe just a little left of the road, or maybe almost right over top of us. So I don't see anything on the ground. I don't see power flashes. I don't see anything that looks like it's on the ground, but there is something hanging down right over the road. Pull back on the camera as far as you can go, but right there, it's maybe 0.5 mile ahead of us. Okay, there's some sort of a feature right above. I mean, it could be something hanging down low. It almost looks like something hanging down low, but we're almost to go under it. And now it looks like to me it's just passed over I-40, and it's now just south of I-40 by less than 1/4 mile.
Okay, that's what we're seeing too based on radar.
Okay, well, that's perfect. It matches up then, and it is a feature. I mean, you could almost, if it was daytime, I would be able to tell you if it's a funnel. It almost looks like a funnel, but I can't confirm that. It's just a low-hanging cloud, and it's right where the mezzo is.
Okay.
So we look for power flashes, and we're not seeing any. Back to you.
Okay, no power flashes is always a great thing. I'm looking at Jeremy Carter's shot, Val, and Jeremy is just to the east of you, and he's looking back towards you at the west. Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, if you can zoom out just a little bit, you can see the wall cloud that Val was talking about. This is with the Hook. Jeremy, I believe you're looking to your south based on radar. I don't see anything on the ground. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I'm moving to the south, but I'm looking due to my west. I seen that feature that Val was talking about. It did kind of look like a funnel. There are a few tags and a little bit of movement in the scud up underneath this wall cloud. We're going to keep watching, Lacey. I got a bird's eye view of it. If it goes to the ground, we'll be able to tell you. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. Stick with it. I know it's moving pretty quickly now. To the circulation, it looks like it's moving just to your south. So it's to your west and to your south, drifting more of a southeasterly trajectory kind of path. Let's go back to radar. I want to show you El Reno. Let's zoom out just a bit here if we can. Here's El Reno. Here's Oklahoma City. Here's Edmond. This is the West Metro. Tornado warning continues. The storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes, but right now, no tornadoes confirmed on the ground with it. Can change. That can change. That's why Val and Jeremy and Tom are all on it. So let's zoom in. Here's the circulation. We told you it was trying to drift to the south. Here's El Reno. This is, again, the area of spin. It's kind of broad back here, south of 270, and we may be getting another area trying to tighten up right over Val. Let's go back to reflectivity and see where the Hook is, because that on our live radar, you can see it. The live
Looks
radar.
like a big RFD push that's slicing to the southeast. Base shows that very well too.
Okay, so we're starting to get, which is kind of the wraparound winds feeding in and feeding around that storm, which sometimes can weaken and disrupt the circulation. But you can see the hook is still there. If the tornado warning, it still continues. If we get the RFD to wrap all the way around, that can choke off the circulation entirely. But watch how that hook is growing and expanding, how quickly that is moving out away from the apparent storm to try to get into a better environment to get that circulation to continue, because the air is feeding into it to the south. So let's zoom in and get some of the streets on. Here's El Reno. The circulation is to the south and to the west of El Reno, and it's drifting to the east, southeast. So this is Reuter Road now. Reuter Road and Red Rock Road is going to be the north-south, and then the east-west is Reuter Road. Basically from there up to I-40 is a broad area of circulation. Now let's turn back on velocity and look at that and make sure it's still broad. It is at the moment, but stronger winds feeding into it. Winds could be 45 to 50 over El Reno feeding in. So that's the wind and the tornado threat, but we have to keep talking about the hail threat. Let's go further to the north. We'll do that, and then I'll put a storm track on it. Cassie's got that ready, and show you the hail is crashing through Calumet as we speak. This large hail core, very damaging hail. The hail core in size may have shrunk a little bit, but you notice how it was moving to the east off towards basically Edmond and North Oklahoma City. It's now drifting maybe a little bit more to the southeast towards the Lucky Star Casino. Calumet right now. We got to get reports from Calumet. I hope you had time to protect your vehicle if you can. For roofs, for things that you can't move. This is a damaging hailstorm, and this could be life-threatening hail when it's being driven by winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. If that hits you, that can take your life. So you cannot be outdoors. You don't need to be out in your vehicle as this is traveling and moving to the east-southeast. Golf ball, tennis ball, maybe some baseball size hail within this, and this is very close to El Reno. We will see. It's either going to go just north or just on top of El Reno as it crosses Highway 81. Let's get to the track. That's going to be on links 2. Control room, thank you very much. If we can get that popped up. There's the track. Cassie put it on not just the hail, but basically all the way down to the hook, bringing the entire storm off to the east. This may drift a little further to the south, we'll see. But right now, heading into Piedmont at 9:22 in 10 minutes, coming into Yukon at 9:34, Edmond at 9:45, Kilpatrick Turnpike at 9:45, downtown Oklahoma City at 9:58, and all the way to Wellston by 10:18. Chandler, if it keeps on churning and keeps going that direction at 10:33, this could drift to the south some. Cass, can you just take that and take it a little further to the south just in case, and we'll give Mustang and Moore kind of a heads up. It may not make this trajectory at all, but I just want to give you the heads up in Mustang. Mustang at 9:45, Moore, if it makes it that way, at 10:04, and coming into the Tinker Air Force Base at 10:03 would be the time if it starts to move more southeasterly, and that's possible. All right, let's go back to links 1, and we'll see where our tracker. Look at the hook now. Let's zoom out just a bit. And look at this storm. How many times has it gotten completely disorganized? The circulation tries to go away, and then boom, it builds the finger down to the south. That is the hook. And as it does that, it continues to pull the warmer air up into it. It gives it a new area of what we call inflow, and it just allows that mesocyclone, that area of spin, to continue to churn. What do the VILs look like? I mean, it is not weakening at the moment, is it, Cass?
No, not at all. I mean, it's still pegging.
Yeah. I mean, this storm has pegged the meter on our storm strength scale since western Oklahoma, I think since Roger Mills County. And here it is coming into the western Oklahoma City metro with, I mean, just huge, gigantic hail coming north of El Reno, just came over Calumet and still has a circulation with it with a potential tornado. And that's why the tornado warning continues. That tornado warning is expanding further to the south as that track continues further to the south. The tornado warning now includes Yukon, Mustang, all the way down to Union City and crosses the river as you would expect as this is trying to drift and make that southerly turn. So storm trackers, I know you're listening to me, that is still trying to track further down to the south. We've got Brandon Pennell out ahead of it, and he will be intercepting it as it makes its way into the west metro or western sides of Oklahoma City as well. Go ahead,
Jeremy
Justin.
Carter is now in the RFD
Okay.
that you see on base. I'm seeing 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, and he's seeing easily 60 to 65 with some blowing debris as we speak.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy. He's getting winds out of the northwest, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. Out of the due north, you can see there's limb debris in the road. Definitely leaves blowing across. There ain't a lot of trees out here neither. So when you see a leaf, it's like, wow. But yeah, definitely small limbs being broken on some of the trees. I'm trying to scan the base of this, see if I can get any structure out of it. But I'm literally right in this dead center of this couplet here, Foreman. But I've got a northerly wind, and let me show you here to my north. I got a visual on a pretty low base right here. Hang on just a second. Take a look at that there, Lacey. And really, this needs to be watched. Definitely bears watching. To me, it's a pretty serious storm. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Jeremy. And it's a really great shot. If you can tilt down just a little bit, we'll be able to see the bottom of that screen if you're able to. And that's going to be an area of circulation that Jeremy is watching. It's not on the ground. Tornado not on the ground. I know sirens are going off. Your phones are going off with the tornado warning in the West Oklahoma City metro. Jeremy Carter is right there along with Val Castor, Tom Pastrano, Hank Brown. They're all out. Brandon Pennell watching this as it scoots across, and it's really moving to the east-southeast now, and that's what it looks like in his shot. Let's go back to links, and we'll keep these shots up, and I want to show you what it looks like on radar. We're not seeing a tight area of circulation, maybe becoming, that's what Jeremy was looking at, a little more organized just to the west, northwest of the El Reno Airport. This is now south of El Reno and moving to the southeast, but the winds feeding into this is going to be the RFD. This is the wind that's feeding on the backside, trying to kind of undercut the circulation, damaging winds close to 80 miles per hour. And we're not hitting this very high up now. We're hitting this in the low levels within this thunderstorm and within this circulation. So the wind punch that you're going to get out of this is very hefty. It really is. What does shear rate look like now, Cassie, with this? Okay, we're seeing that tighter circulation now that is going to be to the southwest of El Reno, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, and it's just a few miles south of Val. Let's zoom in and get the streets on for folks in Canadian County. This is now Fort Reno Road, okay? Fort Reno Road and Reuter Road is kind of the intersection where that new area of circulation is forming. And Jeremy, this is going to be to your east by just a couple of miles. All right, let's zoom out now and show kind of El Reno, and we'll kind of go down the line a little bit further of where this is heading. We can leave it on shear rate, okay. Yeah, and just kind of go down from Union City down to basically Minco and Tuttle and give folks an update all the way back down to kind of Newcastle of where this is going. So here's Newcastle, here's Mustang, here's Union City. The hail with this storm is going to be on the north side, but what I'm showing you is the circulation and the tornado warning. So for folks south of El Reno, south side of El Reno, down to Powers along Highway 81 to Union City, down to Minco. Tornado warning. What that means is you've got to go to your safe spot, and you have to do it right now. Don't wait for this thing to get any closer to you. This has produced multiple tornadoes this evening. Multiple. Our storm trackers, I don't know how many they've seen, 3 or 4, maybe more, but it has produced a couple of large tornadoes. Very serious. Do not have a tornado on the ground right now. That could change in a matter of minutes. So Tom is looking to his south, Hank is looking to his south, and that's the circulation with the least you'll get out of this area with wind. 70, 80, maybe some 85 mile an hour winds through Powers, through Union City, possibly down to Minco, and eventually Mustang, Tuttle, and if it holds together, this would come into the west sides of Moore or even the southwest sides of Oklahoma City. We'll see, because the track of this thing has been all over the place this evening, all over the place, but it's definitely taking a southeasterly shove. All right, let's query some of this wind now, Cassie, because damaging winds, and sometimes when the winds start to pick up, you get that tornado. That can happen. When winds start to pick up on one side, it gets lopsided, and then it evens out. If this is real, this would be winds to 90 miles per hour from Reno Road to 29th, all the way back down to Southwest 59th Street, okay, to the west of Highway 81. Damaging winds. Jeremy Carter is right there. He's looking at an area, kind of a lowering that you're seeing in the lightning flashes. Jeremy's very near that area of just extreme winds right now in Canadian County that are pushing to the southeast. And if you start to get hail within that, that's a damaging, very damaging hailstorm. And we know we have hail, so we keep going back and forth from the circulation to the hail. Let's go back to the north now and show you where the hail is. Really concerned about folks. Least you're going to do is lose some power, lose some electricity for a while, and I hope you don't have structural damage with the winds. Not a tornado at the moment. It's not on the ground. Our trackers are all looking right at it. If you start to see any funnels, any tags even, let me know, trackers. But the hail has passed through Calumet, and it's at the Lucky Star Casino and Concho, and that is now drifting down towards El Reno. It looked like it was going to come right to the north and zip off over towards Piedmont and possibly Edmond. Right now, that is making its way further to the southeast. Now,
Lacey, you were talking about power. We do have the power outages map on Links 3 if you just wanted to check it out.
Sure,
now,
let's do that.
Obviously, it's going to be a little bit delayed. We don't have those power outages coming in yet for Canadian County, but you can see Custer County, 3,500 customers already without power.
And we know that is most likely due to tornado damage. We saw Val came across so many power poles leaned over, blown over due to that tornado. And if not the tornado, the apparent circulation winds with it, where he had winds to 100 miles an hour on the outside of the tornado. We're going to see this number go up. It's going to. In the metro, in the southwest metro, south side of Oklahoma City, I do think we're going to lose power for a while. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on our News 9 app, streaming there on the website to keep you updated, because we do have the tornado warning ongoing. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to Links, and let me show you. There's the hook. Look at that thing swinging out, not on the ground, near El Reno Airport, down to Powers, and the hail core. What is the hail detector spitting out now? Coming into the north side of El Reno.
Still baseballs.
Okay, that is baseball size hail. Okay, baseball size hail potentially driven by 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is a very damaging, if not catastrophic, hailstorm for some folks. If that is really producing baseballs, and it may not be very many, you know you've got a lot of golf balls in there, maybe tennis balls, that is going to cause a lot of damage to folks' property, just the hail alone, okay, out of this storm. And you can see, if we put on hail swath, just to give folks an idea of the path of this, coming in from the north, pushing down to the south, you can see it was moving to the east, and then it's taken a little bit of a jog. That could still change, but that looks like it's going to make its way through El Reno, down to Yukon. If it holds together, could come into the western sides of Oklahoma City. That's the hail threat. Let's get back to the tornado threat. Let's go out to Valcaster. Val, the hook is to your south. The circulation is just very near you, actually. I know you're chasing by power flashes. You're doing a wonderful job. Give us an update.
So Lacey, we just now got off of I-40 at the Country Club exit on I-40. So what we are looking at here, straight in front of us, maybe just a little west of the road here, is a big lowering. I'm going to stop. Okay, it's straight west of us now. It's straight west of us. I'm going to stop here, try to get a shot of it looking west. Big lowering. We have not seen a tornado or anything like that, but we did notice that the north winds are starting to pick up, and that's happened the last 2 or 3 tornadoes that we've seen with this storm. So that's what's going on. It's straight west of us. We're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Val. I know you're watching that very closely. Let's go back to Links and the damaging winds now. With that circulation, especially on the west side of the circulation that is coming right into Union City. Hank Brown is right there on Highway 81. Cassie, as you query some of this, Hank, we are clearing winds over 90 miles per hour coming into Union City. I know you're not in the strongest winds, but you're seeing that coming up with power flashes down to your southwest. Hank Brown, give us an update.
Yeah, Lacey. So I'm just a few miles south of El Reno, and we're looking back here to the northwest. I'll kill the lights right there. The lightning, you can see that big lowering that Val was just talking about. It's in between me and him. So basically what we have here is a huge lowered base, but I do not see any appendages hanging down at this time. I don't see any rapid rotation or anything like that. We just have a huge lowered base that's in between me and Val that's kind of drifting to the southeast. We've got inflow winds of probably 30 miles an hour from the southeast that are flowing back up to the northwest. This shot that you're seeing is looking back to the west-northwest. And like I say, right now, this is the area that means business. There's a big lowering here but I don't see anything right now that's telling me that it's an imminent tornado at this time. Back to you, Lacey.
Okay, you're right there, right in the heart of it, Hank. Thank you so much for that update, looking right at it. The least you're going to get is 80-mile-an-hour winds and power outages out of this. Hope the winds don't get much stronger, but you can see he's looking right at it. There's not a tornado on the ground, but the circulation could tighten up. That's why our trackers are right there with it. Let me show you the winds now.
Hank's seeing power flashes now.
Hank is? Who was it?
Hank has
Hank,
power
go ahead,
flashes.
Hank.
We've got power flashes just to the south of us, so we're just now getting hit with the wrap. Another one just in front of us. This is coming right into Union City. Another one right there. 3, 4, 5. 5 power flashes right in front of us. Another one, 6. We're south. We're north of Union City, heading south on 81. Just about that 80, 90-mile-an-hour wind you were talking about. I did not see a lowering that tells me tornado. I think this is straight-line wind power flashes, but we just saw 6 to 10 power flashes from Reno. Golly, the wind is screaming right now. It is probably, if you can see out my windshield, I've probably got 80 or 90-mile-an-hour winds, horizontal rain, and I haven't seen a power flash in the last 15 or 20 seconds. But just when you cut off from us, Patty started saying, hey, power flashes, and we looked, and we've seen 6 or 8 coming into Union City right now, 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds. Lacey, back to you.
Hurricane force winds. That is hurricane force winds. It's like a hurricane on the ground. That's what's coming through Canadian County. Thank you so much, Hank. If you start to see more, just holler. We're watching your shot. He had several power flashes. Folks are going to be in the dark in Canadian County. Let me go back and show you on radar exactly where this is. Hank is north of Union City. This is 29th Street, and that ball of blue is a ball of wind of 80 to 90 miles per hour. That is north of Union City. And Justin was just pointing out this was moving down to the south. It is now lifting, kind of pushing more to the east.
Yeah, the RFD, instead of surging southeast, is trying to turn more to the east.
Yeah, when he laps it, you can see that.
We'll have to watch it closely just to your east-northeast, Hank.
And so what can happen right here, right where he's talking about, right near Radio Road, and let's zoom in, we're starting to see maybe an area where the circulation tries to tighten up.
Yeah, that sounds
That's
good.
going to be 15th Street, Justin, your mic is on, 15th Street Southwest and Radio Street. Radio Street, that is going to be an area where the winds are so strong out of the kind of the northwest, and we may start to get a little bit more toward where we could get a spin up. We've got Brandon Pennell dropping in. He's watching that area as well. Let's go to correlation coefficient. Let's look for any debris and make sure Hank is right in that wind. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't see anything on the ground. Let's go back to Hank Brown if we can. Hank, we're showing 80-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, Lacey, you got me?
I gotcha.
Okay, so I'm headed south on 81. I'm taking westerlies right now of every bit of 80, if not 90 miles an hour. I'm in an F-250 pickup, and it's blowing me across the road. So strong westerlies. It's now east of 81. On 81, I'm taking 75s probably now. It's come down just a little bit, but just east of 81. So if you folks that live out here, the Loves, on the north side of Union City, it is just west of you, or just east of you right now. We saw multiple power flashes, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. I'm coming into Union City right now with, they're dropping a little bit, probably 60 from the west, which tells me we were in the RFD wrap. So Mustang, it's coming to you. Expect 80, 90 mile per hour winds coming towards Mustang. So we're going to catch 152. We're going to try to catch back up with it, get east, back into Mustang. Back to you, Lacey.
Okay, so Hank confirmed what radar was saying, at least 80-mile-an-hour winds. Let me show you what radar has now, just under 100-mile-per-hour winds. And so when we talk about a low-end tornado, this can be do the damage of a weak tornado. This is significant wind. Some of this data spitting out over 100-mile-per-hour winds. And if that is actually reaching the ground, we're not measuring this very high up, that is going to make you lose power. There's no doubt about that. And it can bring down big trees trees, okay? This can make big trees blow over. This can also really damage a mobile home. This is the type of situation you cannot be in a mobile home with these types of winds. It can blow that over and toss it and turn it into basically just small debris. It's not a tornado. It's not what we're seeing right now. It's damaging winds. We could get a tight area of circulation along this, but it's not happening right now. Brandon's there, Jeremy's there, Hank is there. Southwest, let's see, it's 29th Street Southwest, crossing Highway 81, 100 mile per hour winds possible down to Southwest 44th Street, basically from Highway 81 to Radio Street. And that swath of winds is racing to the east. So let's zoom out and show you where this is headed. Hank mentioned it's going to Mustang.
Yeah, and Hank can see the lowering.
Hank can see a lowering with it too. Okay, we'll go back to Hank in just a second. I want to give folks an idea of where this is going. Here's Canadian Valley. Here's Yukon. We're well south of I-40. The circulation that we're starting to see develop is not too far from Brandon, and that's going to be coming towards Canadian Valley, the Xerox plant, and basically coming down towards Wheatland and eventually towards the Oklahoma City airport, towards Will Rogers, and from there, that would be going down towards South Oklahoma City, Valley Brook, and more. So we'll get a storm track in just a minute, but we're tracking it mile by mile for you. Not seeing a tornado on the ground, but I want to check in with Brandon. Brandon Pennell, there's a circulation trying to form. Let's go to shear rate, Cassie. It's just to your southwest by a couple of miles. Tell us where you are, Brandon. We're getting a large area of damaging winds. What are you seeing? Brandon, are you there? Pennell? Okay, we'll find Brandon here in just a second. Let's go back to links 2. Let me show you the storm track Cassie has here. Cassie has the storm track on the damaging winds now. We'll go back to the hail and show you what that's doing. But we've got these two things that are very concerning, the big time hail and the damaging winds with the latest track coming into Mustang at 837. Now this can change. This can lift to this, go to the south, but right now it's moving more easterly. Outlet Shops at 944, Will Rogers World Airport at 947, OCCC at 949, the Fairgrounds at 951, Boathouse District and the Paycom Center, so downtown 955, and let's see, Del City 958, Midwest City by 10:02. And let's zoom in now, Cassie. We'll go back to links, and we've got shear rate turned on here on links 1.
And Hank has an update.
Okay, there is the circulation and also damaging winds. Hank, this is going to be just to your north. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. It is about a mile north of 152. We've got a large lowering. We don't see any appendages hanging down from the ground, but I have this huge bowl lowering that's just within a half mile to a mile to my north. I'm moving east on 152 right now, and that lowering is behind where them 80, 90 mile an hour winds are. So it's like there was a big RFD push that was probably causing those power flashes that we were seeing. But the big lowering right now is just east of 81, about 3 or 4 miles, about a mile north of 152, and it looks like it's moving due east to me, Lacey. Back to you.
Great update there. It is definitely moving due east currently. Hank is right there looking at it. All of our storm trackers have this area surrounded. On Next Gen Live, let me show you what some of the live velocity data is showing in this area. This is south of I-40, and this is going to be, well, it's just updated there, Cass. I know you're going to update these numbers. Southwest 29th, it's basically coming right down. Southwest 29th Street between there and Southwest 44th, and it's currently at Evans Street, and it goes basically, the damaging winds are going to come all the way over to 92, which is Cemetery Road. So that is the area of damaging winds. Some of our radar estimates are 80, 90 to 100 miles per hour. All of that may not be reaching the ground, but if it is, that is very strong, very dangerous, damaging winds. That's the strength of a low-end tornado, and that's going to be a straight line wind. Not seeing a circulation at the moment. Let's go back to reflectivity, and I'm going to show you the hook with the storm, and we'll zoom out.
It feels like it got really hot here.
Okay.
Almost like a heat.
We'll go back to Hank. We know he's talking about a heat burst. He may have had one. We know we had a heat burst earlier up near Hillsdale with some 90 mile an hour winds. We'll get to that part of the state in just a minute. Let's zoom out just a little bit if we can here. And this is our live radar. Here's the hail core, which passed by El Reno and went to the north, now coming down towards Richland and Banner. And look at the hook, how long the hook is. Okay, that's trying to extend out away from that storm. And if we lapse that, let's see what the motion is now, Cassie, as it's moving Yeah, the storm itself is drifting to the east, maybe a little bit to the south, but definitely the damaging wind punch is pushing to the east as the RFD or the winds come back on the backside of that hook and push to the east. We'll see what it does. Let's go back to let's look at hail detector and just see if the hail core has come down. I don't think it has. No, we're still getting very large hail from El Reno down to Banner. Damaging hailstorm. This is going to be really, it could be millions of dollars of hail damage coming out of this storm today in Canadian County, and it's coming towards Oklahoma County. All right, let's go back to velocity data, and we'll show if we're looking for any areas of circulation. Not seeing any areas of spin at the moment with that. Oh, there, it's tightening up, guys. This is tightening up. We could get a tornado out of this. Let's zoom in. This is going to be just to the north of Hank, and the circulation has localized now over Banner Road, right over Banner Road and Southwest 15th. This could be a tornado developing now. This circulation is going to be to the south and to the east now of Brandon, southeast of Jeremy, just by about a mile. Just
Val's
by about
power flashes.
Okay, let's go to Val. Go ahead, Val. Just to your east by 4 miles, Val. What do you see?
Okay, we just saw a power flash straight ahead of us. Is that a funnel? Look, it's a funnel straight ahead of us. Funnel straight east of us. Look in the shot. Look at our shot right there. It's just left of the road. There is a funnel. It's all the way on the ground. Tornado on the ground, just barely north of 15th Street. Barely north of 15th Street. That's where we saw the power flashes. It's all the way on the ground, producing debris. Goodness, how close is this to us?
Okay, this is Banner.
Do you see that in our shot?
Banner Road. We can't see it, Val.
You see it in our shot?
I can't see it in your shot, Val, but it's Banner Road and Southwest 15th, and this is going to be in Canadian County. Jeremy Carter's right there as well. This is a mile.
It's on the ground.
Jeremy, I see it in your shot. Jeremy, it's a mile to your south. Tornado on the ground doing damage. Jeremy, give us an update.
Yes, Lacey, if you can see it, it's right here. You back out and see if I can't get a better visual of it. I hope they're recording on this, but yeah, it's just less than a mile from me, right to my east. Right to my east. I'm coming up on the path. Hang on, I'm getting a clear shot. Oh my, this is a big tornado, Lacey. Take a look at it. That's the tornado right there.
Okay,
I can hear the roar. I can hear the roar, Lacey.
Jeremy, this is a half a mile from you. This is a very dangerous situation. There's Jeremy Carter's shot. Jeremy,
no, it's closer than a half mile.
Is it a quarter of a mile?
Really close. It is doing damage.
It is lifting north.
It's a half mile of me. Please record it. Please roll on it.
We've got
Yeah, this is a powerful tornado.
Jeremy,
yeah, Lacey, there's houses out here too.
There's a lot of people that live out here. Cassie, can you zoom in just a little bit?
Yeah, I've also got a track on too for when we need it. This is going to be in Mustang at 9:45. It's 9:36 right now. Will Rogers Airport at 9:53. This is moving quickly about east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Okay, do not leave Jeremy's shot. I'm just going to read off exactly where he's looking. This is Southwest 15th, between Southwest 15th and Reno. Zoom in one click, Cass, if you can, and I'm going to give that north-south street. That is Banner Road. Jeremy is on Banner Road, and that is the tornado right now. It is 9:36. You're seeing it live on News 9. That is a very dangerous tornado, okay? It's very dangerous. It is a large tornado. It is doing damage. You can see the circulation all the way down to the ground, the debris lifting several hundred feet up into the air. Don't lose that shot. We're going to leave it. Cassie, can you put her on debris detector right now? I'm looking at exactly where this is. Jeremy's not in El Reno. Jeremy is south of El Reno. We have debris.
Okay, let's look. Let's look. Okay, so we can see this. Obviously, it's doing damage. Let's go back to velocity data. And we're just looking at things while you're seeing the tornado so we can give you the exact location of where this is. And it looks like, Jeremy, is it lifting north? Jeremy, is this lifting to the north?
Yeah, Lacey, listen, there's a ton of debris lifted up. This thing is really a powerful tornado. I mean, it's a dangerous storm. It's probably strong enough to knock out. I would classify it by looking at the motion on the sides, probably at least an EF3, maybe even an EF3. Definitely strong tornado now in the metro area. Back to you, Lacey.
Okay, thank you for that update, Jeremy. We're getting the exact location for folks. It looks to me like it's lifting to the north. This is going to be Reno Avenue now. It's crossing Reno Avenue, and it's crossing Banner Road. It's crossing Banner, and it's going to the northeast. It is definitely on the ground. This is coming up towards Reno and Cimarron Road now. Reno and Cimarron Road, you're next. It's just to the southwest. This is in the Oklahoma City metro. This is south of El Reno, and this is lifting kind of to the northeast. It really is. It's lifting almost to the northeast. Jeremy, can you tell me the direction that this thing is moving as you're tracking it to your east? Okay,
Brandon's right here with me.
Okay, we'll check back in with Jeremy here in just a second. Jeremy, you've got the shot of it. You've got it up for sure.
Multiple vortices.
Okay.
Lacey, take a look at that.
We can see it.
Multiple vortices. We're within probably literally a quarter mile of it. We're going to be able to see what kind of damage is here right close. Yeah, this thing is powerful. Watch this. I'm going to take up and look at the base of this thing. I mean, a large stone funnel literally right here. I don't know if you can hear the wind, but take a look at these vortices. It's a pretty devastating tornado if it was to hit someone. Lacey, back to you.
It is. This is a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado. If you're just joining us, this is south of I-40. Jeremy Carter has it live on the ground right now. Jeremy, Brandon, Val, Hank, they're all right there on it. This is crossing over Reno Avenue, and it's already crossed Banner, and it's going to be tracking to the northeast. This is going to be very close to the Clarence E. Page Airport. It may track and go a little bit more to the right, a little bit more easterly, but right now, that's where it's located. It is still on the ground. It is still doing damage. It's lifted to the north, and it may start to make more of an easterly turn. Cassie's working on the storm track right now. Do you have it there, Cass? Okay, let's go to links real quick. We're getting Jeremy's shot established. If any other storm tracker has it, just let me know.
Speed it up a little bit.
Okay, here's the storm track. Let's go to links if we can. She's on links 2. The tornado is still on the ground. It is still on the ground and doing damage. And there it is. It lifted to the north, Cassie. It's lifting, and it may try to cross I-40. It really might. But right now, that puts it near Yukon Middle School at 9:43 in 3 minutes. Yukon 9:44. Yukon High School at 9:45. Mustang Middle School at 9:46. The OG&E plant at 9:49. This is all within the next 10 minutes. Within the next 10 minutes, Lake Park Elementary at 9:51. Let's take off this, Cassie, and let's look at velocity data. I want to give folks the perspective of where this is. Here's Oklahoma City. Here's Canadian County. Confirmed tornado. You saw it live from Jeremy Carter. It's still on the ground. Here's Banner. Here's West Reno. Here's I-40, and lapse that and watch what the track of this has done. It was moving to the east. We told you about the ball of wind, and then boom, on the north side, we got the tight circulation, and that tornado that is still on the ground that is making its way off to the northeast now. It's trying to move to the northeast. We'll see. It wiggles and it wobbles. Let's zoom in and query some of that and try to get an idea of strength. Jeremy was saying it looked like maybe an EF2. Let's query some of that. 65, 80, 114. Okay, yeah, we've got winds, EF1, EF2, maybe stronger, and it's 4 miles now to the southwest of Yukon. 4 miles to the southwest of Yukon. This could lift north and cross I-40, and this could track further to the northeast. Let's turn on our live, if we can, Cass, and let's get the velocity data with that, and we'll get an idea of the exact location. This is our Next Gen Live, showing you completely live data of the track of this. Okay, that's a strong tornado. We've got a strong tornado right now. Let's see who we've got right there. We've got Val, Brandon, and Jeremy, who has an update.
Yeah, Hank and Brandon still have the visual of the tornado. Okay,
can't see it in their shot, but let's go to Brandon Pennell. Brandon, go ahead.
All right, Lacey, we're on Gregory Road looking just north. The tornado's probably, I would say, 1/8 of a mile wide, and it's multiple vortex at times. It's continuing. It almost became stationary for a minute, back on itself. Now it's a well more pronounced tornado. I know it's hard to see. All the power's out. It's probably, I would say, 1/4 mile to my northeast, moving east-northeast into the heart of the southwest metro Yukon Mustang area. We're going to be getting them back north along with it. Back to you.
Okay, great update. Still on the ground. Tom Pastrana, we can see it in your shot. I saw it with several lightning flashes. We can see it in all the tracker shots, but they're chasing by lightning flashes now. Let's go to Tom Pastrana. Tom, I can see it there in your shot with every lightning strike. Give us an update.
Yeah, Lacey, it's still a large tornado. It's actually coming right towards me. It's on the ground. I don't see any power flashes, but I think it's because all the power is out preceding it. But yeah, right now I'm getting some huge hail also where I'm at, but it is still on the ground. I can still see it. We're just waiting for some lightning strikes, but I can't see any at the moment. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's still on the ground, and it's still doing damage. So back to you.
Okay, it's still on the ground, still doing damage. Tom Pastrano can see that. Let's go back to Lynx, and we'll get our tracker shots up on the side so you can see it. Let's go back to Lynx 1 if we can. I want to show you shear rate, and what we've done is we've taken off all of the warnings and everything to show you the population, to show you where this is moving into. This is right over Reno Avenue and the north-south street. Zoom out just a little bit, Cass, or go to the north just a little bit there, and just cross Cimarron Road. This is going to be moving to the east, northeast, up towards Yukon. If it doesn't lift, this is coming into Yukon, at least the south side of Yukon, and you can see the population. You've got to be in your safe spot. Yukon, Mustang, lowest level, center portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get your kiddos, if you have a helmet, put that on them and let this thing pass on by. Let's go back out to our storm trackers. That's where it is. It lifted north. It may have weakened some. What are you guys seeing? Val Castro, you're right there. Go.
Yeah, so tornado's still on the ground. Okay, so we are on Cimarron Road, and we're north of Reno. And put the camera on it. They're on us. It's right there. Okay, the tornado, and it's almost right above us. It's just to our northwest. We're getting hail. It's still doing damage on the ground. I'm going to have to stop here because we're getting real close to it. I need to find an open spot. This thing has done a lot of damage. We went across a damaged path that was at 15th and Banner Road, and there was sheet metal everywhere. There's power lines right above us here. The tornado looks like to me, there it is. You see it in our shot? Can you see it at all? When it lightnings? It's there.
Yeah, you can see it, Val.
Okay, Cimarron, and we're a half a mile north of Reno. The tornado is west of Cimarron Road. It is on the ground, still doing damage, and it's going to be maybe a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile north of Reno. So that's where it is. And, earlier this thing was moving more east-northeast. I'm going to back up a little bit because I think it's kind of turned a little bit. It's just barely north of us, northwest of us, and I can still see it all the way to the ground in my shot right here. It's okay. If you're in our shot right there, it's right above that power line. Jeremy's right behind us too. So there it is. Okay. Oh man, the lightning just hit. It's a stovepipe all the way to the ground. Look at that.
Okay.
That's crazy. All the way to the ground. It's right there.
And Val, we're seeing the debris. We're seeing the debris. We're looking at correlation coefficient. As you can imagine, this is a highly populated area. This tornado has done damage. We can see the debris now on radar. If we can go to Lynx, and we'll kind of take a look at it here while we're keeping our tracker shots up. This thing is still on the ground. It has done damage. Go ahead, Val. Go ahead, Val.
It's about on Cimarron right now. It's straight north of us. It's crossing Cimarron Road, straight north of us.
Okay.
I got to wait till it lightnings again, but I believe it's right on Cimarron Road at the moment. And boy, it's hard to see this because, okay, power just went out. It is on Cimarron Road, straight north of us. It might be whatever the next cross street. What's the next cross street north of Reno?
Okay, Val, let me show you radar real quick. And I'll kind of show that location that you're talking about, Val. Let's go back to Lynx if we can, and Val, hop in if you've got something. But I want to show you the debris this thing has picked up. It started right here. Zoom in, Cassie, and we'll get the streets popped on for folks at home. So this is I-40. Here's Yukon. This tornado has done damage basically from Banner Road and Reno all the way up just south now of the Clarence E. Page Airport. That's what Val was talking about. There's Northwest 10th, and this is Cimarron. This is Cimarron, and this is doing damage, lifting up now towards the airport. That's Cimarron Road and basically Northwest 10th. That is where that stovepipe tornado that our trackers can see in every single lightning flash is located, and it's kind of lifting to the north. It may have weakened. Let's zoom out and kind of show the area where this is headed. This may stay to the west of Yukon. It might. We'll see. What it's been doing is it'll lift to the north and we'll get a shove to the east. So Yukon, you have got to be in your safe spot. Mustang, you've got to be taking your tornado precautions as we speak, as this is lifting up basically Cimarron Road. Brandon's just north of there looking south. Val and Jeremy are right there. Hank is south of it. And Cassie was just pointing out, let's go to our live radar, a new area of circulation. The hook is trying to kind of tighten back up on the backside as well. So this is the hook that's producing the tornado. We've had another area of circulation back to the west. If we turn on velocity, I know we can see that there as well. So we're watching kind of two stingers. There's the other area of circulation, Cass. Good job watching that. Okay, it may have weakened just a little bit, but another area of circulation just to the east of Highway 81. So we're watching that. All right, let's go back out to our storm trackers, tracking this second by second. Who's got it right now? I'm looking at their shots. It's so difficult what they're doing right now, and they're very close to this tornado. They're very close to it.
Val's in the damage right now.
Okay, let's go out to Val. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah. We're in the damage path. Okay, look at our shot. I don't know where the tornado is because it's so much rain, but we can hear it. We can still hear the tornado. We hear major damage going on. Right now, there's all kinds of sheet metal and tin all over the place on Cimarron Road, right where I told you it crossed. What are you seeing? Big debris in the air. We're seeing big debris in the air to our north. Big debris in the air to our north. And we cannot see the tornado right now. It's completely rain-wrapped. We can hear it. Our winds from the south. Oh, my goodness. A big piece of sheet metal almost hit us.
I saw that go right over your truck, Val. Okay.
Did you see that?
I saw that. While you're looking at that, Val, we want to talk about the other circulation. It may be producing a tornado, Val, back to your west. So Val, Brandon, Jeremy, Hank, Tom, I know you're listening. Another area of circulation. It's not as strong, but over Radio Street and 1070 may have been another brief tornado. Let's go back to links. Cassie, let's look at that. You were just talking about it. We've been telling folks south of the Canadian City Expo Center, south of I-40. Watch how that happened. Boom, pop right there, tightens up and lifts to the north. This is what they've been doing all day long. Lost count of the number of tornadoes. We've had some strong tornadoes, maybe a violent tornado back in Custer City. That's not a violent tornado, but I believe that tried to produce. I really do. Let's look at correlation coefficient now, and we're watching the tighter circulation that our storm trackers are on. It may have weakened some, but let's see if we can see anything confirming that touchdown. Not showing it. It might not have, but man, that was close. That's a tight circulation for folks to the west of this tornado-warned storm. All right, Val and Brandon, Jeremy, we're looking at it. Let's go back to velocity, Cass, what you were just on. We were really able to see the detail there of the circulation. Watch that. Watch how that thing ramped up. That was a strong tornado, and you saw it from Jeremy Carter. My goodness, his shot just a moment ago, and it went over Cimarron Road, lifted up to the north, and it looks to me like it's weakened. Brandon, let's go out to you. Can you see back to your southwest, Brandon? To me on radar, it's very weak if it's there. Give us an update.
Lacey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we're coming back south through the wrap and through the core. All I can tell you is our winds are pretty chaotic, and we've taken a couple of tennis balls. I cannot see the tornado. We came through a pretty significant damage path back on Gregory Road, probably somewhere near Cimarron, if I was guessing, in that general area. I can't see the tornado right now if it is on the ground. I can just tell you that the circulation is probably still fairly strong because our winds are pretty chaotic. They even go from calm to then we get gusts up 60 out of the northeast, and then it'll go back to out of the southeast. I mean, within a quarter of a mile. So we're right around the circulation right now, but I cannot see it, and I cannot confirm it's on the ground. Back to you.
Okay, can't see it, but you know what? So many folks are without power right now. We'll talk about power outages in a minute, and I'm not seeing on radar anything confirming. Any of you guys, anything at the moment confirming that this tornado is on the ground southwest of Yukon? Yukon, right now, it looks like it moved to the north. It took a northerly jog. It was coming right to town, and it weakened, and I'm not seeing it at the moment. Our trackers can't confirm, but you need to stay in your safe spot. Cannot say that you're completely in the clear right now. Let's go back to links. That was the tornado, and it was very clear. It was very apparent. We were calling it. That was on the ground for sure. Jeremy Carter was right there along with Val, and all of our storm trackers could see it. That weakened, and then we've had the other area of circulation right here. Is that moving back to the northwest?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. That circulation occluded, started lifting to the north, and this still could be producing a tornado. Now moving back to the northwest, may cross Highway 81 from the east. Okay, moving from the east to the west. And when you get strong storms like what we have tonight, they move very erratically, and that's why it's so dangerous for storm trackers. And we've got storm trackers from all over the world right now that aren't very experienced in Oklahoma. Let's turn on TLX and take a look kind of at the back edge of this. And I think this is that the storm is weakening. It's starting to fall apart, and you can get that. You can get a weak tornado out of that on a night like tonight in May in Oklahoma, and that may be producing a brief tornado. Okay, so this is going to be, zoom out just a little bit. Folks in El Reno, this is, it tried, I'm telling you, that tried to produce a tornado, and it's lifting to the north. It may have damaging winds with it, but that is something you need to take very seriously. Hope it completely falls apart and dies, but it's not doing so right now. All right, we've got the hook, we've got the hail. Let's kind of zoom out here. Let's kind of turn the warnings back on. I know I had you turn them off just a little bit ago, but we know we've got this severe storm that has produced a tornado, what was a strong tornado in the Canadian County area that was south of Yukon, and the circulation and that storm is now, the whole storm is pushing to the east southeast. Now the circulations kind of lift to the north and they weaken, and right now it looks like the tornado southwest of Yukon has weakened. If our storm trackers have anything, let me know.
I've been talking to them. Val had major damage on Cimarron Road up towards 10th and Reno. They're southwest of the Yukon area with the tornado's path, and also Hank and Tom are heading east as this is cycling again, and another RFD push, sort of like we've seen this cycle through, as that could be another lowering in circulation, trying to tighten up east of the Mustang area over the airport right now, and so off towards the east and south side of the metro, south of 40, north of 240, in that general vicinity. We'll have to watch that closely.
Okay, yep, that's exactly right, Justin. That's where we're seeing it on radar. That's what our storm trackers are saying, and that's what's happened every night with all these storms. Look at that. Look at that circulation on the backside that came up that may have produced a brief tornado that crossed Highway 81 and is moving back to the west as the tail end of that storm is decaying. We're also seeing the circulation that moved up that tried to make it to I-40 that weakened. I do not believe that's on the ground anymore in Yukon, and the new circulation is now forming into right on the Canadian-Oklahoma County line just southwest of the outlet shops. Tom Pastrano is right there. Let's give the city streets here, Cassie. Probably not producing a tornado at the moment, but you saw how quickly that spun up. Folks need to know tornado is possible in western Oklahoma City with this. What is it showing right now as far as these numbers go? These values are much lower. When we had the tornado that Jeremy Carter had earlier, these values were 100 miles per hour. We are not seeing that now. We're seeing values anywhere from 35 to 40 miles per hour, may have some gusts 60 to 70, still could produce a weak tornado. But right now that tornado threat, it's not imminent. It's not imminent with that, based on what we're seeing. Now, what is it going to look like in 5 minutes? Who knows? But this storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes. And while we're talking about this, guys, folks, are the storms in the northwest doing anything? I know we've got the severe storms up there, but this is the only big-time storm, correct? I know we've got storms that are severe.
We got storms up towards the northwest, but mainly a wind and hail threat right now with them.
Okay, and Marty's up there. We'll check in with Marty in a little while. Marty's keeping an eye on these storms. The tornadic storm is coming right into, and it's been in the Oklahoma City metro. All right, let's get back to it. We'll talk about the storms up north in just a little bit. Damaging winds and large hail possible up to the north, and you have a tornado threat as well. The hook is becoming a little more defined with look at this storm. Look at this storm that's coming in from the west. This has been a monster storm that fired up a county deep in the Texas Panhandle, and we've been tracking it all afternoon. Phones are going off here because guess what? The storm is making its way into Oklahoma County, and that tornado warning is going to extend into Oklahoma City, all the way down to Will Rogers, all the way down into Moore. This storm has produced multiple tornadoes. So it is 9:57 on your Sunday evening. If you're just joining us and your phones are going off and the sirens are sounding, it's because we have a tornadic supercell that has done significant damage in portions of Canadian County, also out into Custer County, produced a very large wedge tornado earlier and a large stovepipe tornado in Canadian County just a little bit of go. And now the tornado warning is going to be because of this circulation right here that Hank is on, and Cassie is drawing this. The circulation is about 6.5 miles to the west of Will Rogers World Airport. Hail within this coming into Bethany, coming along the village over to Nichols Hills, possibly all the way up to Mercy and the south sides of Edmond. Golf ball to maybe some tennis ball size hail. So the least you're going to get out of this in Oklahoma City, the west sides of Oklahoma City, is going to be hail. Quarter golf ball, maybe some tennis ball size hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. And the tornado threat is right here. Let's zoom in, Cassie, if we can here. We're watching for an area of circulation to develop. Hank is right there. Tom is just to the north, and the winds are picking up with this area as well. This is what this storm keeps doing. I mean, it's like a thumbprint, and this is what it's doing. It'll produce a tornado. That tornado lifts to the north, and then further to the east, it tightens up again, and that's what it's trying to do. Tornado likely not on the ground right now with this radar, not indicating that this is producing a tornado, but we're seeing winds now 45, 55, maybe gusts to 60 along State Highway 52, and that is going to make its way over towards, Lillard Park, over towards Roosevelt Middle School, Arthur Elementary School, and come along I-44, and that's the track that it's making. It's making its way off to the east, and we'll see what it does. We hope it doesn't produce another tornado, but that's what the trend with this thing has been. And now we're coming into South Oklahoma City, Southwest Oklahoma City, and here's I-240, okay? That's the direction that this circulation is heading. What does live look like, Cass?
You can do velocity.
Okay, let's take a look. Showing the same thing. There's the area of circulation. You can see it with our live radar coming in now, just north of Wheatland. There's Airport Road. There's Will Rogers World Airport. And so the circulation is kind of tracking off to the east. It may start to jog a little more to the southeast, and we hope it does not produce another tornado. But this thing has a history of every 10, 15 minutes or so spitting out a tornado. Okay, it's done it numerous times this evening, and here we are. Trackers have been on it. What does shear rate look like now, Cassie? And it's going to be right here. There's the airport. You can see it. My goodness, it's so close to the airport. And there's so many homes in Southwest Oklahoma City. So many folks live here just south of I-40 between basically county line and I-44. That is where the circulation is right now. And if it produces a tornado, that's where it will be. So good night. Hello. It's News 9 at 10 that you're watching now. We've been on all evening long tracking tornadoes across western Oklahoma and then coming right down I-40. And there we go. It just strengthened. Let's go out to Hank Brown. Hank, you're watching this storm. You can see the circulation now picking up just to the north and to the west of Will Rogers World Airport. Hank, give us an update.
Yeah, Lacey, so I'm coming through Mustang right now. I haven't seen any power flashes. I'm just kind of breaking out of the rain wrap. I'm at 152 in Morgan, moving east right now, and actually my winds have died down a little bit. The circulation is just to the north of me. I think what we're on is on the edge of the RFD push, but we have not seen any power flashes as we came into Mustang, and I haven't had any real strong winds. Well, I just say that. Right now I'm starting to take some northerly winds, and that's just what happened last time, right before the tornado happened. So we're moving through the east side of Mustang. We just passed Mustang Fire Department Station 2, for the people that know, and we're looking to the north. The circulation is just to our northeast. So Associated Grocers Warehouse, Airport Road, Hobby Lobby, Mardell, that whole area, that circulation is going to be very close to that area right now, and it's pushing off to the east pretty fast. We have been trying to move east pretty quickly, and it's actually pushing and staying just ahead of us, or, we're trying to stay up with it. So it's kind of pushing pretty hard east, which tells me it's probably at RFD wrap. But, folks, that just means there's a lot of heavy wind coming, and if it wraps back up, it's going to wrap up in the South Metro, very near Community College, the airport, I-240 corridor. Back to you, Lacey.
Yep, that's exactly right, Hank. We've seen this so many times this evening and into tonight. Let me show you exactly what Hank is talking about. When he talks about that RFD shove, it's when you start to get the winds coming around out of the northwest that kind of circulate around. We've got a lot of winds in one direction, so 45, 50, maybe some gusts to 60, and then we're starting to get some winds up towards that circulation, up towards that northwest wind, and that's where you can start to get areas of spin. This is what this storm has done so many times, and right over Highway 152
and
up
Hank
towards
right there is
Park.
taking 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay, so the winds are picking up right where Hank is, 60-mile-an-hour winds, right where he was naming off. And let's go to shear rate now, and you can see the circulation tightening up right there. Here's the airport. We are just a couple miles to the northwest of the Oklahoma City airport. So southwest 44th and Highway 152, that is the circulation, and you're seeing it on NextGen Live right there on shear rate. Not seeing anything on the ground, but this thing is tightening up kind of minute by minute, trying to go that direction. We hope it doesn't. In the next scan, it may fall apart. That would be wonderful, but it is not doing that as of right now. And the current track of it, trying to pinpoint where it's headed, see, it was heading southeast. It was coming down to the southeast. Now it's almost jogging more due east, and that's what it'll do. It'll wiggle and it'll wobble, but the overall trend has been to track towards the southeast. If it produces a tornado, those tornadoes have been lifting due north, believe it or not. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens out of it. Tom's coming in as well. Tom's in a great position. Let's turn on reflectivity, Cassie, and see how rain-wrapped this thing is, or if it's kind of hanging out a little bit. There's the hook. Tom's got a great view of it. Tom's coming up at I-44 and Airport Road. Tom, this is to your southwest 2 miles, and you're looking back to the southwest. What do you see? Tom Pastrano? Okay. We're checking with Tom.
Lacey, yeah.
There you go. Ahead.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I'm looking over the airport towards the southwest. I can see the core. I don't see any power flashes. I don't see any features that look like a lowering or anything. But, yeah, I know it's coming towards me, and I'm going to kind of stay here for a few minutes. And I know there's a feature towards my southwest. I'm going to look for that. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to show radar of what you're seeing, Tom. Let's go back, if we can, to Storm Shield 9. And that hook that you're seeing is the feature that Tom is talking about. It's right there. Hank and Brandon are right in the circulation as well. That is right where shear rate is showing the circulation. Our trackers are right underneath it. I mean, they really are. That is Will Rogers World Airport, OCCC. Here's downtown Oklahoma City, and lapse this, Cassie. Let's see what the track is of where this is headed, because it's been moving easterly. It's still moving more easterly, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. It is moving more easterly, so this is going to be coming over towards Valley Brook and eventually Del City, Midwest City, and the Tinker Air Force Base if it continues. This could easily drop further to the south. So north sides of Moore, tornado warning continues. If you're just joining us at 10:05, you've got to be in your safe spot along and ahead of this area that we're showing you. Okay, in Oklahoma City, in Moore, Del City, Midwest City, Tinker, right near the airport is a circulation, and it's getting tighter. Lowest level of your home, get away from the windows, the outside doors, get into the center portion of your home. That's where you have to be, on the lowest level, because this could produce a tornado at any minute. Let's look at velocity. Cassie's put the time of arrival here for Valley Brook, 10:14. You got, what, 9 minutes? 9 minutes if it keeps moving to the east. All right, Brandon Pennell is also right there. Brandon, the circulation is so very close to you, and it's getting tighter. Winds are getting stronger with this. Brandon, give us an update.
Okay, Lacey, so we are on Airport Road. We just came through the backside of the wrap, and we probably took 75 to 80 mile an hour north winds and northwest winds. At first they were northeast winds. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Northeast winds, and then the further east we came, they become due northerly. So the circulation is going to be just to my south, on the south side of Airport Road still, probably in between me and the southwest to west sides of the airport. We've came back out in the clear air. Our winds are not overly strong here, so that would tell me that we've come completely out of the wrap. The circulation is going to be back to the west and southwest, maybe just of the airport, probably just south of maybe like the Hobby Lobby 44th area. We're trying to reposition. We're going to get off on 59th and look back to the west southwest and to the northwest and see if we can find exactly where, like, maybe the lowering would be, and then take it to the east. Back to you.
Great update. Chasing at night in the heart of the Oklahoma City metro is one of the toughest things you can do as a storm tracker, and our entire team is doing it, and they're doing it so well. So we appreciate you guys so much for what you're doing right now, bringing this potentially life-saving information to folks, because these storms have been so extreme this evening. Let me show you right now on radar where Brandon is. There's Brandon's location. There's I-44. There's Southwest 54th. Live radar, Next Gen Live, has shear rate, the circulation over Southwest 44th and basically Portland. Okay, Highway 52, 152 that is, and I-44. That is the circulation, and it is still tracking right now off to the east. So don't see anything on the ground right now. Our trackers would see it because they're right there. They don't see it on the ground. They're not seeing power flashes with this. Let's go back to base velocity if we can, Cassie, and let's look at some of the values here as far as the wind coming in. I mean, the good news is this is broad circulation. It's not extremely tight to where we're saying, whoa, this is producing a tornado. But I'll tell you, when these winds continue, these values continue to go up.
Hank and Brandon both have debris and 70 to 80 mile per hour winds at their location right there.
Okay, they are getting winds out of the west right now, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. It's picking up. Let's go back out to Brandon Pennell. Brandon, go.
All right, Lacey, so we've turned east on 59th off of I-44, and we are now in southeast winds approaching 60. So our wind direction has completely changed. So the circulation is going to be just to my north-northwest. I think Hank's really close to me to the northwest, and he's got 60 to 70 mile an hour winds from the different direction. So I think our winds may be switching right now to the south-southwest. So the circulation is going to be just off to my north, tracking through the heart of the South Metro. Back to you.
Okay, just to your northwest, that's exactly what we're seeing, Brandon. Let's go back out to Hank Brown. Hank, you're right there. You're very near Brandon. What are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, so Lacey, when I came across right at the I-240, I-44 junction, we had some kind of debris blow across the road. I don't know if it was construction material or what. And I was taking about 80 mile an hour winds from the west. About the same time, Brandon was just a little bit east of me and said he had southwesterly to southeasterly winds. So the circulation right now is in the southwest side of the metro. It is between I-240 and I-40, just east of I-44. So southwest 44, 59, 29. It's right here with us. And I've got strong south winds. Brandon had westerly winds just a mile and a half northwest of me. So right here in the South Metro, Southwest 29th and Penn, give or take, anywhere between there and I-240, that's where the circulation is, Lacey. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Hank. Thank you for that. That's very precise. That's exactly what folks need to know of what you're seeing and the location. Let me show you radar of exactly what Hank and Patty are seeing. So there you've got it. You can see the winds over Will Rogers, the circulation coming right over I-44. There's Brandon, there's Hank, there's Southwest 59th Street, and I will say the circulation is getting tighter. It's still not to complete tornado mode yet, but tornado genesis may be happening, meaning the tornado may be in progress. We're starting to see stronger winds down to the south now. Cassie, what are some of these values coming out south of the airport? 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, potentially there. And then feeding back up into the storm, we're getting winds probably 40 miles per hour, feeding back up into it. What does shear rate look like now? So it's not completely balanced, which is great. And so the shear rate is picking up. Okay, let's zoom in, Cassie, just a little bit tighter. There's Arthur Elementary School, Hillcrest Elementary School. We may have the tornado developing right here just to the west of Brandon, just to the west of Brandon. You were saying you were seeing that circulation, and it's going to be just near Will Rogers World Airport. That is where the circulation is. Let's zoom out, Cassie, and give folks an idea of where this is headed. You've got to be in your safe spot from Fillmore Elementary to Parmalee Elementary, back over to Valley Brook. Okay, she's lapsed this so you can see it moving to the east. It's moved from the northwest to the southeast and almost moving more of an easterly direction, which is going to cross I-35 if it keeps going over to Valley Brook. over to Valley Brook. Cassie's working on the storm track as we speak. We know this is crossing Southwest 44th, Hillcrest Elementary School, back over towards, basically, this is going to go over Western. Eventually, this is going to go over Walker and Santa Fe are the current streets, kind of north to south streets that this is going to be crossing and eventually making its way over towards Valley Brook. Let's go back out to Brandon. Brandon, this is just to your west over I-44. Go ahead, Brandon. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah, Lacey, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead.
We're still on 59th tracking eastbound. I've came completely out of the extremely heavy winds. Our winds are southeasterly right here. We just had a power bump. I haven't seen any power flashes. We've been looking around. We got our head on a swivel. I'm thinking just by visual and looking at the flagpoles. So we're coming up to one at we're at Western and 59th. Our winds are what are those others? South. Okay, so they're out of the south-southwest. So that would tell me the circulation is going to be just off to my north, maybe just a hair to my northeast. I haven't seen any power flashes, so that's a good thing. We're continuing east, and we're looking for anything. If I see anything, I'll jump right back on and tell you what I see. Right now, I do not see a tornado on the ground in the South Metro. That is a great thing.
Yes.
But like I said, we are continuing to track east with it down 59th and looking for anything. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Brandon. Brandon is looking at it right there. We're seeing the products on radar. We're seeing it tighten up and strengthen, but nothing on the ground confirmed, and that's excellent news. Could
Tom
have
is
damaging
seeing
winds.
Power flashes.
Okay, power flashes from Tom, damaging winds. We know we've got that. Go ahead, Tom, at the bare minimum. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see a tornado, but I do see multiple power flashes. I had about 5. I'm on 240 and I-35 looking towards the west, and I can see a lot of motion in there, but I don't see a tornado, but I did have multiple power flashes, so that means at least 80-mile-an-hour winds coming into South Oklahoma City, kind of just looking for any kind of feature. But what I think is anything that's in there might be embedded in the rain. Yeah, I don't see anything on the ground right now, and I don't see any power flashes for probably the last 45 seconds. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Tom. Excellent update from you. We know he can't see anything on the ground, but he does see intermittent power flashes, which means we got damaging winds. We know we have damaging winds coming out right now from the west. So let me show you Tom's shot of what he's looking at. He's in South Oklahoma City. Tom is right at Crossroads Mall. Okay, he's in Oklahoma City where that tornado warning does continue. And let's go back to links 1, and I'll show you, Cassie's gonna look at some of the velocity data. Just crossed highway I-44 is what it is, and it's coming right down I-240. The damaging wind threat is coming right down I-240 from the west. It's a west wind, blow into the east, get away from the west windows, okay? And this is gonna be 70, 75. We may get some gusts to 80 miles per hour. Right now, it's mainly all away, or mainly all towards the radar, which means that winds are all rushing from the west to the east. We don't have a lot feeding back into that, which is great. So no extreme tight circulation for this storm right now. All right, let's get some of these north-south streets on if we can, Cass, and kind of show folks what we got going on. There we go. We've got, this is basically right along I-240, and it's coming right across Southern Hills Elementary School is where it is, unfortunately, and Western Avenue. This is going to be crossing Walker, and eventually this is coming down towards Santa Fe. So that is where the wind potential is going up for damaging straight line winds. Now we'll zoom it out and we'll show you what we're looking for. We're looking for any area of circulation. We're looking for any area where everything's kind of spinning in 2 different directions. We'll keep zooming out here and kind of give you the broad view.
And Lacey, just because we've been getting a lot of reports that people were worried about Val and Amy, their truck being flipped. They were probably watching their live stream. I just want to go ahead and confirm that Val and Amy are doing great. She texted me. They just hydroplaned. Their truck did not flip, so they are okay. We were worried, but we're good.
Okay, so we've had numerous viewers that were watching their live stream that thought something horrible had happened, right? Okay, so they hydroplaned and they are okay.
Yes.
Thank you everyone who is concerned. Val and Amy are doing good. So There's a positive for sure, and that makes sense. Their shot went down, and everyone was very worried. So thank you for your concerns and your prayers. Val and Amy are okay. So very happy to report that, Cassie. It's a great update. We have storms that are still severe moving through Oklahoma City. The damaging winds are coming down I-40, basically down to Southwest 89th, and right through that swath, you could get 70 to 80. Now let's keep zooming out, Cassie. Let's go up and show some of the hail with this storm and what it's doing. Still very big hail. So the circulation is one story, and this is a damaging hail event coming across Oklahoma City. Let's zoom into the hail core. My goodness, the hail. This is golf ball, maybe some baseball size hail. My goodness, this is going to be a millions and millions of dollars of hailstorm with this one supercell that started in Texas and has just come through western Oklahoma, down I-40, and here it is. Let's turn the hail core on if we can, back to reflectivity, and we'll just zoom in and give some of the streets of where this is. But we've been telling you, folks, this was coming into Oklahoma City with damaging hail. If we start to get any pictures from Oklahoma City to confirm the size of this, just let me know. But I-44, basically on the north side, north of the Capitol, all the way down to downtown Oklahoma City, back to the west and southwest. I'm curious what's falling here at the station right now. None of us can go out and look, but if someone listening out in the newsroom can just tell us the size of the hail falling on a roof right now, let us know. Back up to OUHSC, back up to the Capitol, and this is going to be going over towards Forest Park. This is going to make its way over towards Del City, over to Midwest City, and keep going back to the east from Spencer, and this may make it all the way over to Choctaw, all the way over to Jones. We'll just have to see. It is trying to spread to the south a little bit, so Del City, Tinker Air Force Base, damaging hailstorm. This may be catastrophic hail in some locations. This will damage your car. This will total your vehicle. This will come potentially through your roof. Okay, very large hail. Not everyone in here is getting baseballs. Not everyone, guaranteed, but there will be some. And
Hank sees power flashes.
Okay, go back to Hank. Hank, do you see power? Is it from straight line winds? Go ahead, Hank.
I have a power flash at I-240 in Shields. So we're dropping back south on Shields right here, and we just saw a power flash just on the west side of Shields at I-240. I can't tell if it's a circulation or if it's straight line wind, but if you look where we're at, that couplet is just to the south of us, and that would make sense where we just saw that power flash. So for the folks that live around here, this is the Home Depot, this is the Harbor Freight, or Nissan is where we just saw this power flash at I-240 in Shields, moving to Crossroads. Back to you, Lacey.
Okay, great update there, Hank. Power flashes, we'll get you the power numbers here and the outages in just a minute, but we want to keep you updated on the circulation and the really life-threatening portion of this storm, or potentially life-threatening. So thank you so much for that update. Really quick, we're seeing the flashes in Jeremy Carter's shot. Jeremy, I know you've come across more damage. What do you have going on right there in your shot? Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Lacey. So this is on MacArthur. And these power lines here, this is on Southwest 13th, and there's literally a live wire arcing to the ground. I mean, it's been going off for about 5 minutes here. I can literally hear the arcing inside my truck. These things are dangerous. If you ever come across the power line down, you really want to avoid that. Back to you, Lacey.
We have so many things going on right now, from the hail causing significant damage to the tornadoes that we've had and the debris right now in Canadian County, back into Custer County, from multiple tornadoes, down power lines to damaging winds, and we have the ongoing tornado warning as well. So we want to get to that. Down to the south right now, not seeing a tornado on the ground. We're just not. We're seeing more of a damaging wind threat. There's circulation within this, absolutely, and right now the circulation is going to be to the east of Tom. This is going to be east of Moore, kind of headed towards the north finger of Lake Stanley Draper, and it's moving due east still. This hasn't taken a southerly kind of jog.
Yeah, I
very
do have
much.
That track on links too,
okay.
And I put it on that damaging wind threat, and I've got it moving east.
Let's go to links too. There we go.
At about 40 miles an hour, so you can see the track there. We've got it at the obviously Museum of Osteology coming in now, but Sooner Elementary School 1022. It's 1020 right now, so it's basically already there. Tinker Air Force Base at 1028, Newalla 1046, the Grand Grand Casino eventually at 10:54. The Kickapoo Casino, Shawnee, that's going to be a little after 11, and Grove School at 11:07. And Lacey, we do have our power outages map on Links 3.
Okay, let's do that real quick.
And I was looking, obviously, our Canadian county, right now it says 1,500 customers, but I'm looking at another website that actually shows a little over 1,600 customers in Canadian county without power. As far as Oklahoma County, right now it's actually at about 265, but those numbers will obviously be increasing.
Okay, yep, these numbers are going to go up significantly for sure. Thank you, Cassie, for that update. Let's go back to Links 1, Cassie, and let's query some of these winds that we're seeing and kind of give the streets here. This is crossing I-35, crossing Sooner, U.S. Highway 77 now at Southeast 89th and Pole Road. This is 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. And that can do damage. That'll blow over your trash can. That can knock down some tree limbs. But that's not significant as far as what we've seen so far. You still want to get away from west windows. It's a wind blowing from the west to the east, moving through basically Crossroads Mall into the very north sides of Moore is going to be where we're seeing some of this. Back over towards the Lakeside Golf Course, and the winds are coming down. Is that a downward trend? Do we have our first downward trend, Cassie?
God, I hope so.
Oh my goodness.
They continue to weaken as they move off to the east, south, the east right now. But
okay,
yeah,
they could pulse back up. Let's go back to reflectivity and see what it looks like as far as the circulation goes. The hook is still there. This storm is still churning. Let's go back up to the hail because my goodness, there's so much hail falling with look at that. From Lillard Park now, damaging hailstorm, basically southwest Oklahoma City, right over downtown. Did anyone check here in the station? Sylvia, did you hear hail size here at the station? Did anyone? No. Okay. Back over to Oklahoma
Andrew's
City.
going to go check for us.
And then back over towards Kennedy Junior High School, I-40. This is basically I-35, and it's going to cross over I-35 at Northeast 10th. At Northeast 10th, that is the largest hail right now, is going to be I-35 and Northeast 10th. We're all the way back up to Highway 62, and this is coming to town Choctaw. This is coming to town Jones, and this is going to make its way off to the east and may come down to Midwest City. It might make it as far south as Midwest City. We'll see. And this will be golf ball, tennis ball, maybe some baseball size hail. What does hail detector have now within this?
And one of our producers just texted me, and she said that we've got pea size at the station. So
that's wonderful.
We're doing good.
Okay, look how the big hail core just went to the north. So not everyone in here is getting the baseball. That's going to be the extreme end, and there will be some of that. But golf ball, tennis ball to baseball, and maybe we've just got a whole bunch of small hail in other areas, and that would be wonderful. This storm has been such a monster all day, and we know we've had at least some baseball size hail with it off and on all evening long, but hopefully that's going to be in very narrow areas coming through Oklahoma City. We sure hate to see that for anyone that's got the hail. We've had so much going on tonight. We've had so many tornadoes. I think we've got 5 to 6 tornadoes. And now we've still got the tornado warning that continues through Oklahoma City, down to the south, basically the north sides of Moore. But looking at radar, there is nothing saying a tornado is imminent. There's not one on the ground right now. Our trackers are right there in the wind, and it's all one direction at the moment. What does the TDWR look like, the terminal?
It wasn't as good, but it's there.
Okay, so you can see the winds all going in one direction, still a little area of circulation feeding up into it, and our live radar at the moment still showing the exact same thing. I mean, we've just got a lot of away from our live radar in one direction. That could change, which is why we're watching it very closely. All right, we got the tornado warning going on here. You still need to be in your safe spot from Valley Brook all the way down basically to Sooner Road. Okay, that's where the tornado warning definitely continues, and that's where the circulation is now, but it's pushing off towards Lake Stanley Draper. We'll see if it tightens up. It's not doing so at the moment. And then let's get the broad view cast, just kind of a statewide view of what's going on, and we'll turn back on reflectivity and show you what's happening here. We've got the one just monster supercell. This thing started in the Texas Panhandle, came in, tornado warning in Roger Mills County, and we have been tracking it ever since, producing multiple tornadoes. We know we've got a lot of damage in Canadian County and Custer County with this storm, and it produced 2 large tornadoes, multiple small tornadoes as well. We've got a couple of severe storms I just want to get to briefly. We'll get to Enid real quick. Let's zoom in. Marty Logan is up there. We'll take a look up in Enid. That storm could produce, what is it, quarters, Cassie, with that one up towards Lahoma. and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some golf balls coming to town, Enid, but the circulation with it is not threatening at the moment. Marty Logan's on the severe storm further to the north. That's coming into Hillsdale. You had a heat burst earlier in Hillsdale with winds to 90 miles per hour, I believe, was the
Yes, it was about 90 miles per hour, and it said that there was quite a bit of damage from that between Hillsdale and Kremlin.
That was a heat burst. That was not a storm. Those happen when you get the anvils and the precip and all the air sinking can cause compression, and they heat up, and all of a sudden you get a lot of wind. And further to the northwest, we also have the severe storm from Alva to Capron, back to the north, back over to Freedom. Big hail in here, quarter, maybe some golf ball size hail with that storm as well, and 60 to maybe 70 mile per hour winds. But the tornado threat, it's not zero in this area. It's not, but we're not seeing areas of tight circulation. So we're watching these areas really closely. Marty is up here, and we've got our team watching these areas for you. If anything threatening starts to show up more than what I'm telling you right now, we will let you know, because it is possible. The hook is trying to form southwest of Freedom. All right, let's go back to the south, Cassie. Nothing's forming southwest, correct?
Correct. I will just go ahead and put on Frederick radar to see if anything's coming our way, and it is not.
Okay, so after this, the threat is going down, of course, for Oklahoma City. But let's zoom on in. Let's go back to it and back to our storm trackers. Val and Amy, if you're just joining us, their live stream went down. You saw them live. Hydroplanes, so many folks were calling in concerned about them. They are okay. Amy's been contacting Cassie, which is just wonderful news. Our storm trackers are still off to the east. The hook now is still developed, Tom. It's coming right over you. Let's go back to Tom. Tom, the winds definitely picking up over the Museum of Osteology right there, kind of on the southwest side or southeast side of Oklahoma City. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so I'm looking towards the west-southwest. The rain and the wind just hit me. I haven't seen any tower flashes in a while, so that hopefully is a good sign. I don't see any features either, so we're kind of just looking to see if this kind of ramps up. If you ask me, hopefully we might be trending downward. I don't see the constant flashes of lightning. There's definitely a lot of lightning, but it looks like hopefully this might be weakening, but we'll see. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Tom. We're looking at some hail sizes here. We've got some $50 size hail for sure through Oklahoma City, probably some golf ball, maybe some baseball in spots, but we know we've had damaging hail along with the wind and the tornadoes. And Tom, thank you so much for giving us that update. Cassie was just informing me we now have a flash flood warning. Cass, you're looking at some of those rainfall totals. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at that because we do have...
Oh, Cassie, can you hear you? She's working on it. You got it. You're good.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a flash flood warning coming for the Oklahoma City Metro. So it's just, we're just putting things on top of each other at this point. So we've already got the hail, we've got the heavy rain, but now the storm, it's kind of slowed down a little bit. So that's going to be a problem. So the flash flooding will obviously be a little bit of a concern. But just here in the past couple of hours, I know it's 3-hour rainfall totals, but 1-hour rainfall just doesn't get quite everything, but just around Bethany, so between Bethany, War Acres, and just south of Lake Hefner, we've had anywhere from 2 to 2.5 inches of rain, and that includes all the way up towards Yukon, and even just west of that, you can kind of see where all the rain is falling with this one storm that we've been tracking for hours now, and it hasn't lost any intensity as far as the rain is concerned or the hail. The tornado threat, it's still there. It's weaker than what it was earlier today, but now we're adding flash flooding to that concern.
And yeah, as you mentioned, we're just layering on basically all the elements that you can get in springtime in Oklahoma, and it's just all happening with this one particular monster supercell. So it's doing it all. It really is. It's done everything. It's given us hurricane force winds, straight line winds. It's given us flash flooding. It's giving us up to baseball size hail and multiple tornadoes. And the tornado warning does continue. So we want to show you the winds and the velocity data with this. And I'll tell you, the tornado threat is weakening. It really is. It's trying to go away with this storm. And we hope that trend continues. Even just the winds on the backside rushing away from this storm and kind of trying to circulate back in, the RFD we call it, that has started to weaken, and we're checking all of our velocity products. We're looking at everything, and we're seeing nothing that is tight right now, nothing that is saying, hey, this is trying to tighten up and spin back up. And so the tornado warning, I think, is going to get to go away. Are you seeing that? Because there's really not a tight circulation. That could change.
I'm definitely seeing that, and it looks like they may just expire the tornado warning. We're going to go ahead and keep that severe thunderstorm warning going.
Sure.
And I just saw a report of 1-inch hail at Tinker Air Force Base. So hail is definitely still there.
So yeah, that's quarter-size hail, the size of a quarter falling at Tinker, and that is damaging hail. And it's at Tinker, right? Not Will Rock,
yes,
Tinker.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that is at Tinker. So we've got large hail, a severe storm for sure, right over Tinker Air Force Base. We also have Brandon, and I believe that's Hank, right there on the leading edge of the wind. I do want to check back in with our storm trackers because they're right where, if we had circulation, that's where it would be, but I'm not seeing circulation, but let's check with them. They're the ones out in it. Let's go to Hank first. Hank, you're right on what would be the hook. What are you seeing?
Lacey, we have a bit of a lowered area right above us. We just got off at I-240 in Douglas, and there's a little area there, but I don't see anything hanging down or pronounced like that. It's just a lowered base, and it's become a bit shrouded in rain again. Maybe that's a good sign. Maybe that's trying to cut it off. But right now, I don't see anything imminent. The last power flash we saw was at 240 in Shields at the Crossroads area. We haven't seen anything in the last several minutes. Winds from the west. And our winds are from the west now. So the meso just moved over us, and now our winds are from the west. But I don't see anything threatening at this moment, Lacey. Back to you.
Okay. Great update there. Nothing too threatening as this is moving further down the line from Hank's perspective. Brandon Pennell's right there, and Tom as well. Let's go back to links. Cassie was just pointing out what area that might be trying to get some circulation going. We hope it's not. But over Valley Brook, we're seeing a little bit of an uptick right there, right over Valley Brook, south of Del City, right along I-240, and basically that's I-35. Let's go back to reflectivity and take a look, because we're watching every area of circulation so closely, because I'm telling you, take your eye off this for 1 second and it's completely ramped up. That's what's happened so many times. So we haven't taken our eye off of any of these areas. You just can't, and you can't yet for sure. So what's going on is we've got this circulation that's just over Valley Brook. It'd be wrapped in rain if it's there. What does shear rate look like with that on the back side? So there is an area of circulation for sure right there. Tom's close. Tom's going to keep an eye on that. It's not showing that a tornado is developing at the moment. If one starts to, obviously, you'll be the first to know, but we're watching. Also, getting the winds. This is what shear rate's pointing out, the damaging winds that could be 60, maybe 70 miles per hour from Tinker Air Force Base down to Lake Stanley Draper. So let's go back to reflectivity and kind of get the look of this storm and lapse it and see what you think about kind of how the trend has gone with this. Because it looks like it's much more disorganized to me. What does the storm strength look like on this? Because all afternoon long, what time did we start doing this? Was that like 5 o'clock, I think? Maybe closer to 6. Okay, wow, yeah, this thing has weakened. My goodness. Wow, this is such a great feeling. It's a great feeling, okay? Because see this storm strength and this legend, if you haven't been watching this all afternoon, we were right here in the pinks and the whites all afternoon long when this thing was producing multiple tornadoes. We'll show you some of the video here in just a minute, but we had multiple tornadoes out of this, and this was racing off to the east, and at times it slowed down and moved like 5 miles per hour, and it just stayed at its maximum, and it is definitely trying to finally spin down some. It is spinning down some, but we're watching it. It's not done, and as long as it's still spinning, you can't take your eyes off of it, and you can't leave it. We have a flooding threat across Oklahoma County. Please don't travel through standing water, and we also have a damaging wind threat coming through Midwest City, back over to Tinker, along Valley Brook, back to Lake Stanley Draper, and quarter-size hail, maybe some golf ball, and radar still spitting out possibly some tennis ball size hail. We haven't had many reports of that in the metro. We hope that wasn't happening. But man, that storm has produced that already today multiple times, and it is pushing to the east-southeast. If we can control room, if we have some of Jeremy Carter's video from Canadian County, from southwest of Yukon, we want to show some of that, of what this storm has done. And after that, we'll show some of Tom's video also. Go ahead. Okay, the tornado warning has been canceled. So great news, no tornado warning is in effect. It's a severe thunderstorm, and it's a severe storms that we're tracking to the north, and we'll get to that. But if we can, let me show you some of the video from Jeremy Carter. Look at this storm. My goodness. So south of El Reno, that's just a horrific shot. Look at the motion and the lifting of that tornado from 9:36 p.m. south of El Reno, southwest of Mustang, and to the southwest of Yukon. That was right here in the heart of the Oklahoma City Metro at 9:36 this evening. And Jeremy Carter was on that. I don't know how long that was. What was it? 10 minutes probably. Val Castor was on that. All of our storm trackers were on it. This was within 1/8 of a mile. This was a few hundred yards from Jeremy Carter. And that's video, I believe, from Val Castor. Val Castor as well. Same storm, same tornado. All of our trackers had it. Look at it. Look at the cone coming all the way down. And that's debris. Several hundred feet up. That is debris being shot up. That is people's homes, businesses, and trees. And when the sun comes up tomorrow, Canadian County is going to look a lot different, unfortunately. I know the news desk is checking as far as any injuries. We sure hope we don't have any. And I'm not sure at the moment, but we'll get an update in just a little bit. So that was Canadian County. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just going to, I was looking at radar data and where we've seen damage reports.
Okay.
But that tornado started southwest of 15th, west of Banner.
Okay.
Went northeast through Reno and Gregory Road,
okay,
up Cimarron Road, and ended just north of 10th Street.
Okay, how far is that, Justin?
I'll have to look exactly where.
Okay.
I don't have the
gotcha.
track, but I was just looking at the cross streets and watching radar there.
Okay, yeah, I have several miles. I know that, and then it almost lifted due north. And again, this was at 9:30 this evening. No tornadoes on the ground right now. No tornado warnings ongoing. Let me show you also video from earlier in the evening if we do have it.
Lacey, I wanted to go ahead and update you one more time.
Sure.
Obviously, earlier we were talking about Val and Amy being okay because we were getting a lot of reports of them flipping their truck. And I did want to go ahead and just clarify. Yes, they are okay, but Val and Amy, I just want to go ahead and confirm that what people were saying was actually true. So they hydroplaned and they also did flip their truck. And so they said that the wrecker was there and they just have a few scratches. So they think that they're fine. And their daughter was on the way to take them back home. So that's why we're not hearing from Val and Amy anymore at this point.
Oh my goodness, what a scary situation. And that is the danger. I mean, Val and Amy, you're not going to find better chasers anywhere in the world, you know, than what they've done and what they've seen. And they do that to keep folks safe. But that is the risk they run whenever they're keeping up with these storms. They're driving through debris, and they do all of it so they can track these storms and give folks lead time and warning. And then they found themselves hydroplaning and then rolling. And they're not going to the hospital, Cass?
That's what I'm hearing, yes.
Okay, so they are okay. My goodness. So thank you so much for thoughts and prayers. We had so many folks messaging us concerned about Val and Amy Castor, and that's why you're seeing their GPS location there and their stream. So, my goodness. Wow. So thankful and grateful for that news for sure. This is video that Val was also shooting, Val and Amy, earlier in the evening on that monster tornado. This was a large, potentially violent tornado near Custer City. This is Tom's video. Val had the exact same shot as well, but this was near Custer City. A tornado emergency was issued for Custer City because of the work of our storm trackers, because of Tom Pastrano and Val and Amy Castor showing this and that it was headed towards the town of Custer City. Look at this thing. There's the right side and the left side, and this thing started to lift to the north as I think almost all the tornadoes have today, lifted due north and then weakened, did not hit the town of Custer City, but we know folks live out here. It's a rural area in Custer County, and we did come across damage. Val and Amy Castor were bringing you that damage live to multiple outbuildings and structures, and so just an awful day here across Oklahoma with multiple tornadoes. So that was earlier this afternoon and this evening, and now let me give you the radar again and show you kind of the broad view. Let's go statewide, Cass, and just show what's going on for folks. It's 10:30 now on your Sunday evening, and we've got severe storms, very large and in charge in northern and northwestern Oklahoma, and we've got thunderstorms that are still severe in Oklahoma City. So let's go up north, and we'll come back to the metro. Let's go up north kind of to our far northern storm, which is Freedom. Flood advisory in effect. You've picked up several inches of rain with this slow-moving storm, quarter to golf ball size hail over Freedom, and that is moving to the east, northeast, moving at about, 35 miles per hour. So Capron, Alva, Avard, you will be under the gun there for large hail and damaging winds. The storm not quite as strong over Jet, back up to Cherokee, and then back down to Hillsdale. You're getting another storm over Hillsdale, but the strongest storm is the one that's now west of Enid. I think that storm over Hillsdale is still severe, but we'll see. Quarter-size hail possibly over Kremlin. And then zooming in here, let's go down to Enid and take a look at it. These storms are coming down the highway, Highway 412. Marty Logan is right there. Let's check in with Marty. Marty, you've been watching out for folks in northern Oklahoma all afternoon. You were tracking that storm just west of Enid. Radar indicating some pretty big hail. Give us an update.
Well, I've been very quiet up here and listening to the great coverage down there. Boy, y'all been taking down I-40 right now. I'm just in some small hail, heavy rain, and I'm getting back down to the highway to take it over to Enid, and I'll just be keeping an eye on it. And thank goodness Al and Amy are all right. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Marty. Let's go further to the south now. Let's check in a little bit further to the south, and let's go over to the east a little bit further, Cassie, on radar. Marty's been doing a wonderful job monitoring everything up north, but from Blackwell to Ponca to Newkirk down to Perry, those are heavy thunderstorms for sure. You're getting some lightning, some moderate to heavy rain, but not severe. Okay, these storms are all tracking to the east, by the way. Now let's go back to the Oklahoma City Metro and let's show the severe storm that is rolling through. Our storm trackers are still on it. You can see it's clearing out in Edmond. Oh, new shower going up now between Piedmont and Okarche. And then as you zoom in, this storm is still severe in Oklahoma City. It's in the eastern sides of Oklahoma City, back to Midwest City and Tinker, right over Lake Stanley Draper, back to Choctaw and Jones. The hail core, it's not as intense as what it was. Still producing hail. This is still a hailstorm over Midwest City, but it's probably a lot of small hail, nickel dime, maybe some quarter-size hail. Might have a few golf balls mixed in there, but they won't be as widespread. And this is passing out of downtown, now moving east. Brandon Pennell is right there. What about any area of circulation out of the terminal? Doppler, Cass. Still the area that we've been tracking all day long, which is basically right along 240. We'll go out to Brandon Pennell here in just a second and check in with him. Brandon's right on the leading edge of the hook. Let's turn back on the reflectivity and take a look at what this looks like, because I have it pictured in my head of what that's going to be. Yep. Okay, so that is the hook coming around, circulating right around and lifting to the north. So it's an area where you're trying to get winds towards the storm. Meanwhile, on the backside, the storms are racing away. If we have damaging winds, that's where they would be, right at 240. Let's go out to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, you've been with this storm for so long now. As it's moving over into the east side of the metro, what are you seeing? Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah, Lacey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Well, there was a lot of lightning. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lacey, that's one thing we were just talking about. The lightning has kind of come back up. It kind of went through a little spell where we weren't seeing a whole lot of cloud to ground lightning, and probably here in the last 5 minutes, we've noticed that we've had a huge uptick in our CGs. So we are eastbound on I-40 now, coming up on Choctaw Road, and about to make a north turn on Choctaw Road, coming up into the east side of the metro, east side of Midwest City, Del City, Choctaw area. There is probably I can't see it, but just looking at radar and looking at my winds off the surface where I'm at located now, there's probably still somewhat of a circulation back to my northwest. That's why we're going to get north and then look back up in there and see if we can see anything. I can tell you that as we come through down I-240, where Hank was at Douglas, where he was taking west-southwest winds in that RFD wrap, 1.5 miles to 2 miles to the east of that, we were getting hard east winds and southeast winds feeding back up into it. So there's still a remnant circulation. We just have to stay with it to make sure it doesn't try to do anything crazy. It's May, and it's already been a wild night. So back to you.
Absolutely, Brandon. You can't leave these storms. That's why we never do. This thing went up spinning in Texas, hundreds of miles away, and it will spin down in the next several hours. It's going to take it a long time before it just completely evaporates, and it's nowhere near evaporating as of right now. That's why our storm trackers go so long covering these storms. There is so much lightning within that. Have the power outages updated, Cassie? She's going to take a look.
I am looking at the power.
Okay, she's looking.
On links 3.
Okay, on links 3 if we can.
I do have those up, and
Okay.
still looking at
There we
the
go.
actual
Cass.
website itself. So,
Okay, she's looking.
It's still showing
1,500.
a little over.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little over 1,600
Okay.
in Canadian County. That's what the website is actually
Okay. 1,600 is what she's showing on the website, but 1,500 in Canadian County. So we're looking at several thousand.
My mic is on.
There we go.
Okay.
She's got it. Go ahead, Cass.
You can hear me.
Yep,
okay.
I can hear you.
So in Canadian County, on the website, we do have about 1,600 customers, a little over, without power. So these are obviously coming in a little bit delayed. And as far as Oklahoma County, it's still 265. So I'm sure we're going to have some more after that. And I was looking at some reports. Obviously, you know, I'm sure we've got so much damage out to the west, but I did want to go ahead and mention that the Oklahoma Highway Patrol says they're having a lot of trouble with a lot of vehicles that have been trying to take shelter under those overpasses with the hail coming in. So that is just causing a lot of traffic issues. Very dangerous situation. Don't do it.
Okay, yeah, great advice there. Listen to OHP. They know what they're talking about. If you don't have to be out right now, please don't go out and look at the damage and try to survey things. There's so many folks trying to do search and rescue and recovery, and it just clogs up things so bad when folks do that. We'll see through the night, of course, what the areas of help is needed. And of course, tomorrow morning is going to be very telling of the damage of this, I keep saying these storms, but really of this one storm and the multiple tornadoes that it has produced. So let's zoom out just a little bit. Here's downtown Oklahoma City. Okay, here's Edmond. We're dry up in Edmond down to downtown Oklahoma City. Some light rain down to Moore and ending, and then just this monster supercell that still continues east of Tinker, back over Choctaw, over to McLeod. The storm is going to be severe, and it's going to come into Shawnee. So get ready, Shawnee. You could have some quarter, maybe golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as it comes on through. The leading edge is kind of lunging from McLeod to Stella, back down to Pink. Now let's turn on velocity data and see what the winds are doing. I'm not seeing anything too extreme out of this, or even really severe at the moment as far as like 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that's great news there. Justin, were you saying something?
Yes, I was just letting you know that Marty's on the west side of Enid getting golf balls. So if you want to go to him.
Great. Yep, we'll do that in just a second. We'll check in with Marty because this storm is still on its downward trend. What does hail detector show here for Midwest City? Oh, goodness, it's still showing baseball-size hail. We have not had that confirmed, right? Andrew, have you seen any reports of baseball-size hail? Okay, he's saying no, so that's great. Radar and hail detector sometimes can be overdone when you get so much precip that can kind of contaminate things. But we know we've had $50 to even some golf ball size hail within this storm in the last 45 minutes or so. So that's going to be possible for sure coming out towards Newalla and may make it over to McLeod and back down towards Twin Lakes and Shawnee. No tornado threat with this storm as of right now. That can change, and our trackers are staying with it. Let's go back to the north and let me show you what we've got going on up in northern Oklahoma. So we were just hearing from Marty. Let's check in with Marty. Marty in Enid getting some golf ball size hail on the west side of town. Give us an update.
Yeah, we just got into Enid. Jake's looking out there. We got quarters, $50, and some golf balls mixed in there. This is going to be coming in on the west side of Enid, so they're taking pretty good beating right now here in Enid. We're going to stay with this, continue on east. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marty, for that update. For folks in Enid, hailstorm coming to town. That's what's falling on the west side. That's going to spread across Enid there in Garfield County, coming right down 412. Really, it is. I'm looking at radar, and that's got some winds possibly to 60 miles per hour. And if you get golf ball size hail and a 60-mile-an-hour wind, that can bust out a west window. Okay. Okay, we're going back up to the northwest now where that storm's been strengthening. We were talking about the Hook southwest of Freedom. That storm is tightening up. And let's go take a look at it now over Freedom. Tornado warning will be coming for this storm as it crosses on over. And this is heading over towards Winoka, Avard, and eventually Tacoma. So there you see it. That circulation has been kind of getting more and more organized. You can see the storm itself. Look at how it's kind of got the streaks right there. That's because the precip is actually moving around the updraft, having to go around on either side of it because the updraft is so strong. And then it's got the hook that's forming. Watch that hook go from just a little bit of a hook to very pronounced, wrapping all the way up. So let's go in tighter, Cassie, and take a look at velocity. That is easily on the ground. That could be a tornado on the ground just developing right now, crossing the river over into Woods County. If not, you're getting straight line wind or some winds anywhere from 75, 85, maybe a 90-mile-an-hour wind there. This is south of Freedom, and this is, let's lapse it, Cassie, and see the direction that this storm is moving. It is moving to the east, almost to the east-southeast, is it?
That's what I thought at first, but...
Okay, so east-southeast, either way. Winoka, you need to watch this closely. You're included in the tornado warning. It may go as far south as Winoka. We're watching it for you. Let's go back and take a look at correlation, the debris detector, and see what we've got. This is going to be the circulation. Cassie's going to stop this. Don't see it on the ground as far as that goes. Let's look at shear rate, which should be right here, south of Fair Valley. Yep, starting to spin there. Really starting to spin. And let's go back to velocity data and lapse that, because you can see that quickly tighten up right there, boom. And then it may have even weakened some. So it happened so very quick, and that's what these storms have done. But the tornado warning does continue, and it's going to include Winoka, Highway 14, western sides of Woods County, and then eventually heading over towards Hopeton and Tacoma.
We've got a track on
Okay,
two.
let's go to the track. Go ahead, Cassie.
Okay, we've got the track on two, so we're again going to do on that couplet that is going to be just west of Avard or northwest of Winoka, and I have it moving east, and I've got it moving right now at about 25 miles an hour, so that would put it at Avard at 11:17, Tacoma down the road at 11:46 if it continues to hold together, Carmen a little after midnight, Cherokee 12:15, Helena 12:27, and Nescatunga at about 12:42.
And that looks to me, Cassie, like that is, it could easily be on the ground. Look at the wind speeding up into that storm. Yes, let's look at velocity data. We'll go back to links 1. Okay, links 1. How far is this going to go to the south of Alva? Let's zoom out just a little bit and take a look for folks in Alva if we're lapsing it, because this can jog to the north. You've seen these storms do this all day long. Watch how the whole thing is pivoting up and around that circulation. Let's see. That is coming... it looks like it's going to go south of Alva, but it's too early to say. Be watching at Alva for sure. Pay close attention. All right, let's zoom in on the latest scan. You can see another circulation with the potential to produce a tornado, and this may be on the ground to the northwest of Winoka. What this means, in the tornado warning, you have got to go to the lowest level of your home. I know it's almost 11 o'clock at night. If you know folks in this area, call them, wake them up. This storm has continued to ramp up over the last 20, 30 minutes, and now could be producing a tornado. So lowest level of your home, away from the windows, away from the outside walls, get into the centermost portion, lowest level, and hunker down. Let this thing pass on by. If you've got mattresses that you can put on top of you, if you've got a helmet for you and the kids, that's what you want to do to protect yourself from flying debris within this. This could be a tornado with winds to 100, maybe 100 plus miles per hour. So this could do some significant damage. It really could. And this is a very tight circulation. And it's a very rural area. There are homes out here for sure. This is County Road 270 and basically Craig Road in Woods County. This is northwestern Oklahoma, Woods County to the northwest of Winoka to the southwest of Alva is going to be where the circulation is. What does shear rate look like now, Cassie? Yeah, shear rate is showing exactly what we're saying. Tornado warning. And that's because this circulation has continued to ramp up so very quickly. This is going to cross State Highway 14 near Cotton Road and Custer Road. For folks familiar with this area in Woods County, there are definitely homes out here. Folks right now, hopefully your phones are going off. If you've not been watching, you're waking up and joining us because this storm, it means business. Let's go back to reflectivity now and let's see what this is doing. Look at the hook on this thing now. This thing is ramping up. The hail core is intensifying. This is a strengthening storm for sure. For sure, it is strengthening. It is getting its act together. It is not on a weakening trend. It's not showing showing signs of letting up. We hope it does, but right now that is not the case. This could be some golf ball, maybe some tennis ball size hail south of Fair Valley, and that's going to be across the river now into Woods County, crossing eventually Highway 14. What does debris detector show now with this? Let's see. She's going to stop it here, and we'll see if this pairs up with velocity data. It's going to be close as far as, no, I think it's not quite debris, but that is a strengthening storm for sure. I think that's on the ground. I think that is a tornado on the ground now, northwest of Winoka. And lapse it now, Cassie. I think it's moving easterly. was kind of maybe trying to go south, but I think it's, yeah, right now it is moving easterly up towards Avard, right?
Yes, it almost looks like it's going east to almost east-northeast.
Yep, okay. So zoom out just a little bit and let's kind of give folks an idea down the line. Here's Alva. Alva, how far southwest of Alva is this now? It looks like it will go south of Alva, but you can't bet on that. 17 miles away to the southwest of Alva. If you know friends or family, folks in Woods County, please call them and make sure they are paying attention. This could be a damaging tornado now trying to cross eventually Highway 14 in the southwestern portion of Woods County. This looks to go north of Winoka if it continues moving easterly, or right now it's almost trying to go a little bit more north of easterly. We'll see how it goes, and that is heading over towards Hopeton and likely go north of Highway 281. And that is continuing to get stronger. All right, let's zoom out and put on reflectivity and take a look at the Enid storm as well. So tornado warning for Woods County. Please be in your safe spot. We're watching the storms back over Nash and Pond Creek and Jefferson right now. Low end severe, not tornadic for sure. And let's go back to Enid where we've already had golf ball size hail. Look at that hail core coming over Enid. Easily golf ball size hail right over Enid. We told you, unfortunately, that's coming to town. That's headed towards Breckenridge and Garber and Fairmont. Right down Highway 412, radar indicating baseball size hail with that storm. And I know Andrew's checking. Hopefully that's not confirmed. Hopefully it's a little overdone. But right now up to baseball size hail, Enid off towards the east with that storm. That is a damaging hailstorm. Another one tonight coming right down Highway 412.
I do see reports of at least golf ball size hail in Enid.
Okay, at least golf balls. So a damaging hailstorm with Enid with that storm. All right, let's zoom out. That's moving to the east over towards Garber and eventually may even Fairmont, and we'll see how far to the east that goes. That might go over to Sears and Red Rock and over towards Ralston and Pawnee. We'll see how strong that is once it gets there. And we'll go a little further to the south now. Let's check on the metro storm. That's the furthest south storm that we have, right? Is this one right here?
Let me change radars and just check.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got these three basically large storms. The storm that is over the eastern sides of Oklahoma County is still weakening. This thing's still on a downward trend. Now we're getting winds, probably 45 to 50 coming into Shawnee. A lot of wind over Hera and Newalla and Choctaw, but not a tornado threat. Let's zoom in and take a close look here on velocity data. Anything spinning that you're seeing? Anything too threatening?
Not threatening. It almost looks like it's trying to continue to weaken.
What does the VIL look like? The storm strength, basically, over this, because this is the super, oh, wow. Okay, we're down to the greens. Oh, I'd love to see that. Okay, that's amazing, because this storm was pegging the meter all afternoon and evening until basically the last 45 minutes. Still has some lightning with it, still could have winds to 45, but I'm telling you, it's borderline heavy to severe at this point, and it is on a downward trend. Oh, it's even weakening even more in the last scan. Let's go back to reflectivity and just see what it looks like. Yeah, it is in size, it's shrinking. I think it's spinning down, hopefully for one last time. And it's barely severe at this point over Choctaw and Hera and Jacktown, and it's just fanning out and spreading out and losing its circulation for sure. The mesocyclone's hard to even pick out in that storm right now. It's still there, it's still spinning, I can promise you. But as far as showing anything imminent or threatening, at the moment, it's not there. So we're keeping an eye on that storm. All right, let's go back up to the tornado warning because that continues now for Woods County. That's a very large storm up in Woods County. And the tornado warning does not include Alva, but Alva, you need to be watching this, okay? If you've got friends or family, students at college up at Alva that are still around after the school year's probably ended, I'm assuming. But just make sure folks are paying attention. This is going to be south of Alva, but this could lift to the north. Our storms have had a history of doing that for sure. All right, let's zoom back in and take a look at velocity data. North of Winoka now. That is likely on the ground. It really is. I'm telling you, that is a strong circulation and it is tight coming up towards Highway 14. Let's zoom in and see if we have east-west roadways. Roads are kind of slim pickings up here in Woods County, but they're there for sure. Custer Road. It's going to be Custer Road and Ellis Road in between there and County Road 290, just a couple of miles to the west of Highway 14. That is the circulation. Let's see what shear rate looks like now. And we'll go back to that. definitely showing kind of that backward C or upside down C shape, which indicates a tight mesocyclone and a tight area of spin. Let's go to debris detector and see if that's showing anything. I hope it's not, but it's going to be right in here. Nope. Not seeing anything to confirm that it's on the ground, but radar Max Rot is saying it could easily be. It could easily be on the ground based on how tight the couplet is. In fact, let's go back to radar now. I'm seeing the last scan, and it might have weakened some. Cassie, take it for a second. I'm going to cough.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to look at base velocity here. And then obviously you can definitely still see that there's some rotation, but earlier it definitely looked like we had a little bit more of a couplet there, and that has weakened. It hasn't gone away, but it's definitely weakened. And that area of circulation is also continuing to lift more east to the northeast. It's still quite a ways away from Avard, but if I were in Avard, I would definitely be getting into my safe place right now. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of a storm track on this, and I'm going to adjust the time, and I'm going to say that it's moving at about 25 miles an hour, and I'm going to take it from where there would potentially be a tornado to Avard, and we're looking at 11:17. So again, we're 11 o'clock right now, so about 17 minutes away. So we're going to continue to just go ahead and put this into motion and just kind of see how it's kind of developing as it's moving towards Highway 14. And again, it continues to look like it's weakening. There's definitely going to be some wind in there. I'm going to go ahead and pause it and query some of this wind on the base velocity, and we're looking at, 50 miles an hour right now at this point. There's some coming in at 60, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do have gusts a little higher than that, but right now it does continue to look like the circulation's weakening some as it moves to the east.
Absolutely, Cass. That's exactly what it looks like. Look how that just tightened up as it crossed the river, basically. Tightened up, kind of lifted back to the north, and fanned back out and spread back out. So not seeing a tight circulation does not look like that would be producing a tornado, but the tornado warning continues because of how quick that spun up and how quickly that could fall apart. And it doesn't mean it won't kind of strengthen and cycle and do it again. So please be in your safe spot in Woods County for sure. Just as Cassie was mentioning, as this gets closer and closer to Highway 14, look how quickly you can see it right there live, just how it spreads out. Everything kind of fans out. You still have an area of circulation, and it may start to tighten up. It's actually trying a little bit right there to try to tighten up, and it may not. It may not do it. It would be wonderful if it did not. But I think we had another tornado in Woods County out of that. So let's zoom out and take a look at reflectivity and see what the hook looks like on it, because that can be indicative. Okay, it's cycling. You can see how the hook came out. It was by itself. It got the inflow, tried to produce a tornado, and then it lifted, and it's all trying to kind of merge back in. The hook is not defined anymore. But what can happen is you get the new circulation further down the line. So we'll watch for that for sure. We're also watching a hook trying to form on the storm back to the north and west of Freedom. That storm is severe, and this area again over Freedom has picked up several inches of rain. So flood advisory is in effect over Freedom. Let's look at velocity data with that and just make sure that's not doing anything crazy, because it is trying to get an area of circulation there. Not too crazy. That is doing it again. Yeah, take a look at that. We just talked about how the circulation was trying to tighten up on the northwest side, and boom, it's doing it again. That is trying to produce another tornado right now over Craig Road, basically over Custer Road in Woods County. And it's just a very small area, but it is so compact. It would be like a drill bit tornado that comes down. Can't confirm that that is on the ground, but I'm telling you, based on velocity data, I would treat that like that is a tornado on the ground doing damage, and it is lifting off to the east. And it may spin down very quickly, just like the last one did, but it's not doing that right now. It is not doing it. So the first tornado lifted to the north, it weakened, and now this one is trying to produce. That is trying to produce right now. What does correlation coefficient look like now, Cassie, over Craig Road there in Woods County? Okay, it's not showing it. We're not seeing debris lofted. So hopefully it's not. It may be a tornado that's just not hitting much. Honestly, that's a very big possibility. Velocity data continuing to get stronger and more organized. Right now, coming over the western sides of Woods County. We'll see what it does in the next scan. What does shear rate look like now? And yeah, that's a tight circulation. That is a tight circulation based on all of our radar products right now, coming over just a couple of miles to the west of Highway 14. So you've got to be in your safe spot in Avard, north of Winoka. Let's zoom out a little bit. And anyone that lives between Avard, Highway 14, and back to the west, north of Winoka, and then back over to Hopeton and south of Alva, this thing is trying to produce a tornado right now. It's 11 o'clock at night, and it looks to me like that is producing a tornado currently. So please go to your safe spot. You've got to get to the lowest level of your home. You've got to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because what a tornado will do is it's going to cause, of course, debris to be flying, and that could come on in through those outside walls. If you get to the center portion of your home, you will likely be just fine. Please do that lowest level. It does look like it would be on the weaker side, but we'll see how this goes as it plays on out. We've had some strong tornadoes today in Oklahoma. All right, let's go back to reflector to velocity data, Cassie, to the wind speeds, and take a look. It kind of stretched out, and then it's trying to tighten right back up. What does SRV look like out of this? That may be getting stronger. That's going to try to be, yeah, it's trying to get stronger now with that circulation. You can see the wind speeding up towards it and away from the radar and towards the radar right there. Okay, that's what you're seeing happening right there. Let's see how far that is away from Winoka to give folks an idea of what we're talking about now. This is going to be about 5.5 miles to the northwest of Winoka, 5.5 miles to the northwest of Winoka. Tornado warning for Woods County, tracking to the east. But really, how fast is that moving now? It's barely moving. It's moving slowly anyway.
Yeah, well, then it backed up. It kind of cycled back.
Yeah, because the first one looped through and weakened quickly, and now this one, I don't want to say it's weakened. It's still there. Yeah. There's still circulation there. It's going to try to cross Highway 14 for sure in Woods County. Let's go back to reflectivity and see the hook on this. And we told you the first hook kind of got pulled back in. This will be rain wrapped for sure right now because the circulation is right here. And you can see what's right there on reflectivity. That's a lot of hail. That's a lot of heavy rain and wind being circulated around that if it is a tornado, and you won't see it. So don't go outside and think you got to go look at this, because you're not going to get a view of it. You're not going to get a picture of it. You're just going to get hit with it if you try to do that. So please don't. This is moving to the east, maybe 15, 25 miles per hour. We'll see if it speeds up some. The hail core has kind of ticked down a little bit, but it's still a broad area of hail over Woods County, and that's going to head over again towards Avard and may make it into Alva. Tornado warning continues with this storm. Let's go back to Enid now. Please be in your safe spot in Woods County, and eventually potentially back over towards Cherokee. It's not there yet. We'll see what it looks like. The hail core with the storm that went right over Enid, produced golf balls, is now over Breckenridge, headed towards Garber, moving to the east at about, what is that, 35, maybe 40 miles an hour. That storm is moving. It really is. That's going to make its way over towards Billings and Sears. Any circulation within that?
Let me check.
Okay.
Let's see real quick.
It just looks like a lot of wind and hail. Okay. A lot of wind and hail is what we're seeing out of that storm. And it's probably got some 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour winds with it, and quarter to golf ball size hail. And it may have weakened. That one might have actually come down just a little bit. So no circulation within that one. It's the tornado warning to the northwest. All right, let's go further to the south. Let's come back to central Oklahoma and look at that storm that has just been so destructive. By the way, we did get an update from our news desk for Canadian County. We know we had that tornado that our trackers were on, and it was doing damage. We were showing you that tornado live on the air for several minutes, several miles. No injuries reported. That's going to be a miracle if that plays out to end up with no injuries. We hope that's true, because that was going through the populated area of Canadian County, and you could see homes in our tracker shots, and you could see the debris being wafted. But right now, the crews and officials are not getting any reports of injuries, and we hope that's how that stays. That's what's left of the storm. It is no longer severe, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Oh my goodness gracious. That started at about 6 o'clock. What time is it? So I don't know how long that is, because I can't do math right now, but that's a long time that storm was churning from western Oklahoma all the way through the Oklahoma City metro and now off to the east, and it's no longer severe. So it is spinning down, and you can see kind of even in the precip in the wind field,
and the
it's
lightning
spreading
coming
out.
down too.
The lightning, 2 strikes of lightning in the last, oh my
Lacey,
goodness.
that storm started in Canadian County in the eastern Texas Panhandle.
Yeah.
It went severe at 4:40.
4:40 p.m.
Yes.
Oh my
and
goodness.
What time is it? What day of the week is it?
Exactly.
It's 11:09.
So there's the storm, and my goodness, good riddance, right? Get out of here. So that storm's falling apart. We still have the severe storm in Garfield County, and then also the tornado warning that continues up into Woods County. So this is a very dangerous storm that is north of Winoka, eventually heading over towards Tacoma. Still looks like the circulation will go south of Alva, but Alva, you're going to get very heavy rain. You may have some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and we still have another area of circulation northwest of Freedom. It's not very tight. It's not extreme. Hopefully it doesn't do anything, but we have the circulation that's been tight that to me looks like it's tried to produce at least one, maybe two tornadoes that's now getting very close to Highway 14. What is that right there? Is that real?
I'm going to look at reflectivity and see.
Okay, I don't think so. Trying to get like an area of circulation on the back side, but that kind of may be a false radar artifact. Okay, so this is definitely the area of circulation, though, north of Winoka, moving very slowly. Could have a tornado on the ground now as it approaches Highway 14. So let's zoom it in and take a closer look at some of the streets in this area. So Custer Road, and eventually it comes over towards County Road 310 and Cotton Road. And that's getting close now, within a mile, maybe a mile and a half of Highway 14. And oh, there we go. That's not good. That's a much more organized, symmetrical circulation. It looks like it's a weaker tornado, so you've got about 120 mile per hour, maybe 130 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. That could still do significant damage. That is a tornado that's not a violent tornado, but a strong one. So please take this seriously and go to your safe spot. Get away from the outside walls. Get your kiddos. If you have to get in a closet, if it's a bathroom, whatever that is, if you don't have a storm shelter or a cellar, please do that. And I know it's a mess to have to do this time of night. It's 11:11 on a Sunday, and you probably got to be at work in the morning. But I'm telling you, you don't want to risk it with this type of a circulation. Do what you have to do. Do it now. Get to your safe spot if you haven't already, because this circulation could easily be from a tornado on the ground. Are we seeing anything on debris? We keep checking, and we're not seeing anything, which that's wonderful. Hope we don't. And no, I don't see anything showing up in here that's indicating that we have debris lofted from a tornado. So that's wonderful. We'll see what happens. This continues to work its way to the east. Let's go back to reflectivity and look at it and look at the hook on the western side. Because you can see the hook here and the circulation. I don't see much out of that one. And then we've got this area north of Freedom. That storm is severe with maybe some quarter-size hail north of Freedom along Highway 64, and that is moving to the east for sure. Let's see what the circulation looks like with that. Let's go back to velocity and just make sure, keep an eye on that kind of finger. It's trying to get some spin. It really is trying to get some spin, but it's nothing that's jumping out. It's like, you know, too ominous at the moment. This one is for sure the strongest storm in the state right now, is the one in northwestern Oklahoma over Woods County. So there's Alva. It's not moving very quickly. It's really not, which is great because it gives you some time to act. And it's almost, look at that last scan. How many minutes is that? 15 minutes?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's almost stationary.
It's 15 minutes. And that storm has not moved. It is looking stationary. And it's just, if it's a tornado, it's just a drill bit sitting there, maybe moving about a mile and almost trying to lift back to the north. As they do that, they can weaken. I think it's, zoom in, Cassie. I think that has literally spun around. Hold on. It's going like this to the east. And it's just, yeah. It's almost moving back to the northwest. Or just not moving at all. It's hard to say, but that is wild, to say the least. So you can't put a storm track on that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and I was like, well, there's no point. Yeah. It's not going anywhere.
No, it's not moving at the moment. Now that it should lunge, it should get a shove, but you can see it right there. Let's go back to reflectivity and see where that is in the precip. Yeah, right there. You can see the weakness in the precip. You can see a little bit of a hole there in the precip, and that's because everything is spinning around in a circle around the tornado if it's on the ground. And it looks like it easily could be on the ground. Everything lines up. Shear rate lines up. What does max rot look like right there in that spot? Same thing. Everything lines up. Let's zoom out and just show folks in correlation here to like Winoka and Freedom where we're talking about. This thing was trying to move to the east. produced possibly a brief tornado, weakened, and then now started to produce another one. But what's happening is it's not getting that shove. Let's turn back on reflectivity and just lapse reflectivity and see what the whole storm is doing. I mean, the whole thing is moving to the east, and then you've got the hook and the circulation that's just not getting a shove. It's really not. And we'll see what it does, because you would think it's going to start to weaken, especially if it's trying to lift back to the north. That's usually what happens. But on velocity data, it's not weakening and falling apart. It's just not moving. It is moving to the west. I'm pretty sure of it. It is.
Yes, it definitely is.
Oh my goodness. That's the second tornado today to do that. Okay, let's zoom back in to Woods County. There's Freedom, there's Winoka, there's Alva. This is going to be a tornado that's just do-si-doing in southwestern portions of Woods County. It was moving to the east, and then it just pumped the brakes, literally stalled, and is retrograding or moving back to the west. Look at that.
Maybe it's trying to weaken a little bit.
Maybe.
I mean, it's still there, obviously, but it's just...
Oh my goodness. If that is on the ground, that path would be a backwards C, like that. And we've seen that a couple times this year, and we've already seen it once tonight. This is why chasing tornadoes is very difficult and very dangerous, because people just get it in their head when they're out chasing, or even folks down the line that think they're going to go out and look, you know, that you know where this is going. No one knows where this is going. You don't. The best chasers do not know where a storm is going and what it's going to do in the next scan, and especially in May in Oklahoma, when you've got so many things going on at different levels of the atmosphere and the jet stream. That is a tornado, and you're seeing it right there, that was trying to make its way to the northeast and is now moving back to the west, and it's still holding its own. It's a weak tornado. If it's on the ground, it's weak, which is great. Can you turn off reflectivity in the warning, and let's just look at the terrain. I'm gonna keep my finger where the tornado is, and we'll just kind of zoom in and take a look here at where we're at. Yep, there we go. That's just wild. Custer Road and 290 is gonna be kind of the intersection. And yeah, that is a tornado. Oh, and it may have lifted. It may have weakened. You've still got a little bit of a couplet right here. This is the winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. So a little bit of a couplet south of Custer Road, but it looks like it's weakened.
I'm going to back out.
Okay.
Just kind of look.
Yep. Lapse it.
Quick.
Okay. There we go.
I mean, yeah, it continues to weaken.
Okay. Wonderful. I mean, we were talking about Alva and the potential for Avard, and then little did we know the storm was going to start heading back towards Freedom. But it's weakened. It's not going to make it to Freedom, for sure. But my goodness, that's just wild. All right, let's go back to reflectivity and take a look at that. My mind is blown with that. Still a hook there. Still an area of circulation. And severe storm with tornado warning that continues in Woods County. She's popping the warnings back on there. And then we've got the storms up to the north, over Nescatunga, over to Nash, over to Jefferson and Pond Creek. May have some wind and hail, some intense lightning for sure, heavy rain. And then we'll go back over towards Garfield County. Let's go down here to this storm. That is severe, but weakening, still coming down over Garber and Billings. What was that?
There's still definitely a hail core, especially just along and east of Garber.
Garber, okay, yeah, right there. There's still some quarter-size hail, maybe some golf ball-size hail over Garber, and that's going to make its way over towards Red Rock and Marland and back over to Morrison, maybe Morrison. It looks like it's going to keep going on more of an easterly trek, and that will continue with wind and a hail threat, but not a tornado threat out of those storms right now. And then zoom out, Cassie, and let's just do a statewide view of where we're sitting at 11:18 at night on a Sunday. We've got the storms that move through the metro that have really fallen apart, some showers near Langston, some sprinkles going on back into western Oklahoma. Nothing down south at all.
I'm going to just go ahead and turn on Frederick radar just in case.
Okay.
And
Shouldn't be anything.
There's nothing there.
Okay. So the storms that we have are the severe storms over Garfield County headed towards Noble County, and the tornado warning with the backwards moving tornado over Woods County. So we'll go back to Oklahoma City and let's just check, again, reports of no injuries in Custer County from the large tornado there or Canadian County today. And I'm telling you, that's a miracle because we had some very large tornadoes today. And the tornado was on the ground in Canadian County for several minutes. Custer County also for several minutes. Our storm trackers were right there. We brought it to you live. We've gotten the video we've been showing you throughout the day. This is what's left of that mess of a storm. It is now from Meeker to Prague to Little with light to moderate rain over the village, hail core, maybe some pea-sized hail over Meridian. Those cells are taken off, but they're not severe. And then back up to the north, Bob is there in Stillwater. He's from our sister station in Tulsa. He's tracking these storms, and he'll kind of hand it off from Marty and take them back to the east. And he's tracking these overnight across northern Oklahoma, but not a tornado threat right now. Over Garber, over Billings, over Red Rock or Tonkawa. Most likely not going to produce a tornado. There's been a lot of rain in this area, and it's a lot more stable, but you can still get some wind and hail out of it. Heavy rain from Jefferson back up to Medford, and then we'll head back over to our tornado-warned storm. And Marty Logan, of course, getting into position with that storm. And let's zoom it on in here and take a look on velocity data of that circulation. The hook is now trying to come back around in a normal fashion, okay? Meanwhile, watch what that circulation did. I mean, it spun all the way back to the west. And it's weakened, it's lifted, but just mind-blowing right there, okay? And now we've got this circulation south of Avard. This is going to be the original, circulation that makes sense with the mesocyclone. That's coming over to the south of Hopeton. That's going to go north of Winoka. And if this holds together, that's going to come through Winoka. It looks like it's going south of Alva to me. It does not look like it's going to make its way up to Alva. And then that's going to come towards Carmen and maybe McWillie back over to Helena. What does reflectivity look like now, Cassie? The hail core, is the hail core going to go over Alva?
Hopeton.
Okay. And what's hail sizes show it in there? We got some quarter, golf ball, it's showing baseball. That's probably a little hot, a little overdone. Golf ball size hail possible, maybe up to baseball. That was a very strong storm. We know we had a really strong updraft, but it looked like we had at least one, maybe two brief tornadoes there to the west and north of Winoka. And but still damaging hail possible from Hopeton to Highway 281 to Tacoma. Marty Logan right now is coming in from the south and the east. Look at the hail swath. That's what she's showing you, those storms. We told you those storms would come in from Kansas, and man, they have done that for sure. And they're going to come all across Woods County, and they're going to head back over towards Alfalfa County. Marty Logan is going to intercept that storm here in just a little bit. Marty, as you're looking off to the northwest, you see a lot of lightning. Can you see up under that storm at all? Give us an update. Marty?
Well, we are trying to see up in there right now, Lacey. We're on road construction, so and of course it's midnight. But Jake and I are looking up that way, and we've been looking the whole time ever since we turned north at Cleo, trying to see if we can see anything down at all, but we're still just a little bit too far away. So let me get a little bit closer, and we'll see what we can find. Back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Marty. I know you're getting closer. Road construction, of course, always makes it a little more difficult, but that storm still has a pronounced hook with it. It's still a dangerous storm. It's still a rotating storm. Does not look like a tornado is on the ground with it right now, but the tornado warning does continue because of how quickly it spun up. It's moving now. It completely stalled out. These tornadoes have done that. It's so wild how every day and every event that we cover, the storms behave a certain way, and it's never the same. But today, all the storms, once they've started to produce tornadoes, they have weakened significantly and moved at almost a snail's pace. They've dumped flooding rain when they've done that, large hail, and produced the tornado, and then they let that tornado weaken and they start moving on about their way. And that's kind of where we're at right now with the Woods County storm. That storm is moving, but it could start to strengthen and reorganize, and that's why we're watching it, and that's why Marty is on it. So let's go back to Lynx 1, and we'll show you. I'm just amazed every time I see this, of this velocity loop showing you. People from Oklahoma, you know, that is a couplet. That is what we look for a tornado. We already had one. This was the second one, and then it just moved back to the west and fell apart. That happens, but it does not happen very often, and it's the second time it's happened today. with different storms. But here's the circulation now. There's the spin. It is getting a little bit tighter. You can see the whole thing circulating, coming across basically north of Highway 281 where it makes the bend back to the west, and then I'm going to cross 281 where it runs north and south of Hopeton, headed towards Tacoma. So that's why the tornado warning is still on it. The mesocyclone is still spinning, and it's still spinning pretty broadly, I should say, and not incredibly tight, but it could tighten up. So we're watching it and we're staying with it. So let's go back to reflectivity.
And Lacey, just updating you, we do have a reporter, Matt, and he's in the Yukon area whenever you're ready to get an update.
Yeah, let's go to Matt here in just a second. Let's get a track, Cassie, if we can, and we'll give folks, now that this thing is moving again off to the east, we'll do a storm track, and then we'll get out to Matt. Is it Matt McCabe?
I believe so.
Okay, we'll go out to him here in just a second because we do need to get that update because we know we've had multiple tornadoes today and we've had some significant damage. So this tornado warned storm is moving. Okay, let's go back to links 2. Could have very large hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe baseballs that are going to be crossing 281, coming over towards Tacoma. She's put the track on it here and moving it over towards Tacoma at about 11:51. Carmen at 12:10, Lambert at 12:15, the Great Salt Plains Lake at 12:53, Nescatunga at 1 o'clock, gorgeous up there, Nash at 1:16 if it holds together, okay? And the circulation is becoming a little bit tighter. Right now it's broad, does not look like a tornado is on the ground, but that's where it is headed and we're sticking with it. Marty Logan is right there. Let's go out to our reporter in the field. Let's go out to Matt. Matt, you're in some of that damage right now. What are you seeing here at 11:25 at night? Go ahead.
Lacey, so right now we're in Canadian County. We're close to El Reno, but we're actually in a portion of Yukon. This is near Cimarron Road and 10th Street. So behind me, there's some pretty clear evidence that there was a tornado that went through this area of town tonight. There's a home behind me. It's very dark. It's hard to see exactly what's going on, but we can definitely see that there are pretty big chunks of the roof missing. There's also a pretty expansive yard off to our side here. There's a lot of land, and I did see there was a car that appeared to be on its side in the yard. There's lots of debris that we're standing on here. There's definitely lots of wood everywhere. And then there's a big thicket of trees that's off to the side here. And if Merlin, if you point over here, you can see what some of that looks like. So I was told that there's other portions of Canadian County that do have some down power lines and power poles right now. There's a portion of Banner Road that's closed because of that right now. Again, there was definitely some strong damage that happened here this evening. It looks like there's already emergency crews, emergency responders. We saw a fire engine that passed down this street just about maybe in the last 15 minutes or so. And we actually have another emergency vehicle, Merlin, that's going to come up here from the south end. And you can see that that's coming up over the horizon. So again, there's already been a pretty quick response with folks. We've seen what looks like volunteers even coming out, neighbors checking on folks, making sure everyone's okay. So far, we've not heard of any injuries, and we've not heard of anything more than that. But of course, if we hear otherwise, we'll be sure to let you know. Lacey, back to you.
Okay, great report there, Matt. Thank you so much. I know you guys are going out, seeing what you can find, and it's difficult. It's dark right now. A lot of the folks in that region, a lot of the area is without power. We know we have damage there and further to the south, back up to the north, and then back into western Oklahoma as well, out into Custer County, where we had several tornadoes this afternoon and evening. So a lot of damage, and it's going to take a lot to get to all of that. I know search and rescue is still underway, checking those damaged paths and making sure that we don't have injuries. As of right now, we still don't have reports of any injuries, which is so wonderful. For it to be May and to have multiple tornadoes and tornadoes in populated areas, that's a miracle. I mean, it really is. And so great news. And we hope we don't have any the rest of the night. We still have a tornado warning that is ongoing, but I'll tell you, this storm is a far cry from what it was when that warning was first issued. Let's zoom out, Cassie, and just kind of show where we are to give the perspective, because Matt, of course, McCabe was down in Canadian County. We have a couple of storms still ongoing that are severe. Those storms are up near Garber and Billings, and that's moving over into Noble County. And then we've got the storms that are severe and possibly tornadic in Woods County, but really this is becoming more of a wind and a hail threat with the storm that's coming over Alva. Let's zoom in and zoom into Alva, Cassie. Let's just look at the wind for folks up in Woods County as that's moving through. Winds 50, maybe 60 miles per hour coming into Alva. and hail is possible up to quarter and golf ball. What's some of these pinks showing up when you turn back on SRV? Yeah, kind of, let's see what some of that is, because that's pretty hot numbers. Maybe 70 coming out there, 60, 65, and maybe 70. Yeah. So central Woods County, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and that's going to be a wind coming from the west to the east, moving over towards Cherokee, and that's going to make its way over through Alfalfa County. 84, that's coming up. And that could either signify that the mesocyclone is tightening up and it will try to produce a tornado again, or just the straight line wind threat is picking up. Either way, the storm strength is intensifying now, south of Avard, headed towards Tacoma. Let's go back to base and let's just see what the hook is doing. It doesn't look like to me that it's tightening up. It looks like the winds are picking up, but it does not look like it is tightening up. You can definitely see the circulation there going on over Woods County for sure. And the updraft with that is very strong. Marty's closing in on it. He's made the turn on Highway 45. He is west of Carmen. Let's go back to reflectivity again and see how that hook is looking. Watch it spin. Watch this hook right here and watch it tuck back in like that. Right there. It tucks right back in. So that is where we're seeing a little bit more of a circulation for sure. And it's still a threatening storm. So the tornado warning is no longer, because it's a little more broad and it's a little more stretched out, but definitely a strong, severe storm that could produce a tornado. The tornado threat's not gone with it just because the warning's gone. It's just currently, it's not showing signs of producing a tornado. But I'm telling you, that hook has almost a little bit of a sink drain look to it, doesn't it? How it's tightened up right there.
Absolutely, and that circulation, obviously, we've been talking about these rain-wrapped tornadoes, that kind of potential. We know that tornado potential, it is still there. It's just not imminent at this point.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've seen this cycle so many times, and you think, okay, I think we're finally getting clearing here, and it's starting to fall apart, and then it pulses back up. So no tornado warning ongoing currently with that. Let's zoom back out and take a look statewide.
Reflectivity.
Let's go, just kind of zoom out here and we'll take a look statewide of what we're seeing. So the thunderstorm and the massive supercell from all evening long that came through Oklahoma City is no longer. Flash flood warning continues because we got 2 to 3 inches of rain in a short period of time, but that has definitely gone down as far as the severe threat, and there's really not even anything left with it. Maybe some rain, maybe a couple sprinkles into Lincoln County, and the threatening severe storm is the one over Billings. Now it's actually east of Billings. That is heading over towards Marland and eventually Red Rock and Ralston and Pawnee. Could have some nickel and dime and quarter size hail with that one. And then when you go back up to the north over Lamont, back over to Nash, we may have some quarter-size hail developing there. And then really the strongest storm is the one that Marty Logan is closing on in now. And Marty, we're looking at your shot. You can see the lightning flashes there. Let's check in with Marty. Marty's just south of Tacoma on that severe storm. Big hail within that, Marty, and strong winds. I know you're seeing a lot of lightning too. Give us an update.
So we are 3 miles west of Carmen, looking at a wall cloud it's several miles to our west, and it is on the north side of the road. I do not see anything on the ground. Jake and I are looking at it right now, trying to see if we've got anything at all. But we're waiting on the lightning, of course, to give us enough light to see what we've got. But we do see the wall cloud. Every once in a while, I'll put my camera on night vision. Every once in a while, you're going to be able to pick it up. Probably the only way is going to be to record it and then go back and look at it and try to highlight it. But it's there. Do not even see a funnel. We do see a wall cloud. Again, it's going to be, we are 3 west of Carmen, and it is farther west and on the north side of the highway. No power line flashes, no funnel that we can tell. So let me just keep watching this area, Lacey, and see if anything happens. We've got her out, which we can go back behind us to Carmen. And it's very difficult, of course, because you're out here in the lightning trying to see a silhouette of something. And no power line flashes to go by. So we've got the wall cloud, and we're watching it. Back to you, Lacey.
Great update there, Marty. He's looking right now, not seeing anything pronounced or really well defined as far as circulation goes. Let's go back to radar and I'll show you what Marty's seeing. All the lightning flashes. There's a lot of lightning with this storm. It is very electric, probably going to lose power in several areas downwind or downline from this storm, just from some of the lightning within it and the wind gusts, because the winds could be 65, 70, may have a couple gusts to 80 within this complex that is moving. But you'll notice the hail core has weakened with it, and the circulation is stretched out. But Marty's right there. If it starts to do anything crazy, you can see the storm south of Winchester coming heading to Alva. That could have some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. And you're getting just a tremendous amount of rain in Woods County that's moving over into Alfalfa County. So that's the strongest storm in the state. What does the storm strength look like with this one now, Cassie? Because it looks like all indications on radar, it's weakening some. It was pegging the scale, and it's come down a couple of ticks. It's still severe. It's still a strong storm. And that's why Marty's there, and that's why we're still on, because that's a strong storm for sure and has to be watched very closely. While we're showing this, is it possible to show some of that tornado video just to give folks kind of an update of what we've had today? We'll talk about some of the tornado video from Tom Pastrano, Val Castor, Jeremy Carter, Hank, Brandon, any of them, just let me know what we've got. Well, I know where that is. That is south of El Reno. That's Canadian County. That was earlier this evening from Jeremy Carter. Jeremy was just a few hundred yards from that tornado. That is debris being picked up and lofted from that tornado, just so clear cut. Jeremy was right there in the right position, unfortunately, to show you that view of the tornado. He was starting to see the power flashes, and then boom, and that thing started to lift to the north. It was moving to the northeast, and then it started to lift to the north before it weakened. It looked like it was going to cross I-40. Did not do that. It looked like it lifted to me before it made it to I-40, but that was doing damage as it was coming through Canadian County. So far, have not heard of reports of any injuries. Our news desk has been checking. Matt McCabe, our reporter, is there in Canadian County. That stovepipe tornado, what a wicked looking view from Jeremy Carter from earlier this evening. That is video from Val and Amy Castor. That was Val and Amy Castor of the very large tornado. Look at the movement. That is not sped up. That was live near Custer City, west of Custer City in Custer County as that was approaching Custer City. That one also eventually lifted to the north, but Val and Amy Castor were tracking that live, looking at it from the west, looking back to the east as it was moving very, very slowly. That storm, as it anchored and produced that large tornado, was moving at a snail's pace. And again, no injuries reported there in Custer County. So just a miracle today. It really is when you get the tornadoes like we've had. That's the rain wrapping around that. We had another shot from Tom Pastrano, who was on that tornado and had the violent motion as well. That's the shot from Tom Pastrano. At first, it was like, hang on a second, is that the edge of the tornado? No, this was the left side of the tornado, and then it comes around. This whole thing is circulating, and you can see the edge, the right edge of the tornado. Large tornado that just gets wider and wider here in Custer County. Okay, and again, this was going to be, what was it, north of Arapahoe is where it was. And you look at the motion as it's lifting right here on the edge, on the right side. And then Tom is looking back to the west, so it's backlit with the sun, and you can clearly see the well-defined edges, and it just gets wider and broader, and that was a large, damaging tornado. But look at the terrain right there. It looks like it went through mainly open spaces. It did hit outbuildings. We know we had some structure damage. I don't know about homes. I hope it didn't hit any homes. It could have, but a lot of this was wide open spaces where this tornado was moving. And then we know that later in the day, so many folks, thousands of folks, were watching Val and Amy Castor's live stream as they were tracking the thunderstorms that were moving through the metro, the severe storm, the tornadic storm, and they hydroplaned and their vehicle rolled, and we know they are okay. So they are okay. Val and Amy Castor are fine. This is 10 p.m. Oh my goodness, that's their video. I haven't seen this. Oh my gosh, that's hard to watch. Oh my gosh. Okay. I did not know that was coming up. That's Val and Amy Castor, and that was Amy screaming as their vehicle rolled. So they are okay. that was very difficult to watch. Val and Amy are okay. And Amy has been texting with Cassie, and I don't think they were even going to the hospital because they did not have indications that they needed to. And their daughter lives here in town and was going to pick them up. But I know so many folks saw that happen live, and we lost their stream, and it was horrifying for a few minutes not knowing what happened. But now we know they are okay, and they hydroplaned, and that happens. And what they do is life-saving for so many folks, but they put themselves at risk. And to my knowledge, they've never been in an accident while chasing. And so tonight, they were being protected and looked over, no doubt. So very thankful that they are okay. And we'll bring you updates as we have them on Val and Amy for sure. So that's what happened earlier tonight. And we have thunderstorms that are still ongoing that are severe in the northwest. Marty Logan is there. I'm told Matt McCabe has another update from Canadian County where the tornado touched down that Val and Amy were on, south of El Reno. So if Matt is ready, we'll go out to him and get an update because he's surveying the damage. He's just getting there and going through the damaged path of where we know that tornado went. That was on the ground for several minutes. I think it was about 5 to 10 minutes. I don't recall the exact time frame, but if we have Matt, we can check with him and see. Control room. Just let me know. I think they're working on it. Okay, while they're doing, go ahead. It's coming. Okay, well, just let me know when you pop him up. I'll go to him. Okay, and let's check in with Matt McCabe. Matt, I know you're coming across more damage. Okay, I see the trees down behind you. Go ahead.
Hey, Lacey. Yeah, so again, for folks who are just now tuning in, we're in a part of Canadian County right now. This is technically Yukon, but it's close to El Reno. And there's, again, strong evidence here that there was a tornado that came through. So we showed you the other view of a house that's on the other side of Cimarron Road, but this is that thicket of trees that I was talking about. So this one right here is just completely on its side right now. You can also see that there's this metal fence that's been pushed in, blown in, bending in right now. And if you look a little bit more just down the line of trees here, you can just see that they're all about just snapped in half. There's some metal sheeting, of course. In fact, if Merlin, if you look a little bit right there, that looks like the side door or maybe the tailgate. I think that's the tailgate of a pickup that we're looking at right there, Lacey. So again, we've almost kind of, it looks like a line of damage that we're looking at when we look at all these trees that they're just blown over in a straight line right here. And again, on the other side of Cimarron Road here, so if we turn around, again, there's a house that's in the distance over here. Again, this is a very dark road. You see a lot of flashing emergency lights right now. This is the only house we've seen so far that has significant damage to it. Again, we know that there's some power poles, some electrical lines that are also down right now. In fact, there's a utility truck that's actually driving through right now. There's an OG&E truck that's already coming through. So again, that response is pretty quick and pretty immediate and everything. Folks trying to make sure everybody's okay. I talked to a Canadian County deputy. I asked them, I said, have you heard of any injuries? And they said, as of right now, they have not. Of course, all of that is subject to change at any time. But we're going to stay out here and learn what's what, and we'll bring you the next update as soon as we have it. Lacey, back to you.
You're doing a wonderful job out there just surveying the damage and coming across it and just talking about it live. He doesn't know what he's going to come across and doesn't know what he's going to find next, but continuing to find significant damage there in Canadian County. And so he'll stay out there and we'll continue to bring you these updates to show you the storm. The supercell fired up in Canadian Texas, came into Roger Mills County, quickly severe and tornadic, and produced multiple tornadoes along its trek, merged with several storms over Oklahoma County, and then completely fizzled out. Look at that, completely went away as it moved towards Shawnee and fell apart. Still a couple showers and storms going on in Lincoln County, and we still have numerous storms across north central Oklahoma. They're low end severe for most locations. Strongest storm is over Woods County, where Marty Logan is located. Not tornadic at the moment. Probably produced a couple of tornadoes earlier. We were on that, but we'll continue to keep you advised. We're watching these storms closely. Our trackers are still out. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back. Stay with News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Dose visibly improves volume loss, wrinkles, dark spots. Venergy Triple Serum. Choose your free gift from Lancome. At Macy's, the beauty destination.
How far would you go to control the fragrance in your home? There's an easier way. Try Airwick Vibrant with 2 times more natural essential oils for up to 120 days of amazing fragrance per dual pack. Now that's a breath of fresh Airwick. If you're only using facial moisturizer in the morning, did you know the best time for skin renewal is at night? Olay Retinol 24 renews millions of surface skin cells while you sleep. Wake up to smoother, younger-looking skin with Olay Retinol 24.
A lot of new dry eye patients in my office tell me about their frequent dry eyes, which may point to dry eye disease. Millions of Americans were estimated to have it. They've tried artificial tears again and again, but the relief is temporary. Xiidra can provide lasting relief.
Xiidra treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation.
Why wait? Ask your eye doctor about a 90-day prescription for Xiidra today.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
It's more magic than ever. With the scrubbing power of Magic Eraser and the cleaning power of Dawn, watch it make soaps come here, disappear.
And watch how sprays can leave grime like that. With up to 10 times the cleaning power, Foamy melts it on contact.
Magic. It makes this ring a thing of the past. Makes you forgetty about baked on spaghetti.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser. Clean with more magic than ever.
Goldfish and chips. Together as one. New Goldfish Crisps. Light and airy. Totally irresistible. Taste how Goldfish does chips.
You posted a very cheeky photo, Jurassic Park. You said, hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts. I will be visiting Jurassic Park. I'm playing a dinosaur. But I'm really excited. It's just like an iconic cinematic experience.
Word is Scarlett Johansson is also in talks to join the $6 billion Jurassic World franchise. Of course, we'll also see Jonathan on the big screen in Wicked Part 1, hitting theaters in November. But streaming now on Netflix, it's Part 1 of Bridgerton Season 3. At the premiere, which was kind of like a grand ball, all the stars seductively teased what we can expect.
Dearest gentle readers, Season 3 will bring you romance, it will bring you laughs, it will bring you lust, and longing.
It's full of love, it's sexy, it's romantic.
It's a slow burn, but it's a really good slow burn.
Watch Season 3 because Luke and Nicola are the hottest things in town.
More TV, The Voice live episodes are airing now. But the big news is this season 26 shakeup. Snoop Dogg and Michael Bublé have been named as new coaches.
Are they ready for you?
I don't know, man, because when you come in, you see Snoop Dogg sitting in a chair, and now you know that he's getting ready to give you some information, so I don't really know if they can handle that.
Listen, destroy them.
What was your initial reaction when you heard they would be joining you alongside those red chairs?
They love music, they're easy to get along with, and we're going to have a blast. Gwen and I can't wait.
Reba and Gwen are in. Chance the Rapper, Dan and Shay, and John Legend are out. Why was that? So you could spend more time with the family, or?
We've always got so many things going on. I'll be doing a lot of shows this summer and traveling overseas this summer, and I'll be back.
Your wife, is she doing okay? What the heck? She hurt her neck with a headstand.
She hurt her neck trying to be like an acrobat that she's not, you know. She's much better now. I think she may have been watching Luna too much, has been doing like real gymnastics, but she got in her head that she could try this, and it was not a good idea.
Coming up, Jamie Foxx's TV comeback after his mystery health crisis. We get an update from daughter Corinne.
He's just like a rock star.
Plus, a Legally Blonde TV series gets the green light. We've got details.
Like it's hard?
And why 6 male celebs are preparing to strip on national TV.
I'm putting it out there.
Dan Davis Law.
Dan Davis. I got fired the day after Thanksgiving. I was mad, but I was like, you know what? The ball is in my corner because he said Dan Davis and the other lawyers run.
David Stanley Chevrolet. Celebrate Cinco de Mayo all month long with 0 down and no payments for 6 months. Just sign and drive. Dave says sell them all with $9 grand off Silverado, $429 a month Equinox, $389 Trailblazer. Sign and drive with 0 down and no payments for 6 months. Tires for life and more. It's Cinco de Mayo all month long. Trade woes? See the payoff pros with $9 grand trade assistance. David Stanley Chevrolet. We make the deals.
Tonight's the night, Dino. I want to stress someone out.
Me too, boss. I'm feeling extra greasy.
Maybe nachos?
Listen,
Greasy foods are only gonna stress you out.
Hey, this is not your business.
Order me instead. Veggies can help boost your mood and keep you full longer.
Chicken fajita salad sounds great.
Eat how you want to feel. Visit swapupok.com.
Hi there. Yeah, you. It's Tracy from Dreamland. Can't sleep? It's that bad, isn't it? Stop! We're interrupting this commercial for the Dreamland retirement sale. Everything goes. Save on mattresses, futons, and waterbeds. Hurry while supplies last. That's the Dreamland retirement sale going on now. And it's free Metro delivery. Plus, nobody beats our prices at Dreamland. So come on down to Dreamland. Now get some rest.